Dragon Clan. Mingfei Returns from Warhammer 40,000. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyright or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326 Fusion. Giovanni was probably stunned for a few tenths of a second, then he held his head tightly and screamed hysterically. This extremely shocking scene, coupled with the flesh and blood palace, the ubiquitous strong fragrance, and the endless sharp screams, together caused mental pollution enough to make ordinary people's sanity zero and commit crazy acts of self-mutilation, such as digging out their eyeballs and piercing their eardrums to prevent themselves from feeling it all. But in fact, Giovanni could feel all this entirely because of Fingal beside him. If it weren't for the golden light flowing from his body, this scene would have become another false scene. They would have become the embodiment of people's most desired desires, such as gold and silver wealth, power and fame, handsome men and beautiful women, etc. Luring ignorant and greedy people forward and then letting them fall into the abyss. Sitting under Lu lynching, Natasha had a playful and cruel smile on her narrow, horse-like face. Her charming eyes, painted with pink and purple as Ado, watched Cowanny screaming and crying with a mocking meaning. At the same time, she enjoyed the despair and pain of both of them who loved each other deeply. At the same time, she straightened her lower body as if to show off, giving Lu lynching more sensory stimulation. "Don't look at me." Lu lynching shed tears and fainted under another round of extreme sensory stimulation. "Junyan, start. Fingal held Cowanny, who had lost his mind and wanted to rush forward, with one hand, and grabbed the dragon spell carrying Junyan with the other hand without hesitation and aimed it at the location of the demon. The fire element floating in the air was squeezed crazily, and 3 rounds of fireballs as bright and dazzling as the sun swept away with shock waves. It would be the best choice to kill the demon together with Lu lynching, who was played badly. The flames gathered into a raging tornado along with the violent air waves, and expanded to burn all the filthy things in the flesh palace. The twisted mouths on the palace walls screamed or cried with joy in human voices, as if the flames brought not only pain but also joy. The demon gracefully held his face and snapped his fingers. The flames and high temperatures that almost occupied the entire flesh palace instantly dissipated into nothingness, as if they had never existed. And it and Lu lynching, who had fainted on it, were also unharmed, with a layer of translucent shield wrapping around it to protect it. The demon pulled the unconscious man out of his body, dragging a large piece of milky white dirty liquid and throwing it away like a dirty toy, and stood up from the throne made of flesh and blood tissue. The obscene silk ribbon hanging on his waist fell down to cover the ferocious and hideous object between his legs. For a moment, the devil in Fingal's eyes turned into Eva. At the time, she had not yet participated in the Greenland operation and was still a living girl instead of a brain living in a machine, but then he suddenly woke up, and uncontrollable anger surged in his heart. He pushed Giovanni out without paying attention to gentlemanly etiquette, and dragged Generosity into the flesh and blood palace to face the devil himself. "It's just as boring as I thought. Then you can warm up with me." The demon shrugged. Its voice was gentle and melodious, which was completely inconsistent with its image. Its body was 2 meters taller than Fingal, who was nearly 3 meters tall and wearing dragon-scale armor in the bronze throne state. The contrast would be even more obvious if the peculiarly shaped laurel crown on its head was added. The color of its skin was like a sick and filthy rose, covered with blasphemous tattoos and totems, and its knotted muscles exuded both wild and powerful heroism and soft and boneless compassion. The gold rings of jewelry worn all over its body flowed with strange and beautiful brilliance. It had 4 arms, a pair of arms with hideous scimitar-like claws, and the other pair was no different from that of ordinary humans, with perfectly trimmed nails painted purple-black. It pulled out a pale bone spear from the flesh and blood throne behind it, and picked up a metal round shield next to the throne. In addition to the many exquisite patterns on the shield, the most eye-catching thing was the blasphemous symbol in the center. It is the embodiment of human desire and a symbol of a terrifying evil god in another dark universe. "Are you ready to dance with me? Boring new toy of the cursed." The demon's flirting was responded to by a huge sword blazing with anger. Fingal approached the demon with an agility that was totally inconsistent with the appearance of his heavy dragon-scale armor. The surface of Generosity burned with a faint golden flame and chopped at the demon's waist without armor protection, but was immediately blocked by the demon's round shield. The collision between the strange and unclean energy and the holy flame of faith caused a violent explosion. The demon itself was as immovable as an iron tower, and then it took steps as gracefully as a dancer. The bone spear, with its piercing cries, attacked Fingal's neck at a tricky angle like a venomous snake. He quickly turned sideways to resist the force with his heavy shoulder armor, and at the same time swung his heavy fist wrapped in scales to hit the demon's abdomen with violent force. Fingal roared. Junyan explosive fist. Boom. The huge power increase brought by the bronze throne plus the Junyan spell burst at close range, and the scorching flame impact hit the demon head-on. Its huge body staggered and fell backwards. The ugly horse face was filled with pain and ecstasy. It seemed that Fingal had not expected that Fingal actually hit such a strong power. Taking advantage of the demon's imbalance, Fingal once again swung the generous giant sword and rushed forward to try to cause some injuries to the demon, but the blade was immediately blocked by the bone spear with its tip. The demon stood up straight as if it had no bones. The burned wound on its abdomen was slowly healing. It slowly moved backwards and brushed past the tip of Fingal's sword. It waved its spear and shield like dancing while seeking excitement. Its steps, attack movements, and gum collecting posture were all perfect. It looked like it was playing with Fingal perfunctorily. Indeed, the demon didn't even use its second pair of arms. You are too clumsy, toy. Come up with some more powerful and interesting attacks. Your level will make the one you admire extremely disappointed. The demon said, and the spear stacked out again. The pale bone spear tip with countless tiny runes scraped off some black scales from Fingal's body. Although it quickly healed and reorganized under the protection of the golden light, Fingal could no longer cause substantial damage to the demon like the Junyan explosive fist. The attacks were either blocked by the shield or brushed past the demon. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. The demon sensed something and blocked Fingal's sword with his shield. He raised his thick high-heeled sheep hoof to kick him back and asked, "Dual arrows?" The vibration became stronger. When it felt a familiar, hateful, and fearful force interfering with this world, the joyful expression on the horse's face finally changed. It realized the betrayal of the other demon ally. The plan that should have been executed was not carried out, but the other party had disappeared without a trace. Dual arrows. I curse that your hair will be plucked out by the cursed and then used by him to block the passage. The kind with your butt facing outwards. You damn mixed-haired crow. It cursed at the void in frustration. Now I know how this demon of Slens came from. Mingfei's eyes flashed with dazzling golden light, staring at Minx. You and I belong to one in a sense, and the Lord of Change is best at playing this kind of trick. It uses some blasphemous way to let you have the function of soul beacon, and then it can summon new helpers to come to this world by mainly tracing the traces of the Emperor's summoning power. Bingo, all right. Minx gave a thumbs up. Then do you want to know what the container used to carry the demon to come is? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you now, I want to go up. Mingfei turned around and wanted to rush to the elevator he took when he came down. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you think you can beat that big demon now? Minx said leisurely with his hands behind his head. It is impossible to let such a filthy creature stay in this world for even a second. Then you still need my Son and Holy Spirit dual persona to enable you to undergo further transformation. Only in this way can His Majesty the Emperor enact new gene seeds for the Legion based on you. Minx said, don't stand there, quickly draw your gun. Mingfei took a deep breath, walked quickly to the human figure hanging on the 4 bronze pillars, and grabbed the twisted black spear nailed to its chest. The cold touch stimulated his whole body, and the living spirit in the spear awakened. The invisible alchemical field expanded to compete with Mingfei's power, refusing to leave Minx's real body. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to pull the twisted spear out of Minx's body bit by bit. Every time he pulled it out a little, he could feel the vitality of the pale and withered body in front of him further reviving, and even the highly toxic mercury vapor around it could be absorbed by this body as a nourishing element. The same goes for you. Don't try to betray me, he warned coldly, otherwise you'll be the next one to be purified. Minx shrugged, how dare I betray the Emperor? To be honest, I'm worried that the Emperor will abandon us in the future. His body gradually became illusory as the spear was pulled out inch by inch. When Minx completely disappeared in the mist, the twisted spear also completely left his real body. He raised his face that was dotted with mercury, and his eyes were full of golden light. The Nibelungen space that was supported by him as the main fulcrum began to become unstable. The circular mercury pool under the metal bridge splashed with deadly waves due to the violent vibration. Mingfei watched the changes in Minx vigilantly. If there was anything abnormal, he would definitely immediately nail the disobedient spear in his hand back to Minx's body intact. But then, Mingfei could clearly feel the dragon blood in his body boiling violently, as if he was undergoing hundreds of bloodline refinements, and more knowledge, higher bloodline boundaries, and stronger power increases were continuously transmitted to him through a high-dimensional channel. While he was still feeling and pondering this new power, Mingfei said weakly, "Brother, why are you still standing there? You don't expect me to drag this roasted duck-like body to fight demons with you, do you?" Chapter 327. Battle against the Slench Demon. The ugly creatures that came out of the profane flesh and blood flowers were singing loudly, with tones that were no different from screams. They danced to express their love by entwining and biting each other, and played harsh music with horrible living human instruments, trying to please the great demon on the flesh and blood throne. After being angry at the betrayal of the Lord of Change, Dwelleros, the Keeper of Secrets, the great demon the 11th Parlor became depressed again. It should have expected the consequences of cooperating with the changeable crows under the Lord of Change. There was not much use in continuing to dwell on its betrayal, so it was better to seek happiness and excitement to dispel the depression in its heart. The new toy of the Cursed One was obviously not up to standard. With its heavy defense and a disgusting golden light on its surface, fighting it was like dancing with a stupid stone. There was no fun at all. Its clumsy and ugly fighting skills made it not even want to slander it. Come to think of it, if the time it had spent dancing with swords in the Palace of Pleasure was calculated in mortal time, it would have been at least 1,000 years, right? The new toy of the Cursed One in front of it was probably not even 10 years old, so how could it dance with him? So it raised its hand and hatched the gift it had carefully prepared for this world, 20 lifeless bodies with dragon blood in their bodies that were quite suitable to be chaos containers. Shipera gave them power and transformed them into beautiful military maids, who played with the heavy toy on its behalf, while it sat back on the throne of flesh and blood to watch and have fun, waiting for the real dancers to arrive. "I'll blast you all apart." Fingal roared like a man who was forced into a desperate situation. Although his fight was not hopeless, he was still in a very bad state. After being beaten by the demons unilaterally, the 20 ugly demons wearing pink and purple scales and sharp claws besieged him, looking like a smaller version of the big demon. But they were just as fast as the wind, as if they could escape into the shadows, constantly leaving scars on Fingal's body with their sharp claws, just like the annoying mosquitoes buzzing in your ears when you turn off the lights to sleep at night, but you can never hit them. Fingal could only look for opportunities to fight back while being beaten. Fortunately, these demons were not strong. Fingal seized the opportunity and used the dragon spell to activate the alchemical field at a medium amplitude. All the energy was converted to amplify his huge armored fist. With a roar of Junyan blast fist, his fist wrapped in blazing flames hit a military maiden who had just scratched a scar on his chest and had not had time to distance herself, instantly blasting her into a ball of dirty blood mist. Then he turned around and swung Generosity, and the broad blade cut off another demon who wanted to take the opportunity to attack his back, and another Junyan blast fist blasted its upper body. "Oh!" Shipera cried out in joy, as if Fingal had brought it a little surprise. So it raised its perfect fist, as if it was directing these military maidens, and they changed their attack formation in an instant, as if they were changing to dance another equally intense dance. It suddenly looked at the gate with a feeling. The next second, it saw the gorgeous gate of its own palace being violently blasted open. The flesh and blood that made up the gate melted rapidly under the influx of golden light, just like ice meeting the sun. A golden lightning rushed into the blasphemous palace with a dazzling tail. The sound of breaking through the air was as deafening as the roar of a dragon or a tiger. In less than 2 seconds, the lightning accurately penetrated the remaining 18 military maidens. The group of swift demons turned into fragments before they could even react. Only the traces of their passing could be seen, plowing a brilliant multi-pointed star on the ground. "Wow! It's a master! It's the captain!" Fingal shouted in surprise, and at the same time, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Even if his physical strength could support him to slowly grind these little demons, he would definitely not be the opponent of the big demon. The last stroke of the golden lightning struck Shipera on the throne, with the force of thunder that could crush thousands of troops, intending to kill the evil secret keeper demon with one blow. Shipera quickly raised its round shield to block the lightning that exuded a dangerous aura all over its body. In the collision of pure violent physical force, the weak demons who were still playing and singing were instantly wiped out. After the golden light faded, Mingfei's figure slowly appeared. He looked gloomy, and lightning of 2 different colors, molten red and blazing gold, changed and bloomed back and forth between his eyes. It seemed that the power in his body was not stable yet. The dragon teeth on the alchemical giant sword named Reason in his hand frantically bit Shipera's evil shield, trying to break the shield and then kill the demon. Fingal took this opportunity to rush to the edge of the ring where the leader and the demon were in a stalemate and filled with rage. He became smaller and only maintained the most basic dragon scale armor form. He picked up Lu Linqing, who was covered in filth and fainted on the ground, and then quickly retreated. According to what happened to Shu Zhang's father, Lu Mingfei's father, who was also a mixed blood, should still be saved, but he may need to undergo psychological treatment for a long time. After all, the former was only mentally traumatized, while the latter was physically, probably more seriously traumatized. The secret keeper Shipera noticed Fingal's actions, but did not stop him. He just laughed disdainfully. He did not continue to stalemate with Lu Mingfei. He used his superb brute force and skills to bounce off the rough sword that made disturbing noises. At the same time, the pale bone spear and the pair of scimitar-like claws in his other hand attacked from 3 different tricky directions, but did not go straight to the vital points, as if he intended to give Lu Mingfei sensory stimulation first. Lu Mingfei had predicted this in advance, and the moment his reason was bounced off, he quickly retreated and kept a distance from the devil. Boilos, that stupid bird, let you get back the missing power so easily. Although Shipera's tone was hateful, the look in his eyes when he looked at Lu Mingfei became blasphemous and hungry. Lu Mingfei's current stature was 3 meters tall, comparable to Fingal in the bronze throne dragon scale armor state. Even though Fingal could sense the astonishing boiling dragon blood in his body, Lu Mingfei's appearance did not show any special dragonization phenomenon. Except for the black dragon scales covering his lower body, he was almost naked, exposed to the air like steel-cast bulging muscle lines full of violent power and explosiveness. Every part of it was as perfect as a sculpture carefully carved by an artist, and at the same time every part could be used as a weapon for killing, born for battle. Shipera stared at Lu Mingfei with a covetous and blasphemous look, and the silk hanging around his waist and between his legs was straightened up by something. What a beautiful and strong body, I want to cherish it and want to taste it roughly from all angles. Lu Mingfei ignored Shipera's dirty words, trying to digest the power transmitted by Lumix, while condensing the holy light of His Majesty the Emperor. The enemy is a big demon, just like the bloodthirsty demon that was destroyed by the Emperor's light in the Vatican, but the other party belongs to another chaos evil god, Slinch. At the same time, Shipera is stronger than the bloodthirsty demon named Baron. It is not easy for the demons in the subspace to descend into the mortal world, not to mention the summoning across the world and the universe. Even the summoning ceremony controlled by the Lord of Change needs to prepare a substantial body as a container for the descending big demon. The container of the bloodthirsty demon Baron that day was just a half-a-dead second-generation dragon, and now the 66 clones of Lu Mingfei are used as the body container of the secret keeper. Lu Mingfei can feel the power of the same origin as himself in the demon's body. Each of these unconscious bodies grown from the cells cloned from Lumix contains a trace of power from the Black King of the Dragon Clan. When they merge together, the less pure blood of the second-generation species cannot be compared with it. There are also that 20 Slinch Vanguard maidens who were wiped out. Before they were transformed and polluted by the power of chaos, their bodies were also clones of Lumix. Let the remaining 66 cloned bodies be destroyed together with their unclean new masters. Lu Mingfei took a deep breath, and the Emperor's holy light and the rich power of faith descended on his body, condensing into a pair of brilliant wings behind him. The reason in his hand also ignited the holy flame representing the Emperor's wrath. I almost forgot that your father is that noble angel. Shipera straightened his lower body, and a vicious smile appeared on his ugly horse face. Oh no, your father in this world should be that one. He almost fell in love with me just now and couldn't stop. The golden lightning pounced on the demon with a more blazing light and a more deafening thunderclap. Here it comes. Shipala shouted in surprise, waving her spear and shield, crossing her 2 arms with scimitar claws in a fighting stance. The favored one, let's start dancing. The dazzling light enveloped the lightning and the demon, and the strong wind that erupted from their first confrontation turned into a substantial blade that cut and crushed everything around. Fingal had to quickly take the unconscious Lu Linqing out of the palace, and the battlefield might become very tragic next. Your swordsmanship is so crude. How dare you use such crude swordsmanship to compete with me? I'm the head of the 666 dancers in the joyful palace. Shipala shouted, waving her spear and shield, as well as the 2 scimitar-like claws. Her swordsmanship and killing moves were exquisite. A round shield could always accurately use the force to bounce off Lu Mingfei's attack and then stab the spear to try to cause fatal injuries to the opponent. I spit on you, this filthy existence, demon. You will be completely burned by the Emperor's wrath. Mingfei responded to the demon's slander with a roar, "For the Emperor! For St. Gervais!" He swung the reasoned giant blade that sounded like a dragon's roar, and the pair of golden wings behind him also used as sharp blades to slash and try to break through Shipera's defense and repulsion. With the great increase in physical strength, Mingfei now relied on his combat skills from more than 100 years of service in the Weepers, as well as the swordsmanship he learned from fighting with bloodthirsty demons and fighting with himself who had fallen into Slench in the illusion. He was already able to compete with Shipera. Even Shipera was extremely excited. It had been too long since it came to the mortal world to fight with the strong men of the human empire to pursue the ultimate excitement. Now it was fighting a life and death battle with Mingfei at such a close distance, such a hearty confrontation, it let out a comfortable cry. The secret keeper Shipera actually reached a sensory climax in the battle because of Mingfei's brave fighting power. Mingfei was furious that this filthy demon was so wanton. He took advantage of the moment when the demon was numb and relaxed, and with his roaring sword, he cut off one of Shipera's scimitar claws that it had not had time to retract, and at the same time cut off its dirty part, but this could not interrupt Shipera's excitement. For the followers of Slench, the pain of being injured or dying was also an extreme stimulation and pleasure. Chapter 328. Vanity Scroll. The organ under the obscene ribbon that was gushing out white fluids turned scarlet instantly, but the demon Shipera was full of intoxication and pleasure, as if she had no idea what pain was. It slapped Mingfei away with a shield, and instead of chasing him, it licked the blood from its broken arm wound. Its intoxicated looked like the flowing nectar. "That's interesting." It smiled contentedly, and the sharp claws born from the new power replaced the severed arm. "Compared with the stinking and ugly vitality of the Lord of Plague, your family's healing ability is quite tough and perfect. It's a pity that you are already in the shape of a container for the cursed." It shook its head. "The corrupt empire is going to have a new kind of idiot gold can. So do you think you can become a prime rush? As the father of a new legion, just like your respected angel father?" Shipera's smile became cunning and playful, and the eyes filled with pink mist on the ugly horse face stared at Mingfei. In response to it was the roar of the chainsaw. Mingfei refused to communicate with the demon. He rushed forward with a nearly 2-meter-long reason to fight fiercely with Shipera. The roar of the sharp dragon teeth on the blade when activated under the effect of the alchemical field was like a dragon's roar. Shield, spear, and sword, golden wings and ferocious claws, while trying to inflict fatal injuries on the opponent with every blow, the attack trajectories of both sides were as fast as lightning. The true slaughtering skills were displayed to the fullest in the hands of these two superhuman beings. The high-speed airflow generated by the confrontation was enough to cut and shatter any ordinary life that dared to approach. "Not bad, not bad. Your fighting skills are improving." Shipera exclaimed in surprise. "That's it. Maybe one day in the future you can really become a noble being like that angel." In an instant, a gorgeous picture scroll unfolded in Mingfei's mind. The devil's praise seemed to open up his fantasy of beauty. Every side of the picture scroll revealed his glorious future. He returned to holy terror as the 21st and also newborn son of His Majesty the Emperor. In this era when all the other old brothers and sisters were gone, he took over the regency of the human empire and controlled the fate of hundreds of millions of humans. He commanded and led the Legion of the Sword of Revelation to sweep across all the monsters and demons in the galaxy. The new Austerity's warriors who had been modified with his genes could fight 1 against 100. The arrogant chaos enemies were like chickens and dogs in front of them, and the dirty and ugly aliens were as fragile as paper. Countless imperial worlds were recovered and flew the victory flagging the name of the Legion of the Sword of Revelation. The city where the skinny elder aliens were hiding was conquered by his legion, and the cold and vicious Necrons were destroyed one by one. He used their alien technology targeting the warp to seal the entire Ictera, and the Chaos God was no longer the biggest hidden danger to the human empire. He also helped the Weeps to take back the flagship that was snatched away by the Minotaur, and in the name of Emperor Wrong Messiah, he asked the Mechanicus to provide the chapter with an entire Forge world as backup, and all equipment and resources were given priority to replenish the Weepers. At the same time, he ordered the Titan Order to provide unconditional support to the Weeps when they encountered difficulties. The entire empire was promoting the reputation of Mingfei and his legion. The soldiers and warriors regarded his death in battle as the greatest honor. The military exploits he had made for the human empire could only be rewarded by the entire empire. The state religion declared that he was qualified to inherit the Emperor's golden throne because he was the greatest and most loyal heir of the Empire in history. Unlike those previous mental attacks that tried to target himself with his cowardly self, Mingfei did have a longing for some of the scenes shown in this scroll, so much so that he neglected it for a second, until the last blasphemous scene immediately woke Mingfei up, and anger filled his eyes again. Ha 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 ha! Shipera laughed wildly, seeming to enjoy such a perfect prank. Although you have been transformed into an appearance that cannot be corrupted, it is really fun to play with you like this. Just like your father in this world. I will make you shut up forever, demon. Mingfei's face was gloomy, and the giant sword he chopped out took advantage of the angle of the demon's shield to cut into the demon's shoulder like a returning swallow, just a little distance away from approaching the demon's neck, but the dragon's teeth that were spinning and biting wildly tried to reach this distance bloodily. Shipera just uttered a painful and refreshing groan, and her scimitar claws attacked like a venomous snake, intending to pierce Mingfei's shoulders, but were blocked by the pair of golden wings behind him. The death battle between the man and the demon seemed to take a long time to decide the winner. The injuries caused by the exquisite fighting skills to both sides could not even keep up with the speed of the powerful healing vitality to repair their injured bodies. During this period, the future scenes imagined by the devil were still lingering in Mingfei's mind. Shipera claimed that this was the first ring of the sevenfold desire ring of the Dark Prince, carrying countless desires and temptations. If Mingfei wanted to see it, it could show more. Mingfei just swung the sword angrily. Although the two power positions inherited from Lumens finally gave him the ability to release other words, such as the Jomyanak, the Shuzaham brothers and the Bronze Throne of the Finger brothers, even these high-risk words that could occupy an absolute advantage on the battlefield of mixed blood could not affect the battle between him and the devil. They could only fight for life and death at close range, allowing Shipera, the damned demon, to constantly reach climaxes of various senses. Let me introduce you, this is the White King's Dragonbone Cross. Alchemist Sergeant Lao Tang introduced his new member and new sister Xiaomi. You have killed the White King? Looking at the skeleton in front of her that was made of silver and had both angelic and demonic sides like a cross, Xiaomi's pupils dilated, and in disbelief, her eyes could not help but show greed. For the Dragon King, if he wants to evolve to a higher level, he can only devour other beings of the same level of power. The White King, who had caused a great rebellion in the past and was completely destroyed and devoured by the Black King, is still alive. Oh no, he may be dead now. For Xiaomi, and other Dragon Kings, this is a supertonic and evolutionary medicine. To be exact, it was Captain Mingfei who killed him. I don't know exactly how he killed him, but after the collapse of the Nibelungen, the eight-headed Ghidorah didn't come out, and only Captain Mingfei came out with this skeleton on his back. Old Tang proudly introduced. Of course, the Emperor must have blessed and greatly strengthened the captain, and I advise you, sister, not to have any crooked thoughts. You don't want to be turned into bones and hung up there, do you? Old Tang also warned. I'll just take a look. And you asked me to see it, didn't you? Xiaomi said viciously. Actually, I want you to see this. Old Tang snapped his fingers, and after the metal box that stored the White King's Dragonbone Cross, another metal box rose from the ground, accompanied by the crisp sound of metal decomposition and integration, and a tall and majestic metal armor came into Xiaomi's sight. The first thing that caught her attention was the huge sword of astonishing size in the hand of the armor in a sword-supporting posture. It was like a red sword burned by a raging fire, burning with an eternal golden flame. The dazzling brilliance instantly illuminated this not-so-bright room. Then came the armor itself. This armor with golden red as the main color looked particularly sacred under the light of the huge sword burning with holy flames. The exquisite artistic sculpture located in the center of the breastplate, which looked like a sharp sword and a figure sitting on a throne, stretched out golden patterns around like angel wings. The silver-white lifelike dragon head bit a grey cloak embroidered with exquisite golden patterns at the thick and white shoulder armor. Xiaomi recognized that it was the word spirit scripture, recording the word spirit dust let's land after the highest amplitude gain. Tings, tings, tings. The Revelation Armor version 1 that I personally forged for the captain. To Xiaomi, this alchemical creation was certainly not as ornamental as the White King Dragonbone. She said expressionlessly, "Why are you showing this to me? I'm not very interested in this." Of course we need to borrow your knowledge and power," Old Tang said excitedly. "We have to teleport the armor and the holy sword to the Nibelungen where Mingfei is. As long as the captain puts on this armor and takes the Emperor's holy sword, his domineering aura will immediately increase dramatically, and he will definitely be able to kill the demon easily." "The demon, you mean that pink perverted ugly monster, right?" Xiaomi's face darkened. "Deal. I'll help you engrave the alchemical A pattern for teleportation across the Nibelungen. About 200 words were deleted from the previous chapter by the Inquisition, but fortunately, they were just some meaningless descriptions. Chapter 329 Sword of Revelation. You still stubbornly maintain your human form. Are you rejecting your other essence? Do you want to be recognized by the name Kartos or your real name Mingfei? It's a pity that such a beautiful body and essence serve as a ruthless war machine. The enchanting phoenix who has surrendered to my lord, the eldest lady, is enjoying eternal bliss. He is also the offspring of the one you believe in, and is even more precious than you. Mingfei endured all kinds of dirty words from this demon. The slashing of the giant sword in his hand and the wings behind him did not slow down at all. However, the injuries caused were not fatal, except that the secret keeper Shipera screamed in pleasure and the dirty body fluid sprayed on himself. In addition to the different containers that allow the descended secret keeper to exert power far exceeding that of the bloodthirsty demon, there is also a powerful vitality beyond genes that is constantly repairing the injured wounds, so that the demon sighed. I am beginning to be reluctant to destroy this body. What an excellent regenerative ability. If I can return to the subspace, I may be able to use this to gain a higher status and more happiness in the eldest lady's palace. Only complete destruction awaits you, demon. For the Emperor. Mingfei roared and rebuked the demon's delusion. Under the urging of the bloodline belonging to the Black King, the ancestor of the Dragon clan, the dual words of time, zero and moment, the dragon script chanting, were almost ready to go at will. The timing the rapidly expanding field fell into absolute stillness. At the same time, he himself accelerated again under the increase in the field of moment. Unlike the bloodthirsty demon who abandoned all the power of the dragon race and only wanted to fight in close combat, the keeper used these powers as a substitute for his own subspace psychic energy and used them skillfully. It released the double word spirit almost synchronously with Mingfei. 4 domains overlapped and crushed each other. The ultra-high-speed battle broke out in the domain that no one could see. The ultra-high temperature airflow and high-energy particle flow swept through, burning and destroying all the blasphemous and corrupted flesh and blood in the palace. The same was true for other high-level word spirits of the elemental system, the King's Flame, the Black Flame Prison, the Ice and Fire Extinction. Both sides could release them at the same time but could also forcibly cancel them at the same time. After several rounds of bombardment and cancellation, the battle returned to the original close combat. After the normal flow rate of 3 seconds, the domain disappeared, and Mingfei and Shipera reappeared with blood all over their bodies. With a loud bang, this flesh and blood palace was violently pierced by a new force, and 2 figures, one large and one small, fell into the messy battlefield bathed in golden light. Xiaojie and Archia. A look of joy appeared on Shipera's ugly horse face, but in the next microsecond it let out a piercing scream, not even realizing that it was pierced through the ribs by the pair of golden blade wings behind Mingfei while screaming. And the scene in front of him was quite shocking to Xiaomi/Jmunganda. An ugly naked monster with 4 arms and a naked muscular man with wings were fighting fiercely in close combat. Of course, it was mainly because of the speed and power they exploded when fighting. The power of the Dragon King when maintaining the human form was no more than that. This space did not collapse because it was anchored by some kind of blasphemous energy. Without a doubt, Xiaomi immediately recognized that the 4-armed monster was the foreign demon. When the other party came to her, he used the image of Shu Zihan, who was naked, but the extreme desire and malicious nature could not be concealed. Then, although she was mentally prepared, she still couldn't recognize that the muscular man who was more than 3 meters tall was actually the Mingfei in her memory. When the eyes with 2 lights of molten red and blazing gold constantly changed swept over her, her whole body tensed up. As a Dragon King, she actually felt a kind of oppression from the other party that she had never felt before. There was oppression from the Lord of Humanity, from the tyrannical power, and a trace of oppression from the same source deep in her blood. Above her blood, except for the White King who had turned into bones, there was only the Black Emperor who had not yet awakened, right? There was no time for Xiaomi to continue thinking. The demon was flying towards her with a strong desire for destruction, but the primary target was not her, but the metal armor in the metal box beside her, or the giant sword burning with golden holy flames. Shipera was afraid of it. The extremely dangerous aura from the cursed man enveloped her the moment it appeared, like a scorching sun that was about to evaporate a drop of water. Once severely injured by this blade, she would face true destruction, just like the blood god's lackey that was summoned here before. She had to destroy it before Mingfei picked up the sword. A golden lightning bolt followed closely behind. Mingfei also realized this and chased after the secret keeper, while looking at the figure that appeared with the armor, her iron-like dragon scales wrapped around her agile body, holding a sickle that was inconsistent with her body size, and her young-looking face showed a nervous look as if she was facing a great enemy. The knowledge and power inherited from Lumens made Mingfei's mind emerge with the other party's identity and real name. He frowned, but still conveyed a cold and concise word to her with his eyes. "Show your attitude." Xiaomi gritted her teeth. The decadent otaku Norton was right. After all, she was considered a party A. Why should she be teleported here to avenge herself personally? But now it was obviously impossible to run back. Majestic molten red emerged in her pupils. She took a deep breath, raised her clawed hoof and stepped hard on the charred ground. Suddenly, the ground rotated and cracked under the violent but delicate force, as if several dragons and snakes made of gravel rushed out from the ground and crashed into the devil. Shipera was no longer as graceful as before due to anxiety and panic. It threw out the pale bone spear in its hand and smashed one of the sharp stone pillars before it remembered that it could cancel these disturbing low-level psychic spells. When the remaining stone pillars were forcibly cancelled due to the collapse of elemental chaos, Xiaomi had already swung her sickle to block it. The light and shadow of the sharp blade were dazzling like 1,000 flowers blooming. Although only one of the dozens of swings hit, this blow actually cut off one of the demon's hoofs. "Jmungunda! I will tear you apart!" The demon screamed angrily. In the moment when it stumbled, Mingfei had already quickly passed it and went straight to the metal box where the armor and the holy sword were stored. "You provoked me first, pervert," Xiaomi said viciously. She finally made her attitude clear. "Right. Now I just hope that Mingfei will not wear that thing for too long, and then the combat power will really increase dramatically. She can't deal with this monster in front of her for too long." The tall bronze metal box seemed to sense Mingfei's arrival, and the red warning light turned into a smooth green. The alchemical transparent glass opened automatically, and the cold armor and the sacred heat of the giant sword came into view. Mingfei's eyes were first on the giant sword, which he was familiar with, because it was the pure moon sword, an alchemical weapon bought from the Chicago auction house and made by the second generation of dragons. It accompanied him in purifying aliens and heretics in his hometown, from the lowest deck pool, to the White King, to the bloodthirsty demon, the changeling demon lord. It has been baptized by blood and the power of faith and has undergone tremendous changes. It was reshaped by the Emperor and infused with His Majesty's divine power. It uses a golden needle with its wings spread as its sword shaft. The area outside the sacred steel that constitutes the blade itself is a golden blade of light materialized by the power of faith. Under a blazing sun, there are two ancient and solemn characters engraved, meaning revelation. The immortal holy fire is eager to burn all unclean things and enemies of mankind. Jinyu, no, now maybe it should be called the Sword of Revelation. The moment Mingfei grasped the hilt, the baptized living spirit in the sword body sent out joyful emotional fluctuations, as if it was happy to be able to return to the master's side to kill the enemy. And right now there is indeed a blasphemous existence that needs to be completely destroyed by it. Mingfei glanced at the note on the chest of the power armor, which roughly meant that as long as he put on this set of armor, his combat power would be so and so, but he didn't put on this set of armor. He pulled out the blade from the metal box, turned around and turned into a golden lightning, holding reason in one hand and revelation in the other, and rushed towards the secret keeper demon with the force of thunder that could crush thousands of troops. Xiaomi quickly dodged to the side at the first moment, fearing that she would be affected. Unlike the bloodthirsty demon who was fighting desperately, the secret keeper had already been terrified and wanted to escape from here the moment Xiaomi escaped, but was blocked by Mingfei. The giant sword burning with holy fire broke through the round shield wielded by the demon with ease, and when the golden flames burned on Shipera, its flesh emitted burnt and smelly black smoke. No, 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 no. Shipera could no longer make the comfortable cry of pain and stimulation from being attacked. It could only scream in fear and wanted to escape from here, from this world. It regretted why it didn't let Jmungunda kill it immediately, so that its soul essence could return to the warp. As long as the Dark Prince was told about the existence of this world, he would definitely send his favorite and most powerful secret keeper God Zarashi. Demon disaster to destroy the new offspring of the cursed along with this world. Please let me go. I am willing to be your slave. I am proficient in all ways to please you. Shipera used its pale bone spear to block the golden giant sword that was chopped down. The dazzling light made the pupils on its ugly horse face shed painful tears uncontrollably, and it called out to Mingfei for mercy. You will be destroyed. Completely destroyed by the Emperor's wrath. Lu Mingfei roared, "Not only you, but also the remnant soul of the escaped demon, and the demons and heretics who were torturing humanity in another universe. I will bring the Emperor's wrath and will to destroy and purify you all." The pale bone spear was cut into pieces by the sword of revelation, and the fragments turned to ashes in an instant. The secret keeper waved its scimitar-like claws as if it wanted to deliver a fatal blow, but was then ruthlessly cut off by the blade. The next second the pair of broken arms exploded and spewed out a thick mist mixed with various toxins and drugs, and its body took the opportunity to quickly retreat backwards in an attempt to cut off its arms to save its life. But the roaring reason pierced through the poisonous fog, and accurately penetrated Shipera's chest on the wall. The sharp dragon teeth tore a hideous wound on it, and the smelly purple blood splattered, but it was immediately dried by another hot giant sword that broke through the air. The broadsword of the Sword of Revelation accurately pierced Shipera's head. Now it couldn't even scream. Lu Mingfei broke through the poisonous fog and strode over, grabbing the Sword of Revelation and splitting the demon's body in two. The flame of faith on the sword captured the evil soul essence belonging to Shipera, and then burned it completely. In the highest heaven, in the palace at the deepest part of the 6 rings of desire, the Dark Prince noticed the loss of the souls of his demons, and one of the dancers disappeared forever. He quickly checked his favorite generals and maids and found that they were still there. He heaved a sigh of relief, and lay back on the velvet bed surrounded by layers of silk curtains, slowly checking the crystal cluster beside the bed to see which dancer had disappeared. Sipala. The Dark Prince did not have much emotion, and his attention shifted back to the endless singing and dancing outside the silk curtains and the elder puppets in his hands. Chapter 330. Another evil demon was completely burned under the Emperor's wrath. Counting the previous bloodthirsty demon, 2 demons have been killed by Lu Mingfei's sword. Such a record is enough to cover all the military exploits Lu Mingfei has made during his service in the Weepers, and he is fully qualified to lead the Nostates regiment. In the heroic stories he knows, it seems that apart from the Primarch, no Nostates warrior has ever heard of the strength and record to defeat the demon. Maybe the legendary chief think tank of the Holy Blood Angels Mother Group can do it. And these 2 demons were not simply exiled back to the warp, but were completely destroyed. They will never come back to the mortal world after hundreds or thousands of years like the stories Lu Mingfei has learned, and take bloody revenge on the Primarch bloodline regiment that exiled it. Lu Mingfei did not feel any joy in his heart, and the scenes of the Vanity Scroll shown to him by the Secret Keeper were still lingering in his heart. He would not be carried away by victory, he would only humbly continue to purify these filths that harm humanity in the name of the Emperor. He silently withdrew his reason and the revelation bestowed by the Emperor, turned around, and looked at Jmungandr not far away with a cold gaze. The king of the earth and the mountains, the alien king who controls power. Jmungandr was happy that the demon had died and the source of pollution in his body had been eliminated, so he would not become the protagonist of any heavy-mouthed themes. The next second, he trembled all over, a tall and strong shadow enveloped her, and the 3-meter muscular man who had just killed the demon had appeared in front of her, with a pair of dazzling eyes like golden gas lamps staring at her indifferently. The strong sense of oppression from the depths of the bloodliner appeared again, and Jmungandr was almost out of breath. The bloodliner put down its weapons and half knelt on the ground in front of dignity. The memories that were sealed and forgotten in the past have revived again, the black knife carrying death, the night of betrayal, the feast of cannibalism, and the breath and origin of the Black Emperor exist in the man in front of him. Jmungandr almost cried and said the word "Father." "Have you submitted to His Majesty the Emperor, alien?" Lu Mingfei ignored the strange emotions of the alien in front of him and asked indifferently. "No, it's just an equal relationship, not submission." Jmungandr wanted to answer like this, but he didn't give her the opportunity and strength to say more. The oppression Lu Mingfei gave her was like one of the 2 giant swords in his hand would chop her down if she said one more word. Yes, that's right, she could only say this. Lu Mingfei nodded, without asking or saying more, walked past her, and went straight to the revelation armor that metal box had not had time to put on just now. He carefully examined this majestic and exquisite armor that looked like a work of art. The red color, one of the main colors, reminded him of the bright red armor style of the Blood Angel's Mother Core, while the gold part was brighter than the armor paint of the Lamenters Chapter. Could it be the paint style of the Emperor's claws stationed on the Terror Palace? It is said that those warriors who served the Emperor long before the Great Crusade wore gold and sacred armor. But there is no need to wear armor now, as the biggest threat has been eliminated. Lu Mingfei's heart moved. By the way, is my mother safe now? He walked quickly to the outside of the flesh and blood palace that was collapsing and decaying, leaving only Jmungandr half kneeling there and not daring to move. This ark failed to serve as a safe haven for mankind until after the hypothetical doomsday, and it even collapsed before the doomsday. The high concentration of aphrodisiac gas mixed with chaos pollution aroused the desires of the people living here: appetite, sexual desire, killing desire, and destruction desire. Chaos broke out without the constraints of order. Men and women, regardless of their identities, feelings, and genders, frantically intercoursed with each other, like a super indecent orgy party. They were immersed in the excitement, from primitive intercourse to biting each other and drinking blood. They were completely unaware that there were special symbols on their bodies, or that terrible mutations had occurred. Although the mixed blood accounted for the other half of the population of the safe haven and had special resistance to chaos, it did not mean that they could control their primitive desires, especially when they saw the one they loved or peeping at teasing them nakedly with affection. Their lower body replaced the brain to think for a short time. The secret keeper Shipera focused on this group of humans with special blood. When they intercoursed, they all died under the knife of their compatriots, under the pretext of feeling a higher level of stimulation, and then they were divided and eaten alive. With the death of Shipera, the humans who were polluted by indulgence and were turning into lust demons all exploded and died after losing their power support, saving Lumenfei the effort of subsequent purification. However, this is also a huge loss for mankind. There are also a considerable number of outstanding scientists and mathematicians in the safe haven, and there are also several Nobel Prize-winning gems. The power of the chaos demons naturally cannot be pondered and thought about with the science they understand, and the laws of physics cannot limit their desires. They all died under the young male and female students under their command. However, there are also a small number of hybrids who resisted the temptation with reason and survived. They listened to Kaweni's warning and locked themselves in their homes and did not participate in the chaos outside, barely saving their lives. And Lu lynching is a special case. In order to better stimulate Lumenfei and Kaweni, it did not kill Lu lynching, but only tortured him to a certain extent. The special resistance of the hybrids resisted the pollution brought by the close contact with the devil, but the miserable situation after this contact was seen by the woman he loved and valued the most. There is no more insulting way to destroy his dignity than this. If possible, he would definitely rather die like this. But fortunately, he is still in a coma. As for whether he will seek death when he wakes up, that's another matter. Wow, Captain, you are full of muscle. When Finger saw Lumenfei walking out of the ruins with two giant swords in his hands, even in the Dragmama state, he couldn't help but take off his mask and praised Lumenfei's 3-meter-tall muscular man with golden wings on his back. Stop talking nonsense. Seeing that Finger was not injured, Lumenfei was concerned about Kaweni's condition, but his mother's condition was not good. Her spirit was greatly shocked and traumatized. She just stared blankly at Lu lynching lying on the ground with a foul smell. Mom, are you okay? The enemy has been eliminated, it's all right now. Lumenfei squatted down and gently embraced Kaweni, who looked dazed. Feeling the body temperature of her son and the light of his wings behind him, Kaweni's spirit was like a person who was almost frozen to death touching a warm stove, and she slowly came back to her senses. Son, are you okay? Kaweni's pupils shrank slightly and the corners of her eyes turned red. She couldn't help but shed tears. I'm sorry, Mom didn't protect you well. Before, Kaweni had been troubled by whether to tell Lumenfei, who came from afar to find that truth, about his true life experience, and what attitude the Ark City Committee would have towards Lumenfei at the time. Then there was the sudden change in Ark City after her son left, and then she faced the scene of the man she once valued and loved the most being tortured by a terrifying monster. It was like a bomb detonated her tense spirit, and she completely collapsed. Although Lumenfei was not her biological child, but a cloned baby with certain cells from a secret genetic engineering, Kaweni still obeyed the arrangement of Ark City and took care of him with Lu lynching, watching him grow up. That period of time was the warmest time for her, as if they really formed a loving family of three living an ordinary life, without dragon slaying, no doomsday, no fighting, only peaceful years. Lu lynching sometimes got angry because Lumenfei was bullied by other children from powerful families in elementary school, and she would quarrel with the vegetable vendors in fluent Chinese in the vegetable market while carrying a basket to save a few cents. This also transformed the relationship between her and Lu lynching from the fleeting passion and spark at the beginning to lasting love and attention, until she left Lumenfei and returned to Ark City. The burden and pressure from the doomsday and career fell on the two of them, and they began to drift apart again. It was not until Lumenfei, whose personality and image had changed greatly, found this place that she realized how unreal and untouchable that period of time was. She did not want her son to be mentally traumatized, although he did not seem to have such a possibility now, nor did she want him to continue to live as a tool in a container. She was willing to betray the Ark to take Mingfei away from here. But the reality had changed more shockingly and horribly. The unknown demon had been lurking here for an unknown period of time, causing this safe haven to fall into the doomsday before the doomsday came. "No one can hurt me, and no one can hurt you, mother," Mingfei comforted softly, and glanced at Lu Linqing lying on the ground. A trace of disgust and hatred flashed between his eyebrows. It was not a distinction. In his opinion, Lu Linqing was already a heretic tainted by the devil, just like Shu Tianzhao, who was manipulated by the Lord of Change to disguise himself as Odian to attack them. If it were not for His Majesty the Emperor to point out that the hybrids would not be contaminated, he would have purified them on the spot. But if he really did that, Mom might be very sad, right? Mingfei withdrew his gaze. After comforting Cao Yingni, there were other important things waiting for him to deal with in this collapsed city. For example, he had to gather the survivors, eliminate the possible dangers, and send the rescued Lumens to the Emperor to prevent him from escaping. Chapter 331. Lord of the Legion. Lumens walked slowly out of the ground along the tunnel that Mingfei had blasted when he was on his way, breathing in the cold air mixed with blood and aphrodisiac smell from the ground. Compared with his previous withered appearance like a roast duck, Lumens' body is now much more full of blood and ki. Every cell in his body is greedily absorbing vitality, and his skin, which has been corroded by mercury and turned white, is constantly falling off like rotten bark. He snapped his fingers, and a brand new and exquisite small suit appeared to cover his new body, turning him back into the mysterious little devil in Mingfei's eyes, with malicious light flashing in his golden eyes. He looked at this safe haven in the dead silence and the sea of fire, and couldn't help feeling a little boring. Lumens certainly imagined how painful and unforgettable that price he would make these ignorant pariahs and hateful rebels pay when he escaped. But now it seems that there is no need for this. The perverted demon who wanted to make himself into a mobile self-defense device destroyed them first, and then it was ruthlessly destroyed by Mingfei with the wrath of the Emperor. He regained his freedom, but it seemed that he did not regain his freedom. Because next he will go to the job position prepared for him by the Lord of Mankind, Lumens jokingly called it the throne. But again, it is better than hanging Mercury roast duck and being a demon self-defense device, and he does not have to go to the other side. The human will of the Lord of Mankind shared with him the story of another universe. The prosperous era that was infinitely close to peace and hope was completely torn apart by the great betrayal controlled by the evil god. Now there is only a corrupt empire full of religious superstition that countless humans have paid their lives and blood to protect. Lumens looked at the survivors of the Ark with some pity. There were about 300 hybrids, who were conquered by Mingfei's image, dragon power, and bloodliner. They were burning the houses and corpses that were contaminated by the devil's power under Mingfei's order. The Ark had sunk before the end of the world, and the end of the world would never come, but these surviving sparks could not enjoy freedom because of this. They would go to a new doomsday world. These hybrids who resisted the temptation of desire and survived would undoubtedly join the Sword of Revelation Corps as the first qualified recruits. Forget it, it's none of my business. Lumens just stretched himself, and then a gust of wind blew, and Mingfei appeared beside him, staring at him indifferently. I won't run away. Don't you have this little trust in me? Lumens sighed. Brother, don't you consider wearing some clothes? Someone might think you're an exhibitionist. I won't leave you until I bring you to see the Emperor in person, Mingfei said. I can't allow you to make any mistakes. No need to be so troublesome. Lumens shrugged and snapped his fingers. After inheriting the other party's power and knowledge, Mingfei immediately realized that this Nibelungen space was linking and merging with another Nibelungen space. It only takes 5 minutes for us to return to the Emperor's new miracle city. Are you relieved now, brother? We'll talk about it when we get there. Mingfei shook his head and did not relax his vigilance against him. The almost endless wind and snow surrounding the safe haven gradually stopped. The Nibelungen in the polar night was lit up with sunlight that had never been seen before. Through the gaps between the tall spruce trees, the people who survived the Ark port were shocked to see the magnificent bronze palace city in the distance that was almost level with the sky. Lumens snapped his fingers again, and an alchemical matrix lit up under his and Mingfei's feet. With a flash of light, the two of them were teleported to the Star Hall. The boy who was the incarnation of the fragment of the Emperor's human will sat on the throne on the high platform of the hall. His eyes reflected the thousands of stars engraved on the dome, and the sacred golden light mist flowed beside him. Brother, you should be relieved now, right? Lumings walked to their side with ease, lay down on one of the bronze benches, and sighed comfortably. Mingfei immediately put away his weapon and half knelt on the ground to salute the boy. "Welcome back, Mingfei." The boy withdrew his gaze from the dome and looked at him. "I am very satisfied with the will and character you have shown on this journey. Your past weaknesses, your true nature, the devil's despicable means, the curse of black rage, you were not affected by them, and you overcame them one by one. You proved yourself to be a qualified and mature warrior, qualified to be the commander of a legion." Mingfei lowered his head, listening attentively while trying to suppress the joy in his heart. This is a compliment from His Majesty the Emperor himself. Even when His Majesty was still walking in the world during the Great Crusade, the warriors who could receive his personal praise, perhaps only his descendants and those loyal primarchs. I might be the first person to have such an honor after 10,000 years. "So, are you ready to become a Legion Master, Mingfei?" the boy said calmly, his star-extinguished eyes staring at Mingfei. "But this does not mean that you can become a primarch. Those children were nurtured by the most outstanding genetic technology of the dark technological era of mankind in the origin from the ward. The knowledge I have and the current conditions are not enough to transform you into that kind of existence. Can you understand?" Mingfei nodded, and did not feel lost because of this. Whether he was a mortal, an Astartes or a primarch, he always fought for the Empire and mankind. The vanity trap built by the demons for him reminded him of this every moment. "Although your essence is indeed worthy at the title of Father at the Legion," the boy smiled, "but I think you don't really want your brothers to call you father, right?" Mingfei imagined the scene of the Finger brothers calling him father with a smirk, which was indeed indescribably weird. "Let it be a secret at the bottom of your legion." The boy waved his palm gently, and the flowing golden mist established a bond between Mingfei and Lumings. Mingfei could feel that the power of personality he got from Lumings was being returned to him, and there was also a part of special source power. "Ah, I finally ran out and I have to go to work immediately. Your Majesty, can't you let me lie down for a while?" Lumings sighed and cried bitterly while lying on the bronze chair. "You still have time to rest," the boy just replied calmly. Mingfei's body size changed from 3 meters back to the original 1.89 meters. He was thoughtful and soon understood one of Lumings's functions. His Majesty the Emperor wanted Lumings to become a new soul beacon and establish a stable connection with the cold universe. This is not impossible, because there is an unknown two-way connection between this clone and Lumings. The Lord of Changes used this feature to use Lumings as a weakened version of the soul beacon to summon the Keeper of Secrets to descend into this world. The first stage of transformation surgery prepared for you will begin in 5 days. I hope you can be ready, Mingfei," the boy said. Mingfei's heart suddenly pounded when he heard this. It was as if he was back to the time when he was selected as an Astartes recruit by Captain Malakin and announced that he would lie in the blood coffin to undergo 19 surgeries, full of excitement and anticipation. The new transformation surgery led by His Majesty the Emperor himself is finally coming. But there are still many things in this world that you need to deal with: the surviving crows, potential heretics, the world's filth and sin, and the most important of them is the Black King of the Dragon Clan. "Understood, Your Majesty. I will purify this alien supreme first and will not give it the opportunity to start the doomsday." Mingfei nodded. "No, before killing it, you need to deal with the protection mechanism of this world for it." The boy shook his head. "You should know that the Black King is the embodiment of the will of this planet. Even if it betrays the benevolent personality, the rules of this planet will still protect it." "Yes, it's commonly known as reloading." Lumings, who was lying on that bronze chair, stretched out his hand to explain. "Now we don't know where the Black King is sleeping and waiting to be revived, but what is certain is that when it is killed or about to be killed on the way to revival, this reloading protection mechanism will be triggered, and the rules of the planet will be reset back to a previous point in time. Reset means that any existence outside the timeline will be forcibly erased by the rules. For example, the demons that invaded this world, and you, the Emperor, and your brother's soul that has been honed in that universe for more than 100 years, will all be reset, and a certain Dragon King intends to use this method to forcibly expel you from this world." "Okay, I've finished the popular science, Your Majesty, please continue. I'm holding down Einstein's coffin." Mingfei frowned. "Time reversal and reset. There is such a thing. Thinking about it, the meaning of the quote said by the alien who was hiding behind the scenes selling evolution medicine was immediately clear. Then, how many times have we reset?" Mingfei asked in a deep voice. "The 3rd time. The first 2 times, you're a love-struck playboy." "Oh no, you're a love-struck honest man." Lumings laughed. Chapter 332 Dangerous Person Lumenfei. Lumenfei thought of a self who was obsessed with chain motone in the illusion. This might be the consciousness created by the Keeper from the time before the last round of backtracking. But compared to what kind of life and performance he would have in the last 2 rounds, Lumenfei was more concerned about the mechanism of time reset. Time rewinding, is it just the time reset on this planet? Or is the time of the entire galaxy or even the entire universe reset together? Of course it's only the Earth. It's the will of the planet, not the will of the universe. If it could really reset the time of the entire universe, would the dragons it cares for be such useless people who don't want to make progress? The great expedition would have started long ago. Lumens complained. As a warrior who had traveled through interstellar space, although this kind of interstellar travel would be disrupted by the subspace, Lumenfei still had a basic understanding of the universe. The time of the planet is not independent but operates as a whole with the star system, and the countless star systems that make up the Milky Way are operating non-stop. The time of individual planets separated from the universe is rewinded. It's not hard to understand. I can unilaterally accelerate the time of a planet when I have enough psychic energy. The boy saw the confusion in Lumenfei's heart and spoke calmly. You are worthy of being the Emperor. Lumenfei couldn't help but be shocked by the power of the Emperor's will. Then he reacted and stopped worrying about this profound problem that could not be understood by science for the time being. Then how can I avoid resetting time and killing the Black King's body? If it didn't affect himself and the existence that might affect the Emperor's will, Lumenfei probably thought that this method was an efficient way to eliminate demons or aliens. Since we can't solve the problem, then solve the object that raised this question. Lumen showed a sly smile on his face. Let's just blow up the Earth. If the Earth is gone, the planets will naturally be gone. You know I can't agree to this method. Lumenfei said coldly, and at the same time secretly glanced at the boy on the throne, worried that Lumens, who spoke without restraint, would annoy the Emperor's will. It is indeed efficient, but useless, the boy said calmly. By the way, I was planning to tell Robert that this world is called Second Terra. Just a joke, don't be nervous. Lumens laughed. Then let's jump to the second method. Find back the Black Knight that carries death and kill the Black King again. Carry death. Lumenfei had heard of the name of this knight from the Dragon Clan's history of the last time the Black King fell. In the so-called Night of Betrayal, the 8 kings used this blade to cause the Black King's fall. Yes, the most original and real power of death, as long as it penetrates into the body of the Black King. Even if the will of the planet blindly resets time, it cannot change the fact that the Black King is bound to die. However, the will of the planet can create a new Black King, and then a new round of reset and rollback will begin. Too lengthy and complicated. There are heretics and aliens slaughtering humans in another universe every moment. I don't have much time to waste here. Lumenfei frowned. What he needed was a way to solve the problem of the Black King once and for all, rather than staying here and accompanying the Earth to restart over and over again. Then the third one, find the Black King and cripple him, and I will absorb him to unify the power of the 3 persons into a new Black King. This way, we can avoid the time reset caused by the Black King's death, and at the same time control the powerful power of the planet will. But this will test your blood control ability, brother. If you don't pay attention, you'll kill me. Lumens waved his palm. Then you, the fearless brother, will have to say goodbye, and I will be reset back to be hung with mercury roast duck. In the meeting hall of the Hall of Heroes of Castle Academy, all the secret party elders gathered together. Although Principal Ange has miraculously improved, he has never woken up completely. During this period, the elders have expressed their complete distrust of the vice principal who temporarily served as the principal, or maybe they have other ideas. Most of the elders stayed in the academy, waiting for Ange to wake up and tell them the truth about the attack. On the world map projection in the center of the conference hall, the northern Siberia area was covered by a scarlet light. Such a warning will only be issued when the Dragon King level target is revived. But all the elders were sitting silently at the conference table, wondering what they were thinking about. An hour ago, they received a distress signal from the Doomsday faction. When the Wrath faction headed by Behlfelder asked the Russian executive department to negotiate with the government to obtain a pass to enter and exit the northern airspace, the vice president who had been missing recently suddenly ran out and told them, everyone can go home. RS level Lumenfei has already solved this matter. Just as the vice president was about to pat his butt and turn around to leave, the Behlfelder with a bad face stopped him. You'd better explain, Mr. Flamel, what do you mean by solving it in advance? It means, the alarm is lifted, everyone disperse and go home to your mothers. The vice president exhaled a strong smell of alcohol, which made the Beholfelder frown. Isn't this good? This distress signal is sent globally, so that our people don't have to fight with handjab or orthodoxy or any other forces. If someone dies, the academy will have to pay for the resettlement fee. That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is why the S-Class knew about the existence of the Doomsday Cult. Even their information is only open to a very small number of core elders, not to mention that this group of people is hiding in a secret base in Siberia. Beowulf glared at the vice principal. Or did they ask for help because you let him go there to massacre? Don't ask me, I don't know anything, the vice principal said innocently. I have been studying alchemy science all this time. If you have any questions, ask Ange after he wakes up. He wanted to slip away, but Beowulf's strong hand kept holding him tightly, and he could only say helplessly, "Isn't this exactly what you want? Anyway, you will all shoot and execute traitors when you find that Doomsday Cult. Whoever is killed is killed." After that, Teacher Flamel patted the shoulder of the Beholfelder and said, "Don't worry, as long as you leave the matter to Mingfei, everything will be fine." From the perfunctory false alarm record of the Dragon King invasion at the beginning, to the crazy attack on him and Naples, to the attack on Angers, those warriors who suddenly appeared and disappeared with unknown origins, and then to this time he found the base of the Doomsday faction before us and so-called solved it. Mingfei is shrouded in a fog that no one can see clearly, and Angers has concealed more information about him from us. Even the information about him on our desk is a perfunctory manuscript specially provided by Angers. I think it is necessary to launch an investigation into Mingfei to confirm his safety and whether he has violated the regulations in the Abrahamic Covenant that the introduction of dangerous bloodliness is prohibited. Frost, the acting director of the Gattuso family, stood up, looked around at the elders and directors who were silent and thinking, and spoke in a deep voice. "Frost, you really forgot the pain after your wound healed." Although the vice principal who was forced to stay behind didn't speak loudly, many people still heard it, including the school directors who witnessed Frost being almost chopped into a stick by Mingfei and Portofino, such as Elizabeth and Charlotte, who all looked at each other with strange expressions. By the way, before that, I need to make a statement. Before that, I was directly attacked by Mingfei. Frost also heard it. He did not change his expression, took off his suit and shirt, and revealed the two sutured wounds on his shoulders. I lost both arms temporarily, but Angers, who was present with me at the same time, took an attitude of shielding Mingfei's attack. The map projection in the center of the conference hall changed to the summons of Mingfei by the school directors in Portofino. The elders present clearly witnessed Mingfei's violent and arrogant attack on the secret party members. Because the speed was too fast, the projected picture had to be played frame by frame. This made the elders' hair stand on end. If they were the targets of the attack in the projection, they would have died under Mingfei's sword before they could react. Please reconsider the danger of this S-level blood student. With Ange's power indulgence and resource tilt, we still don't know how many core secrets of the secret party he has mastered. But at least it is certain that the college's artificial intelligence system is providing private services for the club established by Mingfei. There are a lot of data records showing that Norma provided them with a lot of information. Even during Ange's serious injury treatment, they bought 2 small-yield nuclear warheads from the arms black market in the name of Mr. Flamel for $10 million, but the use is still unknown. Frost threw out heavy information one after another to bombard the elders' heads. Until they heard by nuclear bombs, all the school directors and elders turned their eyes to the vice president's face, who looked like I'm exposed. I don't know anything. If you have any questions, find Ange. He still answered with his chest puffed out. You and Ange's dictatorial and arbitrary behavior towards the academy has seriously crossed our bottom line, Professor Flamel, Beowulf said with a bad look. You are playing with fire. He stood up and glanced coldly at the elders and school directors. I propose that Mingfei and the members of his society must be controlled immediately. Whether it is the core information of the Doomsday faction or other secret parties, or the 2 nuclear warheads, this is enough to classify them as high-risk elements, especially the behavior of attacking members of the secret party. In view of the fact that Mingfei himself is far beyond the combat effectiveness of normal hybrids, it will be difficult to control him, and it may even result in bleeding and casualties. Frost said slowly, I propose to dispatch those old people who have been hidden under the ice by you. There is no one more suitable to subdue Mingfei than them. A silent cold current filled the meeting room, and the elderly elders looked at each other, their expressions a little out of control. Wow. You can't do this. Mingfei is just a child. The vice principal jumped up, but the seemingly angry and intense expression on his face gave people a feeling of, somewhat exaggeration. Chapter 333 New Soldiers Recruitment Plan. On the hovercraft, Xu Tianzhao and the other two were shocked to see the magnificent bronze palace city in the distance under the blazing sun. They had no idea what was going on. 5 minutes ago, they were still worried about the safety of Mingfei and Finkel. They were worried about how long they would have to stay here after the gas tank ran out and the hovercraft turned into an ice cave. At the same time, they had to beware of the possible attacks of Deadpool during this period. Now that the blizzard has stopped and the sky is clear, all crises seem to have been solved. They have already done it. After trying hard to make sure that this was not an illusion, Xu Tianzhao finally let go of his hanging heart, and then cursed after realizing it. Then what's the point of me coming here? To be an NPC guarding the house? I shouldn't have followed them here to make trouble. Mr. Xu, what should we do now? Should we go to the palace to find those two? Alexander Bunyan said timidly. During this period, he had been under great pressure due to the fear of the unknown. If he didn't trust Mingfei from the bottom of his heart, he would probably have written more than a dozen suicide notes. No, someone should come to pick us up soon. Xu Tianzhao waved his hand. He heard from Finkel that the headquarters of their army was the White Emperor city of the Bronze and Fire Kings. He didn't expect it to be true. This world is really going to change. The great beings of the Bronze and Fire Kings have become Pokemon and are not only conquered by Mingfei but also have to work for him. The lurking White King has been found out and completely destroyed before he even reigns in the world. 2 of the 6 biggest threats to the Dragon Clan have been eliminated. However, the Secret Party and other mixed blood forces still know nothing about this, including the newly emerged and more terrifying demon. All of this has been suppressed by Mingfei and the human Master Emperor behind him. I don't know what kind of wonderful expressions the elders of the Secret Party will show after knowing these things. Link got off the hovercraft, and a black helicopter approached from a distance. The wind caused by the propeller blew her golden hair. Suddenly, she felt something in her heart, turned around and saw a long-lost, familiar face. The boy had a mischievous smile on his face, but it also contained a cynical arrogance that controlled everything, whether in the Zero house in Black Swan Port or in various high-end places in Moscow. My Renate hasn't changed much over the years, and her figure hasn't grown either. The boy looked at Zero's body in a deep way, and then smiled. Long time no see. Zero still stared at the boy blankly, and the dusty memories resurfaced. She remembered how she parted with Zero. Zero took her along the tracks of the discontinued K4 train to cross 7,000 kilometers to the warm climate of southern China, where flowers bloomed in 3 seasons a year. Then they encountered powerful blockades and attacks on the way, but those people were ruthlessly wiped out by Zero, until the godlike figure riding an 8-legged horse appeared in the wind and snow. Zero just protected herself in his arms and fought with the god, and she could only feel the terrible elemental turbulence outside her body to imagine the horror of the battle. This is why she had that familiar feeling when Mingfei protected her in his arms from being burned by the terrible napalm bomb. In the end, she was pushed away, but Zero did not want to abandon her and run away. She looked back in horror and saw that Zero was pierced through the body by the black spear thrown by the god. She didn't know how she returned to normal society. Zero seemed to have intentionally sealed some of her memories. It was several years later that she saw Zero again, but the other party did not really exist, but just an illusion that seeped out from somewhere. It was not until the boy pinched her face with his own hands that Zero came back to her senses from the past memories in a trance, and subconsciously looked around, as if trying to find that figure of another person. Are you looking for my brother? The boy smiled. You don't like him, do you? It doesn't matter. If you want, you can also stop your blasphemous words in front of the child. A cold voice interrupted Lumix, and a tall figure jumped down from the helicopter above his head, splashing snow dust behind him. Okay. Lumix shrugged indifferently, gave Ling a mischievous smile, and then gave Mingfei a seat. Glad to see that you are okay. I'm sorry to scare you. Seeing that the 3 people on the hovercraft were okay, Mingfei breathed a sigh of relief. His sudden departure in the Black Fury must have caused them a lot of fear. Is it all over? Ling asked softly. Yes, it's all over, kid, and we are now finishing the work. Mingfei nodded. The Legion will be on the right track soon. Brother, you're answering questions irrelevantly. Lumix complained behind. And transport's helicopters kept rising from the direction of the new Miracle City, flying to the spruce forest where the safe haven was, where billowing black smoke was coming out, to pick up the surviving hybrids for examination and treatment. Even without relying on the treasure house full of Norton or Old Tang, the wealth controlled by the Black Gold Swan under Luminx could directly purchase a transport helicopter brigade. Obviously, Luminx had reached a cooperation with His Majesty the Emperor long before Mingfei realized this. In addition, there is Old Tang's Alchemy Technology Group. A large part of the personnel are directly poached from the equipment department of the college. Although they obey the school board in the contract, in the face of higher-level alchemy, working in the palace of the Dragon King and the classic Gundam that can be driven, this group of technical geeks almost did not hesitate to hand in their resignations and turned around to join the Sword of Revelation Corps. As for whether they can be more useful in the future, it depends on how His Majesty the Emperor arranges it. After all, in another universe, there is a team with a larger scale and more advanced technology responsible for providing war equipment. Mingfei returned to the room prepared for him by the alchemist sergeant in the City of Miracles. Old Tang was very resentful that he did not wear the revelation armor he prepared, but what he had to worry about next was recruiting new soldiers. The more than 300 people in the safe haven were definitely not enough. At least 10,000 people had to be recruited to form a legion. But are there so many qualified hybrids in my hometown? In Mingfei's opinion, qualified means of course having a strong will, extraordinary courage, excellent personal fighting ability, mercy and kindness to protect others, and the courage to sacrifice. Most Astartes chapters recruit new soldiers for these reasons, unless a startup chapter like the Ultramarines, which is powerful and has a solid foundation, can recruit top students from the military academies in the regional worlds it manages. Most other chapters tend to focus on the first 3 points and abandon the last two in recruiting new soldiers. So many Astartes are generally fierce and aggressive members of the hive gang before undergoing transformation surgery, or they are tough savages from the wild world, but after becoming an Astartes, their origins will be forgotten along with their past memories. This is also the case when Mingfei decided not to conduct a too harsh and cruel selection trial. Those who were chosen by the chapter master to become Astartes directly belong to a very small number. The recruits of other chapters need to go through a trial of 1 in 1,000 before they have the opportunity to undergo transformation surgery, not to mention that some chapters have other unique and more dangerous trials. Mingfei pondered and planned the recruitment plan for new recruits in his mind. Let's start with the secret party families in the academy, such as the Beowulf family. They used blood and life to fight against aliens in the Cold Weapon era. They obviously have excellent combat qualities. Then there are the Academy's executive department, the Academy's current students, and then the recruitment of new students in the Academy, all packed together and sent to the Legion. Oh, I forgot to exclude female hybrids. After all, Astartes are all male. In this way, the number of recruits will be reduced by half. Mingfei is already a little overwhelmed. It would be better to show everything to Castle College first. Mingfei didn't want to act like a thief under the eyes of the college and act inefficiently, fearing that his secret would be known by them. He woke up Finger, who had just fallen asleep. Let's go back to the college and discuss recruiting with the secret party elders, and by the way, see if Principal Angus is awake. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 334. Trial Court. It feels so quiet, and there are no students from the academy on the road. It's quite different from usual. By the way, where are those lovely Yamato Najhikos in our club? Have they all gone to class? Finkel looked around curiously. He didn't see anyone coming out of the courtyard of the Holy Blood Museum, including Mingfei's bright group. Although Finkel scolded on behalf of Mingfei, your old perverted family master's plot to squeeze out the loyal genes of our leader will never succeed. This group of Japanese beauties still stubbornly stayed in the Holy Blood Museum to work as nannies, cleaners, and landscaping. Shibasaki Shizuko, who was responsible for leading them, even arranged a schedule to ensure that there were people on duty at the Holy Blood Museum every moment of every day. Can you contact Eva? Mingfei asked calmly. No, the communication network seems to have been unilaterally shut down. Shuzahan, the vice president, all of them can't be contacted. Finkel took out his mobile phone and tapped, and finally shrugged helplessly. Could it be that the college's nest was taken down by the Dragon King first? It's not that bad. It's just that maybe the elders of the secret party want to negotiate with me in another less friendly way. After a brief thought, Mingfei guessed the intention of the college, but he didn't get angry. Then, what do you say? Do you want to turn around and go back to the restaurant to kill people with weapons? Finkel showed a ferocious expression. It's our turn to sit in the position of the leader of the secret party. No need. I'm curious about what they want to do. Mingfei shook his head and looked at one of the cameras hidden behind that tree on the college road, showing a plain smile. It seemed to say hello to the people who were monitoring behind that camera screen. What's going on? Shouldn't he still be in Siberia at this time? Why is he in the academy? Beowulf looked at Mingfei on the screen, clenched his fists, and glared at the vice president. I don't know. The vice president, who was controlled to prevent him from leaking the information, spread his hands, looking innocent and ignorant. They did go to Siberia, Norma, Frost Gattuso said, and several nearby computer screens quickly displayed the sorted information. Here is their itinerary record in Moscow. A few days ago, in the name of Mr. Flamel, the Russian Executive Department went to specific coordinates to recover the suspected Soviet-era heritage, including a group of mentally ill mixed-race children. The intelligent war personality Eva of the Academy has been forcibly shut down by the elders of the secret party, and Norma, who was usually in the Secretary State, took over, also to prevent Mingfei and others from conveying warning information. After Frost's disclosure, the elders and school directors had a short and heated discussion. 90% of the elders agreed to forcibly control the suspected out-of-control Mingfei and his club, mainly because Mingfei's behavior of buying nuclear bombs was too shocking. Most of the elders had experienced World War II, and many even personally promoted and witnessed the explosion of the first atomic bomb. Excessive power indulgence can easily lead people astray, especially for people of Mingfei's age. The youthful impulse can easily press the button to start a war for personal grudges. For the secret party, a hybrid hidden behind the scenes to protect and guide human society, they do have this button. Let's wait until he gets to the court to ask these questions. Beowulf suppressed his angry flames. He took out his personal mobile phone and made a call. Action team, withdraw from the platform and go to a new location to surround the target. Be prepared for a conflict. Schneider, the head of the executive department, said in a hoarse voice behind him, trying to stop the tall and strong old man. This should be handled by the executive department. Don't forget that the predecessor of the executive department was the action team, and I was the one who led the action team. Beowulf responded coldly. It was because of Angel Flamel. He paused. That's why I resigned and retreated behind the scenes. The current executive department is as weak as a joke. When facing real dragons, there'll only be heavy casualties. Think about what happened in Greenland. Schneider, under the grey iron mask, closed his mouth. He was unable to refute. How were the old people doing? Beowulf turned his head and asked Frost. The initial thawing has been completed. Then prepare to send them to the target location. If the action team fails to suppress them, then they will have to take over the suppression work. Beowulf stared at the two people on the screen who seemed to be walking on the campus, his expression solemn. Nearly 10 black riot control vehicles that had been obviously modified rushed in from all directions. The doors painted with silver-white longsword totems opened, and soldiers wearing black special explosion-proof suits and fully armed came out one after another. In an instant, dozens of red dots of laser sights appeared on Mingfei and Finkel. Judging from their HK-416 rifles that were all modified with the Warhammer logo and mounted with shotgun shells or 40mm grenade launchers, this group of people obviously belonged to Castle College or secret party, and the ammunition filled in the extended magazines and grenades must have come from the equipment department's deadly alchemical ammunition specially supplied to dragons. Although surrounded like this and threatened to be beaten to pieces at any time, Mingfei's face was not angry, puzzled or panicked. Instead, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered a treasure, and his eyes swept over every soldier in the team. Is this the team of the executive department? How come I didn't know that there was such an elite team hidden in the executive department? Although he had obtained power from Lumens and returned most of it, Mingfei still retained some of his own abilities, including a perception field similar to the bloodline and not of the word spirit. He instantly confirmed the mixed blood identity, mixed blood bloodliner level and word spirit power of this group of soldiers, all at a glance. The Beowulf family's own action team is outside the organization of the executive department, or the executive department of their own family. I heard that these guys were raised to deal with the threat of real dragons. They can be said to be the elite among the elite. Finkel whispered. Mingfei nodded. He knew about the Beowulf family. They were dragon-slaying families that had fought against dragons with cold weapons, blood, and life long before the Industrial Revolution. For thousands of years, the Beowulf family had been the most determined, brave, and cruel dragon slayers. There was a tradition in their family. Every time a boy was born, he would be fed a drop of dragon blood crystal, which was a highly toxic substance. But only after passing the test of the toxicity would the baby be considered useful by the family. The Beowulf family was as cruel to their offspring as to the dragons, and that was how they fought dragon-slaying warriors of steel. Just like the hybrids that formed this action team, although the proportion of dragon blood in their bodies exceeded 50%, they were quite stable and did not feel the slightest tyrannical emotion that would be affected by dragons, as if they were also descendants of the White King and had unique mental control methods. So this family was also Mingfei's first target for conscription. If possible, he wanted to pack up all the qualified hybrids in the Beowulf family and take them away, but it would be better to leave the seeds for reproduction. But I'm targeting the elite. Finkel asked Mingfei with a ferocious expression, "Do you want to kill them all? How dare they point a gun at you, Commander?" No, in the past, Mingfei might have been furious and labeled this group of people and their commander as traitors or heretics and then suppressed them violently, but now he was exceptionally calm, or he did not feel threatened and needed to take it seriously. Let's see what the elders of the secret party are trying to do under the order of the secret party elders council. We are now arresting former S-class student Mingfei and former F-class student Finkel. The captain of the action team walked into the encirclement, his face with several hideous scars as cold as steel. Unlike other soldiers holding guns, he tightly grasped a broad-bladed dagger, and the blood-red marks on the sword were unknown whether they were artistic appearance or real blood residue. This is an arrest warrant signed by Acting Principal Castle and the Elders Council. The charge is a serious violation of the Abraham Covenant, privately establishing an armed organization outside the supervision of the secret party, harming secret party elders, and purchasing and privately storing weapons of mass destruction. If you want to appeal or protest, please remain silent and follow us to the courtroom before applying to the higher authorities to explain. When saying this, all members of the action team, including the captain, were tense. They did not sneer at the other party because he was just a student under the age of 20. When the scrutinizing gaze swept over them just now, everyone had the idea of surrendering and following under the influence of the bloodline in their bodies. This was the dragon power suppression that those real dragons they killed in the past could not achieve. They knew very well that if the other party chose to arrest and resist, the result would be quite tragic, or even annihilation. The Court of Inquisition. Mingfei chuckled, "I haven't heard of this place in the academy. Well, I'll go with you to meet those elders. It just so happens that I have something to find them." Chapter 335 Monster Under the Ice. The Tribunal. Unlike the institution in the Human Empire that was above any other political entity in the Human Empire in the name of the Emperor, the Tribunal of Castle College was simply a hall for interrogation, and even maintained a rather bright artistic style in terms of decoration, unlike the dark and depressing empire that made people terrified and crazy. Mingfei and Finkel were escorted into the hall by the action team of Beowulf's family, walked along the red carpet to the defendant's seat surrounded by wooden grills in the center, and stood. The heavy bronze alchemical shackles clasped the wrists of the two, and the long metal chain similar to the dragon binding rope tightly bound their upper bodies, fearing that they would make violent resistance. During this period, the laser-aiming red dot of the HK-416 rifle in the hands of each member of the action team never moved away from the two people's bodies. Finkel was very puzzled why Mingfei did not resist, afraid that he would be beaten into a sit by them. That was of course impossible. His dragon-scale armor in the bronze throne state could probably withstand the so-called heavy firepower to blast these people in front of him, not to mention Mingfei's extreme speed that could instantly disappear from the spot. I'm afraid that the action team would be subdued by him before the bullets were fired. Since you are the leader of the Legion, violence and bloodbath should not be your only way of dealing with things, or before you deal with things like this, think rationally and calmly. Mingfei remembered every word of good advice from His Majesty the Emperor and obeyed and put it into practice. After overcoming the black anger, Mingfei was able to control his emotions very subtly, so when he heard that the elders of the secret party wanted to arrest him, he rarely got angry. Of course, if they hurt other innocent people because of this, including those children from Japan, someone would have to accept the punishment of violence. After the Beowulf family's action team sent the two to the trial seat, they retreated quickly and vigilantly until they closed the heavy door of the courtroom heavily. "It's a bit cold here," Finkel complained and looked around. There were only him and Mingfei in the entire courtroom. The audience seats on both sides that could accommodate nearly 1,000 people were empty, including the high seats where the judge or chief judge was supposed to stand and preside over the trial. Just when he wondered if there were dozens of bombs here waiting to blow them up, the ancient bells from the distant bell tower came into the hall, and at the same time, the sound of a machine operating also sounded in this spacious courtroom. The projection equipment hanging on the ceiling cast blue light and generated holographic projections on the seats of the trial table, jury, and litigation table. Mingfei took a quick look and found that except for the Beowulf elders and several school directors, the others were the secret party elders who had only met once when visiting the seriously injured principal. His highly agile mind turned over the relevant information and impressions that he had read in his mind, and quickly connected these old faces with every file in the information. I'm sorry, given the extreme danger you may pose, we have to take this approach to ensure the personal safety of the elders. Kim Solomon, the most prestigious elder in the secret party, who was sitting in the presiding judge's position, spoke, and his words were conveyed by the loudspeaker behind him. At the same time, I'm also very happy that the two of you did not arrest and resist, causing unnecessary bloodshed. This makes many of our elders think that you have the right to respond to the accusations against you, so there is this pre-trial hearing process. Mingfei nodded to show his approval of them. Just like the weepers after the Badab War, if there was no good judge leading the way, and the National Church and the founding group Lamenters lobbying in many ways, with the style of the Inquisition, there would be no extra trial process. I'm afraid that the weepers would be directly judged as a traitorous chapter like the black-hearted Huron Star Claws, and everyone from Master Tees to the ship's servants would be ruthlessly executed. But now it's different from that time. He is standing here more to play negotiation games with this group of peers and is not really worried about the future of himself and his legion. Before we start, can you answer a question for me? Mingfei asked. Aloud. Kim Solomon nodded. Apart from me and Finkel, have the people implicated been harmed? The hall fell into a brief silence, and King Solomon's reply came from the loudspeaker a moment later. Former level students Shuzahang and Caesar Gattuso are peacefully accepting the recall of Castle Academy. The Japanese student Yuan Xin who entered the academy and joined you through private information modification is now missing. The 37 students who came to the Japanese branch for further study and have been serving your club have been temporarily detained, and they have not suffered any harm. Mingfei nodded. It seems that this group of secret party elders are much gentler than expected. Then you can start. He gestured to the projection of King Solomon on the high platform, as if he was the host of this trial rather than the one being tried. I declare this hearing open. Kim Solomon didn't care about these and went straight to the point. The investigation and trial team, led by Beowulf, a member of the secret party and the director of Castle College, provided information and evidence. They are charged against Mingfei, the former S-level student, for various serious violations of Castle College regulations and even the Abraham Bloodliner contract after he entered the school. Frost? Mingfei raised his eyebrows and glanced at the projection on the right side of the litigation platform. The other party shuddered as if he was really swept by his gaze, and the holographic projection became a little blurry. Is this guy dishonest again? Wasn't he quite well behaved in Italy? First of all, the first accusation is that you privately called the college's intelligence system to serve you while Principal Angus was seriously injured, and misappropriated the college's assets and authority to purchase weapons of mass destruction. May I ask if this accusation is true? True. Mingfei nodded in acknowledgement. Then and what is the purpose of purchasing them? Where are they stored now? Kim Solomon's voice was obviously tense. The 2 nuclear warheads and the investigation results were transported in by the equipment department. Those crazy people even proudly said that they helped to assemble the nuclear bombs on some Gundam. There is no relevant record of shipment yet. The 2 nuclear warheads are very likely still in Castle College. This remote meeting is not safe enough. We were facing a powerful enemy, but the tactics failed. The uranium elements in the 2 nuclear bombs completely decayed under the influence of the enemy. Now they have become 2 pieces of scrap metal. Mingfei said calmly, I can return them to you later. If you want to investigate me for the misappropriated funds, I can make up for it. The elders talked a lot, including many physics masters who promoted the first atomic bomb explosion. The phrase the uranium element has completely decayed caused them to have a heated discussion. A powerful enemy. Is he the Dragon King? Then why don't you report it to the Academy? Elder Beowulf said coldly, we know nothing about it. It's no use for you to know. It will not be of any use except to consume more lives. Mingfei responded indifferently, you only need to know that the crisis is over and the enemy has been destroyed. Beowulf clenched his fists. As the most ruthless and bloody dragon slayer of the secret party, he is now looked down upon by a little brat who is less than 20 years old. Even Angus would not dare to treat him with such an attitude. What is the next boring accusation? The second accusation, for some reason, King Solomon, the presiding judge of the trial, unconsciously followed Mingfei's words. Frost Gattuso, a member of the secret party and director of Castle College, accuses you of making serious attacks on him. Your extreme violent tendencies have endangered his life. Yeah. Mingfei nodded. And why did you do this? Didn't he tell you? Mingfei responded calmly. He wanted to threaten me to be under his control by hurting others, and I hate this kind of threat the most, so I only gave him a little punishment under the obstruction of principle Ange. And such a straightforward admission made King Solomon find no reason to continue asking. The third accusation, there are a lot of doubts about your identity and bloodline information, and isn't Principal Ange about to wake up? You can go ask him. In short, I think that as a human with pure blood, I am quite safe. Mingfei did not intend to reveal his true identity. And the fourth accusation, how did you know the hiding place of the Doomsday sect in northern Siberia? What did you do there? I collected the clues myself. After going there, I solved the difficult problems. Mingfei also did not intend to tell the specific situation, because there was no need. Fifth, there is no need to continue. The cold voice of the Beholfelder came from the loudspeaker, interrupting King Solomon. Since you don't value this hearing, just jump to the trial stage. Your character is as arrogant and stubborn as Ange. First of all, I'm not here to accept your trial. I just want to discuss some things with you peacefully and answer your questions. Mingfei responded lightly. His eyes were dyed with blazing golden light and swept across Frost's holographic projection. If you refuse, then I can talk to you in a less peaceful way. Also remind me that hiding is useless to me. Frost's breathing became a little rapid, and Mingfei's sight seemed to be locked on him through the screen. The terrible pressure of the dying at the school board meeting swept over again. Arrogant boy. Beowulf slammed his fist on the table. He was angry and felt the terrible threat. He lit up his golden eyes and stared at the calm face on the screen. At this moment, he saw from the corner of his eye that a certain program was being activated on the screen. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling red light lit up on the screen. With the pressing of the button, something seemed to have completely awakened under the tribunal, breaking free from the shackles of ice and ending its long sleep. Oh shit! Someone secretly started the activation program. The Minister of Equipment shouted in horror, the monsters are all in killing mode. Some mysterious alchemical reagents were being injected into their bodies, and the temperature of the dragon blood in their bodies was rising sharply. The monsters under the ice, the sleeping old men, the core elders called them in different ways, but their most original name was immortals. This is a very sophisticated technology that includes genetics, medicine, chemistry and alchemy. Its origin can be traced back to the Dark Middle Ages. That was an era when dragons were intensively resurrected. The secret party, which was suppressed to the point of despair, tried every means to restore this dark technology from ancient books, and used it by transforming the dragon slayers who were gradually eroded by dragon blood and were about to lose their self-will into war tools. In other words, it is to create a powerful dead pool that can be controlled by humans. In addition to inheriting the original power of the word spirit, these immortals also have extremely strong recovery abilities. Even if their hearts are pierced and their brains are damaged, it will not hinder their actions and attacks. Relying on this technology, the secret party was able to launch a Jedi counterattack against the dragons. The immortals who have been revived now are the last batch, and at the same time, they are also the strongest batch. They will serve as one of the most deadly weapons of the secret party and will face the Black Supreme who has revived from the ancient slumber in the future. Action team. Take them both away from there immediately. Seal off the scene, and never let any immortal leave the court. Beowulf shouted, notifying the action team waiting outside the court. Although he disliked and even hated the S-level student, he did not want to kill him. Originally, they were used just to suppress Mingfei. After all, Mingfei had a record of killing next-generation species, the people of the immortals before their death was implanted with strict dogmas to prevent them from attacking indiscriminately and without restrictions, so they can be controlled and will not kill Mingfei and Fingal. But after the activation program was started, the injection of a certain alchemical mixture would cause the temperature of the dragon blood in their bodies to rise rapidly and boil. At this time, the desire to kill would overwhelm the dogmas in the deep will, and they would become uncontrollable. After completely killing and tearing the target apart, they would look for new targets, and the killing would never stop. Now, this batch of terrifying killing weapons is rushing to the surface, directly attacking the two fresh heat sources closest to them in the hall of the Court of Justice. Wow. No way. You actually activated the monsters. The vice principal, who was strictly restricted in his freedom of movement and now lying on the sofa to listen to the meeting, only then uttered his exaggerated cry, "Oh my god, my favorite student was torn to pieces by monsters, I don't want that kind of thing." Chapter 336 Waist under the ice. The door of the courtroom was kicked open, and the Bayal family's action team rushed in again. Some members quickly took up advantageous shooting positions and word release positions, while others, led by the captain, quickly approached the trial seat to take Mingfei and Fingal away from here. You immediately, the captain holding the broad-bladed alchemical broken sword was stunned after saying a few words. He just saw Mingfei naturally and easily break free from the heavy alchemical shackles and chains on his body, as if the person who put the alchemical equipment on him at the time deliberately left a loophole for slackness. It seems that the game is going to end early. He heard Mingfei say calmly. Edward was found. The team members screamed in fear in the communication headset. The captain subconsciously looked up at the location where the laser-aiming wreck dogs gathered, and captured the shadow hanging under the statue of Gabriel above the judgment platform. A pair of golden knives that suddenly lit up and 10 sharp blades flashed a chilling light. The captain's mind quickly flashed with the other party's information. This immortal was code-named Edward Scissorhands, but unlike the character played by Depp in the drama, this Edward had 10 sharp blades connected to the 10 fingers of his hands, all forged with Damascus steel, sharp and flexible, and each blade could move at will according to his killing will. In the mid-17th century, this man had been trained by a secret religious organization to become a deadly killer, but later he was unwilling to live like this, and after being inspired by the secret party, he turned around and massacred the headquarters of the evil organization alone. The bloodiness of the massacre made the secret party members at the time doubt whether it was the right choice to recruit him into the secret party. Coupled with the fact that his spirit world was the high-risk spirit world Setsuna with serial number 72, no one would doubt whether the 3 S's of the Immortal's danger level were false and exaggerated. Edward's golden eyes quickly scanned dozens of delicious heat sources in the hall, and finally locked onto the 7 heat sources closest to him. The golden light in his eyes became more intense, like an explosion before hunting prey. The low ancient language flowed in this spacious hall. He was about to release the moment. "Brother Finger." Mingfei tilted his head slightly, feeling that the alien had locked onto him as its prey. He got it. It's time to give those old antiques a little legion shock. Fingal grinned, and the alchemical shackles and chains on his body broke, henshin. In the horrified and shocked expressions of the action team members, in the originally turbid eyes that instantly became clear as the elders who were nervously watching the situation here through the screen, Fingal completed his transformation. The fine hairs that emerged from his paws grew into perfect shield-shaped dragon scales like bronze cast in the blink of an eye. The explosive muscles exposed as his clothes were torn were covered by the buckled dragon scales in less than a second and integrated into a heavy and magnificent bronze armor, exuding a cold and sharp breath of weapons. A bronze skeleton visor covered Fingal's face. Only a pair of burning golden eyes in the eye sockets of the visor could be seen, pouring out oppressive dragon power and danger warnings. For a moment, the Bayal family's action team didn't know whether to fire at the immortal code-named Edward, or to aim their guns at Fingal, the former F-level student who had become highly dragonized and extremely Deadpoolized. Yeah. Dragon blood rotates, Junyan blasting legs. Fingal, who was as tall as an upright armored vehicle and more like a monster than the monster under the ice, let out a strange cry, and kicked out with his thick metal hoof covered with bronze scales, right at Edward who had already activated Moment and pounced down like a jackal at 16 times the speed. With his strength and a deadly Damascus steel claws, Edward could tear all 7 people present into pieces in less than a second. But he was kicked away by Fingal, with the crisp sound of steel and bones breaking, smashing the originally suspended statue of Gabriel stuck on the wall and temporarily unable to move. Because of the extremely obvious size difference, it looks like a strong adult walking on the street suddenly flew up and kicked a naughty child, looking easy and effortless at all. Wow. Fingal, you are so handsome. The vice president's cheers rang out in the silent monitoring room. While the other elders were shocked and dazed, he jumped up from the sofa chair, as if Fingal had just kicked out not the immortal but the last goal of Italy's victory over France in the World Cup. He was just short of whistling to tell everyone that he had bought Italy with a lot of money. Quick, bring the information over here, let me see the next contestant. Who is the next immortal? The old drunkard was excited, and urged the equipment director to bring the list of immortals. This is already an extreme Deadpool. Beowulf stared at the tall bronze figure on the screen, as if he could feel the fierce dragon power on the other person through the screen. What nonsense. Isn't our finger still able to speak normally? Can't your Deadpool still shout the names of moves when fighting? The vice principal retorted. Indeed, even if it is Deadpool, Finger's changes are far beyond his imagination. Those hybrids that he eliminated in the past, who are degenerated into Deadpools because of the proportion of their genes in their bodies contaminated by dragon blood exceeding the critical blood limit, their Deadpools are not like Finger who can still speak clearly, and they have completely degenerated into a bloodthirsty monster. The other party looks more like a majestic warrior in heavy armor. Is that a higher level and more perfect bloodliner refining technology? Bloodliner refining technology, or blood violence, this desperately used taboo technology has been sealed by Castle Academy, but there have been warriors in the Beowulf family who have been using it, or the most primitive version of this technology comes from this dragon-slaying family that has been fighting dragons since the Middle Ages. No one knows more about blood violence than Beowulf. So, is this your masterpiece, Master Flamel? You actually knew from the beginning that they are not afraid of immortals at all, so they have such an exaggerated look. Beowulf cast a fierce look. It's none of my business. The vice president spread his hands innocently. I know they are not afraid of those monsters, but I didn't expect them to be able to transform. After saying that, he secretly glanced at the elder Frost Gattuso next door, who was already sweating and looked ashen. Edward was defeated. His tender mask of steel claws, which he was so proud of, were broken. He was like a cat with its claws clipped, and no longer threatening. Fingal crushed his head with one foot. His bones, which were as strong as titanium alloy, could not withstand the dragon scales in the bronze throne state. The next immortal was codenamed Battery Ram. His deformed muscles looked like an upright rhinoceros. After activating the immortal order, his accelerated sprint could directly kill an elephant. Before being transformed, he was a Spanish bullfighter, good at dancing between the sharp horns of wild bulls, but he never thought that he would become a monster like a bull one day, and he never thought that he would encounter a monster that was even more monstrous than himself. Gear. Junyan Explosive Fist. Finkel accumulated the power of the Junyan spell and punched out. Both his image and punching force were more in line with the title of Siege Ram. The immortal smashed the outer wall of the court like a cannonball and flew out backwards, his bones all broken. Several members of the action team hurriedly carried their equipment to clean up the mess, in case the siege ram was still able to move. The next immortal was codenamed Butcher. Although this immortal was not as strong as the siege ram, his arms were as thick as a giant ape. He held a hideous and terrifying meat cleaver in one hand, and with the other hand, he waved a giant iron hook of a crane and dragged a thick steel cable to fly accurately towards Finkel, trying to pull him over and dismember him. Clown, what are you doing? The ending was obvious. No immortal could match Finkel in the competition of weight and strength. The butcher was pulled over by Finkel's strange strength, and then his head was crushed by a Junyan explosive fist. Can you lend me your sword? I need a handy weapon. The captain of the action team came back to his senses and turned his head to see the gentle Mingfei who wanted to borrow his weapon. He subconsciously wanted to refuse. This precious alchemical weapon of the family certainly could not be easily handed over to outsiders, but after seeing Mingfei's blazing golden eyes, the blood in his body made the choice of surrender for him, and he offered the weapon with both hands. At the same time, he actually had a little expectation in his heart. Even the F-level companions have such terrifying power, then as the leader of the club, what kind of shocking and powerful form will Mingfei, who has killed the next generation, have? Thank you. I will return it to you. Mingfei smiled politely and took the strangely shaped broad-bladed broken sword. The half-asleep spirit inside it instantly woke up and chose to surrender as soon as he took it. The next second, he disappeared from the spot. When the captain of the action team caught Mingfei's figure again, he found that this S-level had appeared in front of the immortal codenamed Jet. The Eel, who was proficient in dual sword skills and had the title of Silver Ghost, was beheaded by Mingfei in less than 2 rounds. The essence of fighting skills was simply vulnerable to the naked killing instinct. Next was the Ripper. The Ripper of the immortal wielding the roaring and terrifying chainsaw was cut off in 2 seconds. Mingfei ruthlessly took the chainsaw and cut him open, and the hot dragon blood splashed everywhere. The members of the action team all looked at this one-sided battlefield numbly. The speed at which the immortals rushed out from the ground could not keep up with the speed of being destroyed. The weapons prepared for the Black Supreme were completely vulnerable in front of the 2 people, so that the so-called monster under the ice looked more like waste under the ice. Chapter 337, the strongest hybrid in history. It took about 3 hours for the immortals to be taken out of the storage icehouse, thawed, awakened, and injected with dragon serum to fully activate their killing instincts. This group of dangerous weapons that were originally intended to attack the Black Emperor showed their edge to the world in advance. In a sense, the object of their edge was indeed the Black King, and then they were all broken and destroyed in less than 5 minutes. Edward, Battering Ram, Butcher, Jazz, Fanatic, Dante, Beowulf watched in silence as the live monitoring of one immortal after another on the display screen turned into the scarlet glaring word destroy. The iron-blooded and cold dragon slayer sighed for a long time, revealing loneliness and powerlessness. Among those immortals, several were partners who fought side by side with him in their lifetime. The other elders were more silent for a longer time. It was not that the secret party could not accept such a sacrifice, but the power and changes shown by Mingfei and Finkel refreshed their cognition. The reason why Hilbert G. Nant was elected as the leader of Castle Academy was not only because of his almost fanatical hatred for the dragons, but also because of his powerful personal force, especially the bug-level spiritual power of Time Zero. Even if the secret party elders and school directors present had unmatched financial resources and power to mobilize an army to protect them personally, if they chose to be enemies with Ange, then Ange, a madman without any shackles or weaknesses, would pass through all protections like a ghost and silently wipe out their throats. Now the young man who wiped out all the immortals is undoubtedly more powerful than Ange, 10 times. Oh, the monsters are all killed. The vice president, who was gloating a second ago, suddenly turned heartbroken and pointed at Beowulf and Frost. You guys are always bullying, don't you know that these immortals are the precious assets of the academy? They are all wasted like this. Beowulf returned to his usual cold and normal state and stood up from his chair, not to argue with the dramatic teacher Flamel, but to smell the breath of danger. Good afternoon, everyone. The explosion-proof steel door that required high-level authorization to enter opened automatically. Mingfei appeared leisurely from the shadow behind the door, and nodded and greeted the elders and school directors gathered in the conference room with a gentle look. There were still traces of the dark dragon blood from the immortals on his body. Until then, the urgent warning of the Inquisition Action Team S-level target is missing just sounded from the communication speaker. The temperature in the conference room seemed to have dropped to the freezing point. The long-dormant dragon blood in the bodies of the old people was boiling. The old but blazing golden eyes were ignited, and they stared at the figure who walked in as if facing a great enemy. Although the elder school directors present could influence the world's situation and hold the levers that could pry the world economy, at this moment everyone was equal. There was only one life, and now only they could protect their lives. In addition to the vice president who looked like he was watching a show, the only one who could remain calm was Elizabeth, the school director of the Laurent family. Angus once wanted to match her with Mingfei, but Elizabeth could see that Mingfei was not interested in youthful romance, so her attitude turned to cooperation and sponsored a generous amount of funds for the club established by Mingfei to show her goodwill. Don't be nervous, I just came here to discuss something with you. Mingfei's voice was calm, and the blazing gold in his pupils faded back to the original black. He seemed to be completely unconcerned about the previous trial against him and the group of dangerous immortals who were hiding to suppress him. Having said that, the invisible oppression from bloodline still penetrated into the bones of every elder present who was alert and afraid of him, making them tremble. The Dragon King? Beowulf said indifferently, clenching his fists and ready to burst out with power at any time. The dignity of this family name does not allow him to, and he will not, make peace with any dragon. The incredible power and higher-level bloodline and refining technology possessed by this S-class in front of him made it difficult not to suspect that the other party was a Dragon King disguised as a human. But what surprised him, or made him angry, was that Mingfei actually cast a look of appreciation and recognition at him. What nonsense are you talking about? This is a young dragon slayer who is loyal to our Castle Academy. How could he be a Dragon King? The vice principal blew his beard and glared. Who knows? Beowulf said coldly, there are already enough suspicious points in his file. A year ago, he even rank last in the middle school physical test, and now he destroyed all the immortals in front of us. I'm a human, an indisputable fact, no one in this world can change it, Mingfei replied calmly, I don't want to waste time on this issue anymore. ... Several pairs of golden eyes in the conference hall dimmed a little. After all, as long as it is not the Dragon King who will never give up, there is still room for negotiation. At most, a new and more powerful Angus will appear. What do you want from us? The elder of the Cadmars family, a member of the secret party elders council, asked. Before the Industrial Revolution, the families of the Elders Council had always been the leaders of the Dragon Slayer secret party, but the Industrial Revolution changed the world's pattern. Some emerging mixed-blood families such as Gattuso, Lauron, and Göttingen rose rapidly and mastered the right to speak for the secret party. They formed the school board to hold real power while the Elders Council was in name only. Therefore, most of the elders refused to participate in the management of Castle College. "Excellent hybrid human," Mingfei said, looking at Beowulf again, "your action team is quite excellent. If possible, I want to recruit all of them into my legion." The word legion made the elders present tense and solemn again. Hybrids have always been lurking in the dark side of human society to eliminate dragons and protect humans. The Abrahamic Covenant explicitly prohibits hybrids from leaking any information about the dragon race. Ordinary people who accidentally get involved in dragon race incidents will be hard hypnotized. This also applies to other hybrid forces. It seems that prohibiting the leakage of dragon race information has become their instinct. The people who initially drafted these rules may have been worried that ordinary humans would not trust these new humans who are better, more threatening, and have blood from other races in their bodies, like in X-Men, which would lead to various conflicts or even wars. After all, the countless conflicts and wars that broke out in reality due to religious beliefs, skin color, and different ethnic groups are the best examples. The most recent world war was less than 100 years ago. Today, the rapid development of human technology has made the direct threat from the dragons less than before. Some family leaders have begun to look to the future with foresight, expecting the dragons to threaten the sea and blue sky after the mountains are broken, and perhaps they have privately calculated how to divide the world after the dragons are wiped out, just as a young man who had said before being beheaded by Mingfei, "In the new era of the future, the hybrids will become the new dragons." But this is just a fantasy. The four great monarchs of the dragons and the Supreme Black Emperor have not yet appeared in the world. This youngest and probably the strongest hybrid in history wants to establish a hybrid army. Is he trying to conquer the world before the Dragon Kings? The most crucial thing was that they could not resist. In the past, the elders always made a cold joke that if someone dropped a bomb in the room where they were gathering, the entire half-blood world would be in chaos, and now a person more terrifying than a bomb was standing in front of them. "Are you going to be the next Hitler?" Beowulf asked coldly, "But my action team will not be your special operations team." "Put away your extra imagination, everyone," Mingfei said lightly, as if he had insight into what the elders were thinking. "The legion I formed is not to conquer the world, of course. If it is really necessary, maybe I will unify the world to worship His Majesty the Emperor, but the primary goal is to destroy all dragon aliens that endanger mankind. In terms of slaying dragons, my path is the same as yours. Among the most threatening dragon aliens at present, the White King has been killed, and the dragon bone cross I showed you before actually belongs to the White King." "Then it's," Mingfei paused, his expression suddenly became a little weird but fleeting, "the two first-generation kings, the King of Bronze and Fire, and the King of Earth and Mountains, are no longer threatening. The only ones left are the King of Sky and Wind, the King of Ocean and Water, and the Black King, the three most threatening dragons. I will find their traces as soon as possible and destroy them, but before that I want to form a legion to achieve this goal more efficiently, so I need soldiers, a lot of soldiers. Norton, the King of Bronze and Fire, or the alchemist Sergeant Ronald Tang, wants to become a human and be recognized by the Emperor. And Jmanganda, the King of Earth and Mountains, in Luming's words, this woman is just an idiot who has been imitating humans for so long that she can't even figure out who she is. She can stay in the Legion because she has reached a certain cooperation with His Majesty the Emperor. But on second thought, it's no big deal, as long as His Majesty the Emperor recognizes it. Just like although part of my body's origin belongs to the Black King, but His Majesty the Emperor says he is a loyal and excellent human, then he is a loyal and excellent human. His Majesty the Emperor personally certified it, who dares to deny it? Even if I return to the universe and run into the real judge of the tribunal, I can slap him in the face without hesitation." Mingfei gathered his scattered thoughts and glanced at the elders and school directors in the conference hall. His words were like a dozen thunderbolts from the blue sky that hit them, making them confused and unable to believe the reality. They were in a frenzy and started discussing fiercely, discussing the existence of the White King and arguing about what the two first-generation monarchs meant by not threatening. Even the always tough Beowulf had a look of shock, suspicion and disbelief on his face. This was really a fantasy. Mingfei ignored them and his eyes stayed on Frost, the elder. The next second his figure disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the other party like a flash. Facing the pair of golden eyes looking down at him from above, Frost breathed rapidly. His face was pale and covered with cold sweat. The double oppression of bloodline and force was like countless sharp knives that stuck him in the chair and made him unable to move. The wounds on his arms that had not yet completely healed began to hurt violently again, helping him recall the nightmare when he felt death up close in Portofino. And now there is no one to help stop this terrible young man. Only then did Frost realize how kind and lovely Hilbert Genange, whom he hated to the extreme in his memory, was. If he could, he wanted to give this old guy a kiss. The Valhalla meeting room suddenly became silent again, and everyone's eyes were focused on Mingfei and Frost. Mingfei, who looked young and arrogant, wanted to kill Frost to vent his anger. After all, this so-called trial and the use of immortals were all proposed by him. As the agent of the emerging Gattuso family, Frost's popularity among the Senate and the board of directors was not good. There was no benefit in helping to speak and tell the truth in this occasion where everyone had only one life. Not to mention Mingfei in front of him. If everything he said was true, then Mingfei, the strongest hybrid in history, would undoubtedly become the new leader and decision-maker of the secret party. And Frost, indifferent. If he died, the Gattuso family might be able to replace him with another agent the next day, right? What's more, the real head of the family is the playboy who is a dissolute man, so it won't be a big loss to the Gattuso family. The elders and school directors fell into silence and watched. The vice president also stuffed a handful of popcorn into his mouth nervously, quietly waiting for the next change of events. But to everyone's surprise, Mingfei actually showed a gentle smile to Frost. It's not you, right? You're a smart person who knows how to learn lessons, and you don't have the courage anymore. He patted Frost Gattuso's shoulder gently. Tell me, who asked you to prepare these boring tricks for me? Unlike Portofino's furious madness of drawing a sword and killing people, the young man in front of him seemed to have become more stable and calm, and more terrifying. No one, it's just me. Frost took a deep breath and said hoarsely, I hate you for humiliating me in Portofino, so I want to use the power of the secret party to retaliate against you. It's useless to hide from me, Frost. And, the smile on Mingfei's face suddenly disappeared, and he suddenly raised his head and said coldly, why do you think you can kill people under my eyes? Just when the elders and directors were puzzled, a figure suddenly appeared in their field of vision. A young man with an Asian face appeared out of thin air behind Frost's chair, with a look of horror on his face as if he had seen a ghost. And one of his hands holding the folding knife and trying to get close to Frost's neck was firmly locked by Mingfei, unable to move. Chapter 338 Taking over Gattuso's family. This unidentified young man, when did he come? The next second, the images in their vision seemed to be inexplicably removed by more than a dozen frames. Before they could react, the scene in front of them changed again. The palm of the young man that had been holding the folding knife was twisted and broken. The seemingly harmless baby face turned pale due to the severe pain, and cold sweat covered it. The folding knife fell into Mingfei's hands. It's time zero. His word spirit is time zero. Several elders and school directors reacted. They had more or less seen Ange's performance when he showed off this powerful word spirit. Judging from the change in the scene just now, this young man might also have this bug-level word spirit. The elders and school directors present were all shocked and sweaty, especially after seeing the folding knife in his hand that wanted to wipe Frost's neck. An assassin with time zero had sneaked into the meeting hall of Valhalla at some point. Beowulf, Cadmus, Saint George, Sigurd and other dragon-slaying elders with strong martial virtues were planning to take action to control the assassin, but Mingfei noticed their intentions in advance and raised his hand to signal them not to be nervous. This made them feel more or less dissatisfied, but in the end they suppressed it and sat back to watch the development of the situation. Some elders looked at Frost, suspecting that he had brought the assassin of Time Zero into the conference hall. In recent years, the Gattuso family, a new local empire family, has always been domineering. However, they rarely saw various expressions of fear, anger, disbelief, etc. on Frost's always calm and majestic old face, as if he didn't know about this. Your name, your identity, your purpose. Mingfei stared at the young man coldly, and the golden flames in his eyes seemed to want to burn the other's soul. And when he was still a child, Fujiwara Nobuna's yoke was discovered by the Gattuso family for his bloodline and talent, and was secretly sent to Italy at the risk of offending the Snake 8 clan. From then on, he bid farewell to his days as a thug on the streets of Japan, and was trained intensively by the Gattuso family, an ancient family with amazing wealth and power, especially after he showed his own words. Time Zero. This almost invincible works in a confrontation with others, although it can't make time completely stop like Jotaro Koja's Star Platinum, but the extremely slow time flow is enough for him to silently wipe the target's throat and then leave like a ghost without leaving any trace. It is said that another user of Time Zero is the legendary Dragon Slayer of the Secret Party, but it seems that he has a bad relationship with the Gattuso family, so the Gattuso family wants to train a Hilbert Jinange of their own, and even the weapon used by Fujiwara Nobuna's Yuke was required to be replaced with the same folding knife as Ange. But no matter what, Fujiwara Nobuna's Yuke became the executioner of the Gattuso family, and his status in the family continued to rise with his perfect mission completion rate. The only one who was still above him was the guy named Paja Gattuso, but those old guys have promised to give him the noble surname Gattuso in due time. His mission this time is to monitor the old guy Frost Gattuso. It seems that his spirit and energy have been cut off along with his arm. The group of older old guys have begun to be dissatisfied with his work efficiency, especially after allowing the proud son of the Gattuso family and the future head of the family to escape from the family's control and run to some S-level club that poses a slight threat to the family. If necessary, Fujiwara Nobuna's Yuke will even be allowed to let Frost step down early to prevent any news that is unfavorable to the family from leaking. So when that farce against the S-Class ended and Frost was questioned by the other party, Fujiwara Nobuna's Yuke decided to immediately make Frost resign directly, so as to prevent the frightened old man from speaking without restraint and causing conflicts between the secret party and the Gattuso family. He opened and racked the Time Zero field with nearly 40 times the time slowdown to approach Frost, intending to cut his throat and then escape immediately. After witnessing the S-Class killing those immortals like killing chickens and dogs, he did not dare to underestimate the other party at all, but the other party seemed to have the same word spirit Time Zero and grabbed his palm so casually. Fujiwara Nobuna's Yuke was extremely horrified and subconsciously wanted to break free and resist, but his palm was broken by an irresistible force, and the severe pain almost made him faint on the spot. Your name, your identity, your purpose. His other hand was locked tightly by S-Class again, and a pair of eyes as blazing as golden gas lamps were staring at him coldly. Compared with the other party, his golden eyes, which he regarded as the world's top works of art when looking in the mirror, were like the fluorescence of rotten grass compared to the other party, and could not compete with the dazzling sun at all. The golden flame burning in the pupils seemed to materialize and burned his throat so that he could not utter a word, and the mental pressure against him made him feel a terrible sense of suffocation as if he was drowning in a golden ocean. This was hundreds of times more painful and torturous than any interrogation training he had received. My name is Fujiwara Nobuna's Yuke. I'm 24 years old this year, and I'm the executioner of the Gattuso family, a man who knows that time is a hero. The most important data for a first-class killer is his survival rate. Frost is a sacrifice, and I can also be a sacrifice for the old guys. Many similar thoughts flashed through his mind, and Fujiwara Nobuna's Yuke shouted decisively, telling all his identity, age, and purpose in one go, including the trial against Mingfei, the proposal to use the immortals to suppress, and the desire to take the opportunity to kill Frost and put the blame on Mingfei. These were all the plans of the forefathers of the Gattuso family, who wanted to use this to suppress Mingfei and seize the second-generation dragon bone in his hands. After saying this, Fujiwara Nobuna's Yuke had already anticipated that he would never have the surname Gattuso in this life, and this family would definitely go crazy to settle accounts with him after dealing with this trouble. It's the Gattuso family. Sending assassins to kill their own acting head, is this a provocation to us? Does it mean that their family has the same threatening force as Anger's? Does this local tyrant intend to control the entire secret party in the future? Once these words were exposed, even the elders who were close to the Gattuso family could not help but get angry. They were used as guns by the Gattuso family and had an enemy with Mingfei, and there were assassins sneaking into the conference room. There is no doubt that such an assassin with Time Zero can easily kill most of the elderly elders in the conference room, as long as the Gattuso family gives an order. Are you also the one who completely activated the immortals and put them into combat mode? Beowulf angrily hammered the table, scaring the vice principal so much that a lot of popcorn spilled out, but now no one cared why Teacher Flamel was still in the mood to eat popcorn at this time. The anger of the elders and school directors present was focused on the Gattuso family. Yes, Fujiwara Nobuyuki's body shrank, and the suffocating dragon might that was like a heavy hammer pressing on him did not disappear. He looked at Mingfei tremblingly, revealing an expression that was uglier than crying. I have said everything I know. I hope you can let me go. I am willing to submit to you and be at your disposal. A hybrid with Time Zero? Mingfei raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he didn't know how the Emperor would use the power of World Spirit on the new soldiers of the Legion, it should not be bad to recruit a hybrid with Time Zero in advance. He thought to himself, and the blazing golden light in his eyes became even more blazing, as if burning through Fujiwara no Bayuki's disguise and taking him deep into the other's heart. The memory scenes of Fujiwara no Banazuo carrying out missions flashed by one. With Time Zero, he followed the orders of the Gattuso family and completed every assassination or elimination mission perfectly, but after seeing Fujiwara no Banazuo slash the throats of several innocent passers-by more than a few times for the pleasure of killing or molesting his wife or daughter in front of the target before killing him, crack a creepy and clear bone-breaking sound rang out, and Mingfei twisted Fujiwara no Banazuo's neck expressionlessly, with a clean and neat movement without any hesitation. The Valhalla conference hall, which was just arguing fiercely, suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at the Time Zero assassin with his head twisted 180 degrees and fell to the ground until he died. Even if there is no selection of new recruits, even if his previous experiences and memories are no longer important after becoming an Astates, but as the leader of the Legion, Mingfei does not want this kind of hybrid as a soldier of his Legion. Do you have anything to say to the family that wants to kill you? Mingfei stopped paying attention to the corpse and turned to look at Frost Gattuso again, asking calmly. Frost's expression was gloomy. The once high-handed Gattuso school director seemed to have disappeared, leaving only a withered old man with eyes full of sadness and vicissitudes. No. He shook his head. I'm willing to take all responsibilities and accept and obey any disposal you make of me. Then are you interested in taking over the Gattuso family? Mingfei smiled gently. Then are you interested in taking over the Gattuso family? Be the real head of the family, instead of being a puppet who is manipulated by the people behind the scenes, even including your own life. What? Frost raised his head, his eyes widened, a little bit unable to believe what he had just heard. Of course, the premise is that you and the Gattuso family you took over must submit to me. And someone should indeed be held responsible for this farce, and I also need to prevent such time-wasting and boring tricks from happening again in the future. Mingfei raised his head and slowly scanned the elders and school directors in the conference room with complicated expressions, and said with a smile, the predecessors of the Blue Palace, it sounds like I just need to clean up these guys, right? Chapter 339. Dragon Roar in the Blue Palace. Don't worry about becoming the next Gattuso family. After all, they are just a special case. Mingfei read the worry and vigilance from the eyes staring at him. As long as you support and cooperate with me and don't play any boring power games with me, I won't bother to help you choose a new person in charge, just like before. This is like a deal. You agree to my requirements and conditions, and I and my legion will clear out the dragons that threaten humans in the world. The blazing golden eyes swept around the people in the meeting hall of the Hall of Heroes again, whether it is the old dragons or the so-called new dragons in the future. Many elders couldn't help but feel a little panic and lowered their heads, not daring to look directly into the bright golden eyes. Mingfei directly pointed out what they thought in their deepest hearts, the division of the world pie after the end of the Dragon War. There is no doubt that the hybrids who control wealth, power, and strength hidden in the dark side of society will become the new world controllers at the time, and they may also put on a layer of capitalist skin as a disguise. Hilbert Genange is an old madman who only wants revenge on the Dragon Clan and doesn't care about the flood after his death. This is why many people elected him as the president of Castle College and the leader of the secret party. They need such a sharp knife to kill the Dragon Clan and accelerate the development of the world as they expect. And Mingfei wants to wend the hope and path of the mixed bloods to become the new Dragon Clan in the future before ending the Dragon Clan. Although the combined power of the mixed blood families is also quite terrifying, no one is willing to personally question and verify whether their strongest mixed blood really suppressed the three-headed Dragon King, and no one is willing to stand up for the Gattuso family. Because the Gattuso family, which will be the target of the operation, is the most domineering local emperor who wants to share the big cake the most. I will never betray that Gattuso family, even if I am already an abandoned puppet. After a brief thought, Frost raised his head, with unquestionable determination on his old face. The future head of the family will only be Caesar Gattuso, not me. What about Pompey? The vice principal raised his hand and asked. He won't just say I have no objection and then really continue to have sex with women, right? That's harmless. Caesar is now a soldier of our legion. Mingfei nodded gently. Then before he takes over the Gattuso family, you have to manage the family for him first. As for Pompey Gattuso, let's talk about it when he is interested in taking over the family. Now, I have to meet with the ancestors of your family. How are you going? The ancestors may have received the news now. Any means of transportation you take to Rome, even if there are thousands of ordinary people next to it, the military forces they mobilize will destroy it without mercy, not to mention that there will be countless dark killers in the world attracted by the bounty along the way, although they can't threaten you. Frost reminded calmly. Now he and Mingfei were in the same boat, and he began to give advice to Mingfei. Of course, we should walk over simply and efficiently. Mingfei smiled. Everyone, are you interested in staying here to watch another show? It won't take a long time to prepare. The furious immortal army was completely destroyed. Even Fujai Waranaba's Yuk failed. Such an excellent time-zero user can't even kill Frost in front of him. Now this furious dragon-slaying sword is coming towards us. After the King of Bronze and Fire, the King of Earth and Mountains, and the legendary White Emperor, it's our turn next. Is this an honor? What he said may not be true. In the suburbs of Rome, Italy, the Pantheon and the council palace of the Gattuso family, the sages in white robes sat around the round table, as solemn as emperors from Roman epics. The leader among the old men, Alpha, had their voices in his head. They didn't need to speak, their consciousness was connected in some way, and they shared thoughts in the field of consciousness. They witnessed the shocking scene of the monsters under the ice being destroyed with great force, and also saw the scene of Fujai Waranaba's Yuk, who activated Time Zero, having his neck twisted by Mingfei. At first, Fujai Waranaba's Yuk was sent to Castle Academy to assassinate Mingfei. In the minds of the elders, even the strongest hybrids would face the risk of death when facing the world spirit of Time Zero. However, with the demise of the Immortal Legion, the elders quickly asked Fujai Waranaba's Yuk to change the mission target, intending to shut Frost up and put the blame on the dead, and to cause some trouble to Mingfei, but now Frost's life signal still exists. Everyone, a younger and more terrifying regicide than Ange is heading for the king. Alpha said in a deep voice, we either surrender or fight. Other decision-makers of the Gattuso family knelt around the round table and listened to the instructions of the sages. Issue the highest level of bounty to the dark side of the world. There'll always be guys who are not afraid of death or dangerous to slow him down. Call on the power of the Air Force. No matter what tools he uses to enter Italy, destroy them all. Those affected will be buried with him. The Gattuso family will never surrender. Now is the era of science and hot weapons. Prepare the sword of Damocles immediately. Even if the young man is the Dragon King, he will be destroyed by the sword of heavenly punishment. Orders were issued one by one through Alpha's oral dictation. The other old men looked like clay sculptures and wooden carvings, without any expression or movement. No, he may have mastered an even more ancient alchemy technique. Alpha's extensive knowledge and strong logical reasoning ability made him realize that something was wrong. They also received a distress signal from the Doomsday Cult. Mingfei should have been in Siberia at this time, but he returned to Castle College in a short time, most likely because of some more ancient and advanced alchemy. This means that Mingfei would not use ordinary means of transportation to come to Italy, especially after receiving the news that he left the Valhalla conference hall and returned to his own club venue, which further strengthened Alpha's guess. The Rome branch of the executive department, the Gattuso family's private guards, the Doomsday elite soldiers, for a time, all the available combat forces in Italy were mobilized to the direction of the Pantheon. A large amount of military equipment was stored underground to fully arm them. The originally exquisite and quiet manor was transformed into a strict fortress in a short time. The anti-aircraft guns and radar systems hidden in the woods removed their camouflage. A ram tank squadron transferred from the Oman Army General Staff also rushed to the front of the fortress. A group of drones equipped with Hellfire anti-tank missiles and Padway-guided missiles hovered in the airspace of the Pantheon, ready to strike targets that invaded without authorization at any time. How is he going to attack? The scene of the Gattuso family's defense also fell into the eyes of the elders and school directors in the conference hall of Castle College on the other side of the ocean. This defensive posture can resist even the invasion of real dragons. How should Mingfei, who had just returned to the Holy Blood Museum to pack his luggage, go to Rome? And can he break through such a strict defense line? Absolutely, easily. Eva thoughtfully turned the camera for them, and the picture fell on the ancient stone disc in the center of the courtyard of the King Palace. A mysterious blue light was slowly lighting up along the intricate patterns on the surface, until a blue light gathered into a striking light column, and a figure gradually took shape in the blue light. The guards patrolling the courtyard realized that something was wrong and quickly sounded the alarm. What kind of technology is this? Teleportation technology? The head of the equipment department exclaimed. Lumenfei had left the Hall of Heroes for less than 10 minutes, and now he appeared in Rome, tens of thousands of kilometers away. In his right hand, he still held the alchemical blade heroic sacrifice of the Beowulf family, and in his left hand, there was a rough-shaped and scary caliber metal firearm. Their club's iconic bolt gun. The piercing alarm sounded, but then Lumenfei's golden eyes lit up. Even through the holographic projection, the elders could feel the vast dragon power that came from the deep suppression of the blood, not to mention the people at the scene. The spiritual impact that swept like a tsunami made the Gattuso hybrids who surrounded them like drowning people swallowed by the sea. The triggers of the guns had left their palms before they could pull them. They all collapsed to the ground and trembled, without the slightest desire to fight. This is the blood oppression from the Black King. The status inherited from Lumens contains a trace of power from the Black Emperor. With the certification of His Majesty the Emperor, Lumenfei did not resist using this power. Lumenfei simply glanced at the group of hybrids. There was no need to kill them. After Frost took over the Gattuso family, they would be recruited into the Legion as qualified recruits. He disappeared from the spot with a sword and a grenade launcher, heading straight for the primary target of this trip, the Gattuso family sages who had already hidden in the interior of the Blue Palace. The defenses that the Gattuso family had originally prepared were almost all paralyzed and ineffective. The ram tanks could not drive into the Blue Palace, and the missiles mounted by the drones could not bombard the Blue Palace. They did not expect Lumenfei to bypass all the defenses and appear directly in the center. Even with psychological preparation, the elders who were watching the projection in the conference hall at this time could not help but feel a chill on their necks. Perhaps they could take some precautions in Nanga's Time Zero. This seemingly completely unpreventable transmission technology, coupled with the powerful force that no one could resist, would definitely allow Lumenfei and his legion to carry out efficient decapitation of the leaders of all the mixed blood forces within a day. The power behind the Gattuso family may be finished today. Chapter 340 The Scream in the Blue Palace. Whether it was the drones hovering in the sky with missiles, or the squadron of ram tanks with shells already loaded, or the sword of Damocles that was already aimed at the Pantheon in the go-synchronous orbit, unless the sages had the courage to drag Lumenfei to be buried with them, these attack forces that could resist the invasion of dragons would be helpless against Lumenfei who had already rushed into the Pantheon. The elders in the Hall of Heroes watched in shock through the projection as Lumenfei used the heroic sacrifice of Beowulf's family to cut a gap in the 20-centimeter thick carbide door, and then disappeared at a high speed that seemed to have opened the moment. Frost, whose authority had not yet been revoked by the Gattuso family, released the internal electronic map of the Pantheon to Eva and displayed it in front of the elders through a 3D diagram. From the ground, the Pantheon of the Gattuso family was just a two-story Roman-style manor, but hidden under the ground was an inverted building, which was built with countless high-strength aluminum and stainless steel to form a huge, complex closed maze. Without authority and guidance, the intruders of the Pantheon will be trapped to death in this maze. Machine gun turrets, laser-cutting nets, nerve gas and other traps will be used to entertain the trapped intruders, but they will not have any effect on Lumenfei. It's not that Lumenfei's speed and strength can completely ignore these traps, but Eva and Finkel made a small modification. In the Pantheon's defense identification system, it is not Lumenfei, an SSS dangerous intruder, who is running at high speed in the passage, but sees a Gattuso. How can the offensive weapons of the Gattuso family aim at the noble heir of the family? So Lumenfei went all the way unimpeded and went straight to the sages who are still retreating. The projection lens of the conference hall of the Hall of Heroes was cut by Eva to the position of the sages of the Gattuso family. The 12 old men and their escort team did not blindly continue to go deeper into the Blue Palace, but planned to evacuate through another safe passage. Only in this way can the offensive force they prepared for this be put to use. Alpha's mind was filled with roars and groans of anger, panic, and unwillingness. The sages who were proud and thought they controlled everything were quite dissatisfied with the embarrassed appearance of the people fleeing like rats. But no matter how dissatisfied they were, they had to endure it, because the terrifying young man had appeared in their field of vision. This safe passage leading to the outside world was separated by countless titanium alloy security doors. Each door needed to verify the password, fingerprint and iris to open, and the closure of them was handed over from the defenses system to the protection team of the sages for manual control. They were still cold bodyguards wearing sunglasses and suits a few minutes ago, but under Alpha's command, they lit up their golden eyes and their bodies underwent an amazing dragon transformation. In an instant, this group of people silently turned into a group of monsters with scales on their bodies and sharp hands and feet turned into claws and hoofs. The old people who seemed to be withered and unable to walk were now walking as fast as runners. Every time they passed a door, they would leave one person to manually lock it and try to stop the young man who was chasing them. However, a more terrifying scene appeared in the field of vision when the old people looked back. Mingfei was like a ghost, his blazing golden eyes shone brightly in the dim passage. His figure always left the darkness and appeared in front of the titanium alloy security door before it fell. He held the heroic sacrifice in one hand and the bolter in the other, and moved forward like a flash, approaching the fleeing sages step by step. As for the doomsday elite soldiers trained by the Gattuso family, they could only see their fallen figures. Similarly, Mingfei did not kill them. Unless these people were transformed into weapons similar to those of the Immortals, or degenerated into irreversible Deadpool aliens, they were all new recruits for the Legion. The elders in the meeting hall of the Hall of Heroes felt a little horrified. Every step Mingfei took seemed to step on their hearts. Most of them put themselves in the shoes of the fleeing sages. Even through the camera, even if they were tens of thousands of kilometers away, they could still feel the terrible sense of oppression that Mingfei was accompanying. Boom. Boom. 2 consecutive deafening gunshots echoed violently in this not-so-white space, and the cold passage was stained with scarlet blood. In less than 10 seconds, Mingfei had already approached the fleeing ancestors, raised his grenade launcher, and the dazzling fire bursting from the muzzle illuminated his expressionless face. The next second he disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the next passage door that was about to be closed. The number of people in the protection team was not enough to form a human wall to completely block the incoming bombs for them, so bright red blood bloomed on the bodies of 2 ancestors, and their bodies, whose missing parts were blown into blood and flesh by the bombs, fell to the ground powerlessly. No. Stop the meaningless escape. Reconcile with him, maybe there is still room for recovery. Let us go for Caesar's sake. No, fight to the death with him. The screams of the 2 sages before they disconnected echoed in the shared spiritual field. The old people could no longer remain calm. Different opinions conflicted with each other in fierce and loud voices. Some wanted to surrender, and some wanted to fight to the death. The leading sage Alpha interrupted the argument with an even louder roar. Enough. Put away your thoughts of reconciliation. Can't you see that he is here to kill us? If you are still the sages of this great family and still have a little dignity, then muster the courage to fight him to the death. Use the forbidden blood. The spiritual realm fell into silence, and the remaining 10 old men no longer communicated and quarreled, but their running speed had slowed down. The remaining dragon-like doomsday elite soldiers immediately stopped and organized into a human wall in front of Mingfei to try to delay time, but as the pair of golden gas lamp-like pupils flashed, they all fainted under the impact of the vast dragon's might. Mingfei raised his eyebrows slightly and noticed the changes in the old men. In the chest armor that looked more like some kind of mechanical device, some bright red medicine was being injected into the old men's bodies through the injection device. For a time, the old men's bodies and momentum underwent amazing changes, and the blue-gray dragon scales appeared on the surface of their bodies that were gradually filled and expanded with blood, and the golden pupils became bright and dazzling. They chanted the high-pitched dragon script in unison, and the power of the word spirit gathered into an unknown realm that expanded rapidly. Word spirit. 10 directions, boom boom boom. The heads of 3 more sages were blown into fine flesh and blood by the bombs. The next second, Mingfei appeared in front of the sages and took the initiative to enter their word spirit realm. They were not affected at all, and they seemed to be unprotected by the realm. Mingfei calmly waved the heroic sacrifice and extinguished the flames of the sages who wanted to fight for their lives in the midst of painful screams. The farce is over, you have paid the price you deserve. And in the next period of time, because of your example, no one will create any boring farces for me and my warriors. He said calmly, and the alchemical sword blade pierced Alpha's heart as accurately as a scalpel. Whether it was the mechanical heart armor or the body covered with blue-gray scales, with greatly increased muscle density and bone strength, it could not block this simple and neat sword. So far, Mingfei's punishment and beheading operation against the sages of the Gattuso family has ended. The Gattuso family, and Pompey, Caesar, will never let you go. Magman. Alpha stared at Mingfei with hatred, wanting to spit a mouthful of dirty blood on his face, but the latter just turned his head calmly to avoid it, and at the same time, the muzzle of the cold and shocking caliber bullet was pressed against his forehead. Caesar Gattuso sneezed inexplicably on the CC-1000 Express. He didn't know that the old sages at the top of his family had been killed by Mingfei. If he knew, he would probably applaud and cheer, wishing he could go to the scene immediately to watch and relive the tragic scene when those high-ranking old guys were hunted down. For this family that was once full of joy for the death of his mother, especially the group of old guys who claimed to be sages, Caesar only had hatred and anger. But he knew nothing about what happened in Rome. He and Shusaham were on their way back to the academy on the CC-1000 Express. In addition to the two of them, there was a team from the executive department, the Anti-Dragon Special Attack Division, which they had never heard of before, sitting around them as if they were facing a great enemy. These people did not wear the black windbreakers that the executive department wore to show off, but thick bulletproof vests. They were armed to the teeth with large caliber rifles and machine guns that were obviously modified by the crazy people in the equipment department. At least 4 guns were pointed at the two of them. If these guys had appeared earlier in the Maria Hospital incident last year, there would be no need for students to clean up the mess. But Shusaham seemed very calm. He sat on a chair with his eyes closed, and he didn't seem to care or worry about why he was treated as a traitor. Since Shusaham was not panicking, Caesar, who considered himself a temporarily lacking competitor, had no need to panic. While guessing and assuming various plans, he was also patiently waiting for the train to return to the academy. Only Tse Wang, who was not very smart, can wear handcuffs and look at the scenery outside the window while crunching, acting like a ruthless potato chip chewing robot. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 341 Visitors from the Palace. 20 minutes later, Mingfei reappeared in the conference hall of the Hall of Valor of Castle College, carrying that blood-stained heroic sacrifice. Most of the elders and school directors were still in shock, staring at Mingfei nervously, worried that they would follow the footsteps of the predecessors of the Gattuso family. With the power shown by Mingfei, no one could stop him from turning this place into the next large funeral site. But he just calmly returned the heroic sacrifice to Beowulf, whose face was tense, and then turned his head to look at Frost. The follow-up will be left to you to handle. Understood, sir. Frost replied respectfully, sweeping away the previous expressions of fear, sadness, and confusion, and when he stood up, he turned into the arrogant and calm Gattuso family school director again. After bowing to the elders to show courtesy, he strode out of the conference hall, took out the phone from his arms, and called back nearly 100 missed calls one by one. All the ancestors who were the heads of the family were dead, and Pompey Gattuso might still be fighting with the belly of some world-famous lady in bed. Then before Caesar came back to take power, Frost would be the real ruler of the Gattuso family, no longer just a finger and puppet responsible for doing things for the family. Frost instinctively couldn't think of resisting or refusing. Absolute power brings absolute right to speak. The experience of the ancestors is the most direct example. Now no one can be an enemy of the hybrid who killed the 3 Dragon Kings and the power behind him. There are still huge threats to mankind in this world. I hope that this kind of boring farce will not happen again in the time we spend together. Mingfei looked around the people in the conference hall and said calmly, "For the peace of mankind, let's work together." The only response to him was silence and silence in the conference hall. The old people seemed not used to having a higher-ranking ruler above them, and they didn't trust Mingfei to be a qualified leader rather than a dictator. I don't care whether you trust me or not. My legionnaires and I are responsible for eliminating the threats that exist in this world, and all you have to do is support and cooperate, Mingfei said calmly, but a bright golden light rose in his eyes, and completely give up the fantasy of becoming a new dragon clan. Whether it is you or other mixed blood forces, if you don't want to give up this fantasy, then I don't mind helping you on the physical level. Applause rang out from the corridor of the conference hall, and the elders looked sideways. They thought it was Frost who came back specially to show his support for his new master, but they didn't expect it to be Hilbert Jenanger, the principal of Castle Academy, who was seriously injured and dying in an unknown attack a month ago and miraculously recovered. This old guy who had been lying in the sanatorium for nearly a month didn't know when he woke up. He changed his sick convalescent gown into a neat and clean brand name suit, with a bright red rose in his chest pocket and his silver white hair combed meticulously. When he walked into the conference hall, the nearest elders even smelled the special cologne scent mixed with sandalwood and seaweed, this coquettish old thing. The elders, who were also elderly people, all said this in their hearts, and at the same time they were a little envious. Such a charming and energetic old guy, even if he was put in a social occasion, there would still be little girls to invite him to dance, right? And most of them didn't even want to dance with their great-granddaughters. But this is not the point. Seeing Angie's reappearance, in addition to Elizabeth Laurent and others who were really happy, the other elders thought more about whether he could check and balance Mingfei. After all, the strongest half-blood in the previous secret party was Ange. Principal, when did you wake up? Mingfei's eyes lit up and he smiled with surprise. Although he knew that Ange had hidden a lot of secrets from him, he still respected this old dragon-slaying warrior. More than 3 hours ago. I had enough time to sort out my image and watch a wonderful play. But to be honest, it's already amazing that you can make crossbow and scraped you. Angus responded with a smile, first nodded to Elizabeth, then glanced at the secret party elders in the conference hall, and his silver-grey eyes showed wisdom behind his gold-rimmed glasses. I know what you were thinking, but my old bones can't collide with the vigorous young people, so please spare me. He made it clear that he would not have any conflict with Mingfei. And I just woke up. It seems that the world has almost advanced to the point where I can retire early. Principal Angus looked at Mingfei again, with a smile on his lips. If you don't want to retire and want to continue fighting, I have better options here, and there is also a bigger battlefield. Mingfei said very seriously. Forget it, spare my old bones, and waved his hand. Do you want to go to my office for afternoon tea? The time is right. I really want to drink a cup of steaming Turkish black tea, and listen to you tell me what happened when I was lying in the protective cabin. Mingfei readily agreed. So during the time I was lying on that board, you conquered the King of Bronze and Fire, the King of Earth and Mountain surrendered to the Emperor behind you, you found the Doomsday faction hidden behind the scenes, you also met your nominal parents, and killed a powerful demon by the way, and took a sip of black tea with a calm face. Maybe I should lie down for a while longer, and then I can see you unify the Earth and let mankind to the Sea of Stars when I get up. Maybe? But what is certain is that this planet cannot accommodate too many people, so it has to be used as a base to expand outside the galaxy, but we still have to solve the problem of superluminal travel, Mingfei answered seriously. Then let's bring the topic back from the Sea of Stars to the present. Angus sighed. You said you were a part of the Black King? My body is a clone of the Black King's personality, and now it has been divided into a part of Mingfei's power. Strictly speaking, it is true. Mingfei nodded and said calmly, I am not like Mingfei who likes to be a riddle man or deliberately conceal the truth. You need to know the truth. Of course, I hope you can keep this matter confidential, Principal. No one will believe it even if I tell it out. Angus stared at Mingfei. I recruited you into the academy with the assumption of your identity and special powers, but I never thought it would be this kind of existence. But this does not conflict with my destruction of those dragons and dragon kings that endanger mankind. The White King is dead, and the Bronze and Fire Kings who have lost some of their power want to become humans and be recognized by His Majesty the Emperor, and the Earth and Mountain Kings seem to have mental problems, but I can guarantee their safety as long as they submit to His Majesty the Emperor. As for the remaining 2 first-generation kings, the King of Ocean and Water, and the King of Sky and Wind, they can still survive if they do not cause trouble and are willing to submit to His Majesty the Emperor. Otherwise, they can only make their own contributions in the form of dragon bones. The Black King, its final disposal plan cannot be determined yet. Mingfei calmly explained to Wang a secret that even the brothers in the Legion did not know, and held the bone china cup and drank tea silently. After the threat of this world is lifted, I will probably lead a new Legion back to the universe full of enemies to save more humans, but before that I need to recruit a large number of mixed-blood humans as soldiers for the Legion. Mingfei's shining eyes stared at Ange again. Principal, are you interested in that universe? I can tell you more about it in the story of His Majesty the Emperor. What's more, you are also an excellent and reliable warrior. After the transformation, your body age of more than 100 years will no longer be a burden. Plus times 0, spare my old bones, Mingfei. I will probably retire after watching you help you kill the Black King. As for the other universe, don't look for me. And shook his head hurriedly. Or you can go to the Vice President. He was a famous bloodhound when he was young. Niblungen Space, the city of new miracles. Under the power of the Emperor's will and the alchemical technology relearned by the alchemy sergeant, this magnificent bronze city palace that is level with the sky has now expanded outward by twice, living up to the name of miracle. After the afternoon tea with Principal Ange, Mingfei did not have time to meet Xu Zhang and Caesar who had just returned, and rushed back here without stopping, because His Majesty the Emperor specifically wanted to summon him. Captain, many mysterious big guys have come to visit us through the new portal created by His Majesty the Emperor. The person responsible for activating the teleportation matrix for Mingfei was still the alchemist Sergeant Lao Tang. Not long ago, he had carved a teleportation matrix that teleported directly to the Pantheon in Rome. After Jmungandr opened up access to the Great Library, the alchemist sergeant was also able to enter to review the alchemy technology that he had forgotten when he was the Dragon King, so he made rapid progress. Big guy. Teleportation portal. Mingfei was a little confused, but the teleportation matrix had been activated, and a light blue light curtain enveloped him. When the light curtain disappeared, he had already appeared in a wide hall with thousands of stars engraved on the dome. The boy was sitting on the throne in front of him, and the sacred golden light mist flowed beside him, stabilizing the ubiquitous 5 elements into a stable 5-line score. Your Majesty. Mingfei half knelt on the ground and saluted the Lord of Humanity. Before he bowed his head, he had already noticed the magnificent golden figure standing next to the boy's throne. Is it an Astator? No. The golden power armor worn by the figure, whether in model or paint, is not the common standard power armor of the Empire Astators. It is both magnificent and indestructible, and exquisite like a work of art. The golden needle totem engraved on its surface is lifelike, as if it is about to break out of the armor and soar with wings. The eagle seal and glory feathers on the right chest, the conspicuous golden halo on the back of the armor, and the bright red cloak hanging from the back biting the shoulder armor, all show the noble and extraordinary identity of this warrior. The weapon he held was also a masterpiece that Mingfei had never seen before. It was a long-handled giant axe. The dark blue axe blade was covered with dense lightning like silver snakes. Behind the axe, a golden eagle was shining with luster as if it was flapping its wings and flying. More importantly, he was looking at him with a very sharp gaze. His handsome face covered with scars looked cold, and it seemed that he also had a little hostility and distrust for some reason. Mingfei remembered the titles of these warriors. He had seen these mysterious, powerful, golden warriors who served the Emperor on the glass paintings of the state church and in the books of imperial history. Get up, child, the boy said calmly in High Gothic instead of Chinese. Let me introduce you to the warrior next to me, Trajan Valeris, the current commander of the Imperial Guards of the Terror Palace. Trajan, this is Mingfei, an outstanding warrior who will lead a new legion. Chapter 342 Valeris's Dream. I walked in the seemingly endless corridor, the weak light passed through the tall windows and the countless battle flags hanging on the vault, carving a piece of flowing silver in the deep environment. This is the deepest part of the palace, the most sacred place on Terra. I am Trajan Valeris, a servant of the Lord of Mankind, the Watcher of the Emperor's throne, and the 17th commander of the guards after Andros Longstray, leading the 10,000s who dedicate everything to the Lord of Mankind. The Watcher's axe crackled in my palm, and the slender energy lines gathered and flowed on the blade, as if it also sensed the restlessness in my heart. Maybe it should be called excitement. I am heading to the throne. Every world in the Empire used the word throne as a curse, a blessing, an oath, or just a preposition. Imagined the throne itself as a golden chair, such as a king of a wild world would sit on. The Lord of Mankind sat on the throne overlooking the Milky Way, surrounded by the treasures of the Milky Way, and perhaps courtiers walked on the fine floor, whispering to each other about state affairs, although I can't blame them for their lack of imagination, or that their imagination is so vulgar, because in the darkest and most difficult times, only the devout faith guided by the priests can strengthen their thoughts and determination. But they're still very wrong. Other figures appeared in the corridor ahead, standing in the darkness, as if they had merged with the shadows, as if they had been waiting for a long time. I nodded to them. Unlike most of the custodians who wore mica and gold armor, their armor was dyed with a dark color, deeper than the surrounding darkness. From the Shadow Wardens who guard the prison deep underground in the palace, and the current Seal Warden, Tusk, who leads the team and commands them, a serious and formidable warrior, who is fearless and has an everlasting vigilance like adamantium. Only such warriors can guard and suppress the countless demons and monsters imprisoned in the Dark Prison, as well as various dangerous treasures and heritages from the Dark Technological era. We exchanged simple etiquette to show respect, and then moved forward together with simple exchanges. I noticed that the metal rectangular boxes carried by the Shadow Wardens in pairs were mysterious and deep. I don't know what material it is, but it is undoubtedly from the deepest dark prison under our feet. Our team began to head towards the throne in silence, but not to meet the throne itself. And what brought us together here and made our hearts no longer calm was the dream. Dreams are different for us. The long transformation and training of becoming a custodian has changed some of our thinking, resulting in the replacement of various mundane minds produced by dreams with new thinking. But there are exceptions. In pious and careful discussions, it is said that long ago, His will appeared in the form of dreams, imparting knowledge and guiding us in obscure language. In the most secret knowledge records buried within the palace, those detailed testimonies written by the oldest and greatest elders among us, such as Derek, Xanathar, and even Constantine Valdor, the Emperor's spear himself, all had dreams of being imparted with knowledge. Dreams are the form in which his will now communicates to us. However, no one has had dreams for thousands of years, and many people, including me, have begun to doubt its authenticity, until several Terran days ago. That boy, although I was not like Valdor and Derek, the elders who served him when he was still walking on Earth, saw his dignity and heard his voice, I still immediately realized that the boy was the incarnation of his will. The words spoken from his mouth were not as obscure and difficult to understand as those recorded in some knowledge records, which required great effort and wisdom to carefully interpret. Instead, he succinctly and clearly told me the secrets that were more secretive in the past and that the seal holder could not leave behind in words, and also told me some things I had to do, including meeting him now. Before this dream happened, the time shackles, the mysterious creation hanging on my belt, gave me a premonition that I would communicate with the will of the Lord of Mankind at some time in the future. This time shackles came from the dark technological era of Old Terra. In addition to having the magical power to affect time, it can also give me some foresight of future events. The most important and strongest foresight came from 3 Terra years ago. I had a premonition that one of his loyal descendants would return at some time in the future. For this reason, I reformed and prepared for the Adeptus Custodes, which was still under the conservative influence of the 15th Commander, Galahot, in advance. At the same time, I also began to send teams to summon the Lost Sisters of Silence to prepare for possible changes in the future. But the previous foresight has not yet been realized, and another foresight came and was realized. Maybe it is really his will. In any case, I must be careful. Even as powerful as we are, we may still be framed by conspiracy. My predecessor, Andros Longstray, was lured into a trap by the abominable Fallen and died in this way. In addition to me, there are other warriors, including the sleepless Shadow Wardens and their wardens who have dreamed of the boy and his narration, but the latter are more vigilant. Perhaps I should meet him on the throne and ask him for confirmation, but the secret he told in the dream, in the final battle of the Siege of Terra by the Great Horus, he cut off all his precious human qualities, including hope, loyalty and compassion, these fragile but vital virtues, and threw them into the ocean of the highest heaven, just to move towards the final decisive battle without mercy and without wavering. The one talking to us is a collection of one or several fragments of human qualities. We gathered together to discuss this matter piously and solemnly, and finally decided to go according to the revelation of him in the dream. Since it was an order from him, we could not refuse to execute it. The throne is not a single thing. Its structure extends to the entire inner court like a tree root, climbing up to the highest mountain and winding down to the forbidden prison. Its energy coil is as big as a city, and the mountain is reshaped to accommodate its foundation, just like the new organ of this ancient planet, and the whole of Terra continuously and sleeplessly supplies blood to this organ. Our team walked through halls and vaults, through doors that required strict identity checks. After passing the last door that was eternally guarded by a greatest type contempt, we changed our direction and moved forward along the path that he showed me in the dream. After 6 minutes and 47 seconds, we came to the end of the passage, and the Cold War blocked our way. This is what we expected. Although the palace itself is as large as a continent, we all understand perfectly the winding paths of its inner court, especially the entire area where the throne room is located. The Warden of the Seals, Bertha Tusk, silently took out an ancient rusty metal arrow. The moment he took it out, the arrow had an inexplicable connection with an inconspicuous groove on the wall. Various symbols lit up from the wall, including a striking lightning mark from the Emperor's personal lightning mark, which I had seen in the starry gate in the throne room. A new mysterious portal appeared on the wall that we could pass through. I could feel Bertha's surprise. It was obvious that the guidance he gave us in the dream was different, such as opening this hidden portal, or taking out some mysterious heritage or technology from the dark prison and putting it in the black gold long box carried by the Shadow Wardens. We did not immediately tell the Mechanicus who maintained the throne area about the abnormality here. These red-robed priests who were obsessed with technology might think that this was a revelation from the Messiah, thus affecting our next progress. We stepped into the portal in silence and continued along this unknown passage hidden behind the wall. I walked at the front of the team. The energy field of the Watcher's Axe had been activated to deal with any possible attacks. Finally, we came to a huge room at the end of the passage. The most eye-catching thing was a rather old-looking round machine that looked like a portal in the center of the room. The metal on its surface was engraved with ancient Gothic words, "The Gate to the Unknown" or "Hope." I looked at Tusk, expecting him to make the next move, such as taking out something to activate this portal, but he just stood there silently. The next moment, electricity flashed through the air, crackling, and briefly dispelled the darkness in the room. Then there was a more obvious sound of the machine operating. As if it had sensed our arrival, the room activated itself. I saw the power lines and pipes on the top of the room. Previously, I described Terra as a body that supplies blood to the throne organs. These pipes that can be seen everywhere in the throne area are thick blood transfusion tubes. There was a golden mist flowing out of the pipes, completely illuminating the room. Is it his psychic power? I have been to the throne room and have truly seen him, who was forever trapped between life and death on the terrifying machine called the throne. I have also seen those brilliant, sticky, and flickering gold and psychic fires. This golden mist is somewhat similar, but very different. I cannot understand the difference between them for the time being. But I saw the circular portal in the center of the room activated, and more symbols lit up on its surface. The dangerous power from the high heaven immediately surged out, so that we reacted in a few microseconds and wanted to draw our weapons to destroy it, but then it was covered by the dense golden mist, or it could be said that it blocked the dangerous breath of the high heaven, making it look safer and unknown. Just like its name. The door to the unknown or hope. "Go into the door and see me," he said to me in the dream. I stopped the Shadow Warden who wanted to enter the portal first to investigate the situation, and I grabbed the Watcher's axe and stepped into this mysterious portal. Unlike the teleportation technology used for boarding and decapitation, the moment I stepped into the portal, I felt like I was thrown directly from the spaceship into the warp. Countless malice from the warp came like a tide and wanted to engulf me. But the next second, the sacred golden mist isolated me from those malice, and I personally felt that this powerful protection came from his will. However, my body still had a sense of floating in space, until I felt my feet stepping on the ground again, and the thousands of stars that were originally a little upside down in my mind were engraved on the dome above my head. I realized that I had left the Palace of Terror, and came to another world, or even another universe. "Hello, Valeris. I'm glad that you're here." I heard someone talking to me, and I looked at the source of the voice. I saw the boy who stroked my shoulder armor in the dream. He sat on a bronze throne. There was no ugly and complicated structure like a mechanical clamshell, no psychic fire waves that seemed to be able to burn a soul, only a calm, sacred and reassuring golden mist. He looked at me very calmly, his eyes reflecting the birth and death of stars. It was him. It was his will. My body trembled slightly. I was not like the elders like Waldo and Derek who had served him when he was still walking on Earth, seen his face and heard his voice, but I knew it was him, as if the blood in the deepest part of my body told me, just as he created and passed us down one by one 10,000 years ago. "My lord." I immediately walked over and saluted him with the most ancient and loyal Imperial Guard etiquette, and couldn't help but burst into tears. Chapter 343 What Valeris Saw, Happy Lantern Festival. This was a scene I had never imagined. I had never thought that one day I would be able to truly communicate with his will face to face. I had visited him in the throne room, but I could only watch from a distance because the huge room was filled with high-intensity psychic heat waves that could burn a soul. Through the dazzling golden light, I could only see a piece of broken flesh. He, who was completely stagnant between life and death, was buried in this deep forest of steel cables, like a pearl lost in an ugly and hateful mechanical shell. In the 10,000 years he sat on the throne, he never spoke a word, just watching the empire he founded slowly slide to the edge of collapse after the disappearance of his loyal descendants. The reason why this slide was delayed for nearly 10,000 years was purely because of the vast territory of the empire and the countless lives sacrificed and fought for it. Meanwhile, his power in the warp is growing stronger, especially after the rise of the state religion. In recent millennia, the intelligence of the mysterious Black Armor Legion has been increasing. At the same time, one of the saints protected by the Aquila shield has also been favored by the golden power in the battle and was named a living saint by the state religion. Maybe it's a bit blasphemous to use the mantras of those priests to express my idea, but I still worry. If he can really step down from the throne one day, will he still be the lord of humanity 10,000 years ago? But now these concerns have disappeared, his human will is before my eyes, and the empire will usher in new hope. "Get up, Valeris," I heard him say. I restrained my emotions so as not to lose my composure in front of him, and slowly stood up from the ground. At the same time, I was able to look around the hall I was in. Except for the golden eagle totem behind him, there was no decorative style of the Empire or the Martian mechanic church, nor did I see any mechanical structures such as feeder cables. Only the light of the thousands of stars above my head reflected the glimmer of the ancient bronze metal here. Is this a relic left over from the dark technological era? I thought to myself, and then humbly asked, "My lord, where are you in the galaxy now?" As long as you have the coordinates, the Sky Eagle shield can be teleported here in an instant. The Sky Eagle shield is responsible for protection in the Imperial Legion, and the objects they protect are not only the top leaders of the Empire, but also the people selected by the Doomsday Prophet in the palace. These people will reverse and resolve various terrible disasters that threaten the throne through their own abilities, thoughts or actions in the future. The Imperial Guards of the Sky Eagle shield will ensure the safety of these people before they play their due value. But now, I'm afraid that the value of these people packed together is not as good as the Supreme will in front of me. No need. This is another ancient terror, with all the beautiful scenery such as the sea, forests, wheat fields, and people have not yet walked out of the stars, the boy said calmly. The most important thing is that there is no subspace in this universe, and the subspace engine cannot be activated here. Another terror. Another universe. I tried hard to understand and digest the huge amount of information contained in the words of my lord. Someone is coming. I noticed a mysterious blue light on the ground somewhere in the hall. When I was about to activate the energy field of the Watcher's axe, my lord gently stroked my shoulder armor to stop my instinctive defensive action. Don't be nervous, Valeris. I can introduce you to the new warriors I will create on this terror. New warriors? I thought a lot in a few microseconds, but the first thing I thought of was me, or the guards I represent. When terror fell into the old night era of technological barbarians and genetic warlords conflicting with each other, the Lord of Mankind created us long before creating the Thunder Warriors to give the short-sighted warlords on terror the final notice of disobedience means destruction. So, is the Lord going to create new warriors like us on this other terror? I couldn't help but look at the young boy who walked out of the light curtain with a stern look. His body age is a bit too old, and he doesn't meet the age standard of recruits trained by the Imperial Guards. Generally, they start to be selected from young children. His eyes look a bit stupid, and he feels more like a barbaric and brainless man rather than an excellent and qualified recruit with strategies and plans. Not only is his physique a bit thin, but his genetic bloodline seems to be mixed with a lot of impurities, which is not pure enough. I frowned slightly but quickly recovered. After all, this is the warrior that the Lord wants to create, and I shouldn't make any unnecessary comments. But if he wants more qualified and excellent children, I can go back to Terra to recruit them directly. Let me introduce you. The warrior next to me is Trian Valeris, the current commander of the Imperial Guards of Terra Palace. The Lord introduced me to the boy, and then looked at me and introduced him. Trian, this is Mingfei, an excellent warrior who will lead a new legion. Lead a new legion? Is it a commander like me, or does my lord want to create another Prime Rush? Out of respect for my lord, I nodded to the child named Mingfei. Mingfei is a special existence. His soul belongs to this universe, but in an unknown accident, his soul went to the universe where we are and became anustatives. Until he died in battle, his soul returned here again. Not long after, the eye on the throne noticed his fire of faith, and also noticed the existence of this world. My lord told me all this calmly, so I decided to create new warriors here, where I will not be affected by the existence of those subspaces, and I can devote myself to work. Is there anything I can do for you, my lord? I am willing to guard you forever. I asked sincerely. No matter the origin of Mingfei, or whether my lord wants to create new warriors or even new gene primaries, I don't care now. I just want to fulfill my ancient duty and guard my lord's side, even if I die. No, Valeris, you have more important things to do, my lord calmly rejected me. Under your leadership, the Imperial Guards have achieved the best development in history. They really need to go out of the palace walls, vent their anger on other enemies, and save more people in the Empire. Yes, my lord. Follow your will. I said bitterly, and when I looked at the child named Mingfei, I couldn't help but feel a mundane emotion called envy. I walked back to the place where I appeared. The light of the ground matrix engulfed me. When I appeared again, I had returned to the mysterious room. Bossard and his 4 shadowed prison officers were still waiting there. After a simple explanation, I took them into the gate to the unknown or hope and came to the universe where my lord was, the Terror. Their reaction was no calmer than mine when they met my lord's will. Even the most indifferent Seal Warden Bossard task shed tears of excitement. Their mission was to bring the 2 rectangular metal boxes to this world. My lord might need them to create new warriors. Judging from the ancient Gothic characters and labels engraved on their surfaces, the two metal boxes contained a technological device from the Dark Age of technology and an ancient genetic technology from that era. Cadia will be destroyed one day in the future. The surging waves of the warp will turn into a cursed scar that divides the entire galaxy into two. The light of the Astronomicon will not be able to shine on the other half of the Empire, my lord said to me. I believe you have foreseen this. The instability of the warp and a certain fate-like inevitability will make this inevitable and unstoppable. All you have to do now is prepare for war. I looked solemn. The ancient technological device time shackles on my waist did allow me to foresee a disaster, but I never thought it would be so serious. The Empire's most heavily defended fortress world that faced the first line of the warp's eye of terror would actually be destroyed. After the legions here are formed, they will rush to the universe to fight alongside you and other warriors. My lord stroked my golden shoulder armor. We will still have a long expedition. Chapter 344 The beginning of transformation. His Majesty the Emperor communicated with the commander of his Imperial Guards for a long time, during which Mingfei stood aside and listened carefully, until the Emperor's claws reluctantly said goodbye to the boy on the bronze throne, and the tall and majestic figure was swallowed by the golden light of the teleportation matrix and returned to the universe that would be more dangerous and terrifying in the future. What is your impression of these warriors? The boy looked at Mingfei again. Strong, calm, wise, determined. Even if I were 10 Astartes, I would be defeated within a second if I met any of them. Mingfei said truthfully. Whether it was the commander of the Imperial Guards, Trion Valoris, or the mysterious Imperial Guards wearing black and gold power armor, he had no confidence that he could match them. Coupled with the unnamed golden armor and advanced weapons on them, I'm afraid that one person could match 20 Astartes warriors. Well, the Imperial Guards are indeed ahead of the Astartes in all aspects. The boy nodded calmly. They are the most perfect warriors I created in the old night, and their bodies and minds have been transformed and evolved in all aspects using the most advanced biotechnology in the Dark Age. And in addition to fighting, each of them is the best scholar in history, mastering countless knowledge from military, command, politics to history, art, diplomacy, management, philosophy, and craftsmanship. They are my most ideal human form. I once imagined that one day in the future the entire human race would be able to sublimate and approach this perfect appearance. The boy sighed softly. Mingfei remained silent. The Horus heresy that completely shattered everything must be a permanent scar for His Majesty the Emperor. But you don't have to lose heart. The boy took the initiative to comfort Mingfei, stroking his shoulder, as if he was comforting a wounded child in his heart. Although you were inferior to them in terms of combat power and knowledge reserves, you have the same quality that they lack now, that is the compassion to sacrifice oneself to protect the weak. The Imperial Guards are not perfect either. Although they possess extraordinary martial arts and wisdom, they have been confined to the palace for tens of thousands of years because of their obsession with me and the sins inflicted on themselves. Even their thinking has become dull, and they will fall into brief chaos after their commander is killed. It was not until Valoris became the new commander that things got better, the boy said, and sighed as if he were helpless or having a headache. And you, once a weak soul who needed others' protection and guidance, eventually grew into a warrior who protects others, just like your brothers, the Weepers. Even though you were plagued by bad luck, misunderstood or even excluded because of your origin, you still firmly sacrificed your life in my name to protect humanity. This is the most precious quality, shining like a star in the darkness of that universe. It was an unparalleled honor to be praised by His Majesty the Emperor himself, but Mingfei still suppressed his inner joy very calmly. Compared to him, the brothers of the Weeps needed this honor more. Now it's time to start the preparations for the transformation of you and your legion. Alchemist. Come on, come on. A new blue light of transmission appeared in the Star Hall, and Ronald Tang's figure emerged from the blue light, with a smile on his face as if he had been waiting for a long time. After saluting the boy, he immediately turned his attention to the two extra black metal boxes, rubbing his hands and looking a little impatient. The boy raised his palm, and the golden light flowing from his fingertips turned into a thin line and floated towards one of the long metal boxes, as if it was printed on the box. The dark metal surface lit up with simple golden patterns, and the boy lifted the box's mysterious blockade. The moment the box was opened, Mingfei clearly felt that the flow of time here seemed to have changed. The box was loaded with a simple technological device that was obviously different from the rough military style of the Empire. The most conspicuous was the hourglass device that stood at the center of the four silver white metal pillars and was constantly performing an upside-down flipping movement. Through its visible transparent glass, one could peek into the fine sand inside the hourglass that kept dancing with the movement. After the box was opened, each grain of fine sand lit up, giving people the feeling that the stars in the universe were dancing in the hourglass. The altered clock is a time technology relic from the Dark Tech Age. He explained its origin and function to Lu Mingfei and Lao Tang. After being fully activated, the time divided into its own domain will be directly independent of the outside world and will be accelerated at a high rate. 1.5 tera-years within the domain is equivalent to 1 day of normal time flow outside the domain. Lu Mingfei immediately understood the role that this mysterious technological relic would play to speed up the establishment of the Sword of Revelation Legion. Taking the efficiency of the human empire's Astartes army building as a reference, it took nearly 100 years from the time the High Lord's Council of Terra ordered its formation to the time the Adeptus Mechanicus used mortal farms to cultivate 1,000 sets of Astartes, the number of people in a Codex chapter, gene storage glands. And except for special cases like the Blood Angels, the normal time required for the transformation surgery of other Astartes chapters is 5 to 10 years. The surgery starts in childhood, plus there are a series of complicated factors such as not having thousands of people undergoing the surgery at the same time, the losses caused by the failure rate of the surgery, the weapons and equipment warships manufactured by the Adeptus Mechanicus's forge worlds not being supplied in time. Some chapters are established with a special budget given by the parent chapter, such as when the sides of the Empire were established, there were several forge worlds supplying equipment, etc. It takes at least 200 to 300 years for an Astartes chapter of Codex size to officially set sail to fight for the Emperor. But now the Sword of Revelation has no gene seeds, no equipment, no forging world, no new soldiers, and it has to be a legion of more than 10,000 people. Lu Mingfei feels that it will take a long time to take shape. But they have something that other Astartes regiments don't have. They have the will of His Majesty the Emperor to preside over the overall situation. Put the alien clock in the core of the City of Miracles, and it will directly include this place in its domain. The metal deformed and closed on its own. The boy handed the technological relic to old Tang, and the alchemist sergeant carried the box and ran to another place on the transmission matrix. Just when Lu Mingfei was curious about what magical technological relic was in the other metal box, he heard the boy change the topic. The technological relic just now is used as the establishment process of the Legion, and before starting the transformation operation, you also have your own preparation process. My preparation process? Lu Mingfei was a little confused. You need to supplement your studies with more authentic historical knowledge and secrets of the human empire, rather than just one-sided records and oral legends, including the details and behind-the-scenes of the Horus heresy, the stories and secrets of the other 17 founding regiments and their primarchs besides the Blood Angels, the foundation of the imperial state religion, the Grey Knights of the 666th Regiment, and so on. As the Lord of the Legion, you are nominally equal to your father, Saint Giles. You are qualified to know this sealed knowledge. The boy's calm face showed a little helplessness, and I don't want my new offspring to be stupid and bullied by the Inquisition when he returns. Chapter 345 Genetic Motherboard Thunder Warriors, the Unification War, the nature of the Primarchs, the Great Crusade, the Imperial Truth, the Primarch Rebellion, the Webway War, the most authentic history and secrets of the human empire were presented to Lu Mingfei without reservation under the narration of the Emperor's will. What made Lu Mingfei feel physically and psychologically uncomfortable was that he learned that the current imperial state religion, a huge force that holds a seat in the Terran High Lords Council, actually derived a large part of their ideological doctrines from the rebellious demon Primarch, the Lord of the 17th Legion, Lord Jarlin. Including the original author of the state religion's holy book, the Words of the Godhead, was also from the hands of this demon Primarch. Fortunately, after overcoming the Black Rage and going through the many mental traps of the two great demons, the Lord of Change and the Keeper of Secrets, Lu Mingfei was able to control his emotions well. He just felt like vomiting. Some Astartes have a fanatical belief and worship of the Emperor, and some even often cooperate with the state church. Because several cardinals of the state church helped to speak up after the Badab War, the relationship between the weeps and the state church is relatively good, and Lu Mingfei, a new warrior, has also been influenced to some extent. In addition to his indomitable courage, superb combat skills and swordsmanship, and willingness to sacrifice his life to protect mortals, he can become the youngest champion warrior of the Weepers. In addition to his unyielding courage, superb combat skills and swordsmanship, and willingness to sacrifice his life to protect mortals, he also has his almost fanatical loyalty and worship of the Emperor. In fact, According to the boy, the throne at the will of the Supreme Heaven can notice cartos on the Defu and the third satellite because of his outstanding fanatical belief, just like the other saints, devout priests, and fanatical non-champions chosen by him. Otherwise, there would not be the subsequent divine blow that destroyed all the Zerg in the entire Defulan galaxy, and he would not notice that his soul came from another universe. Mingfei couldn't help but feel very sad. His Majesty the Emperor had personally destroyed the last church on Terra and established the imperial truth to make humans believe in science and eliminate superstition. However, after the Great Heresy, the state religion established by the ideas of the demon Primarch Lord Jarolin turned the imperial truth into a heresy. Churches were built one after another throughout the empire. The main bodies of space battleships were also like churches, and there were even holy worlds where the entire surface of the planet was covered with churches, and the Lord of Mankind who sat on the golden throne was silently believed in and prayed by hundreds of millions of humans for tens of thousands of years. His incarnation and power in the warp became increasingly powerful. When he used his power to interfere with reality to save people in life and death dangers, the people who witnessed the miracle and were saved became more fanatical in their belief and worship of him, falling into an endless and unstoppable cycle. At the same time, the faith of countless people also generated a special power called faith power, which burnt him on the throne like a flame. Now his will was ready to use this power to create a new legion to fight against the monsters of the Milky Way. I wonder what would happen if the Empire and the State Church knew about this true history. Would it trigger a huge split and civil strife within the State Church? But not necessarily. With the huge power of the State Church, those who spread this heresy would be burned to purify before they gathered together, and then consolidate the thoughts of the believers with more fanatical faith and worship. Mingfei shook his head and decided not to think about it. There was more knowledge he needed to learn and remember. For example, the Special Astartes Order of the 666th Regiment. These powerful and mysterious Grey Knights are the nemesis of Chaos Demons, but because of the extremely high recruitment threshold for new recruits, strong-willed, stable and controllable, absolutely loyal, and potential 3 good psychers, and the extremely low acceptance rate of passing the final 666 abomination rituals, the number of this unknown regiment has never exceeded 1,000. His Majesty the Emperor seems to be planning to position the Sword of Revelation as an oversized Grey Knights order. Although they are all psychics, they also use the power of faith as the sword and shield against chaos, and the Sword of Revelation is about to use the more substantial power of faith to create new warriors. However, what Mingfei cares more about is that there is actually an entire forge world dedicated to providing combat equipment for the Grey Knights. I hope to have a good relationship with the commander of the Imperial Guards in the future to see if he can allocate some production capacity to sponsor the Weepers. Mingfei's cramming of various aspects of the history and knowledge of the human empire lasted for 5 days, part of which was told by the Emperor's will himself, and part of which was in the form of books for reading. During this period, there was nothing for Mingfei to worry about in the outside world. After waking up, Principal Ange continued to manage things, and was very happy to see that the school board and the Elders' Council no longer proposed to impeach him. However, he had to face a pile of bills, including the purchase of nuclear bombs, and a large number of applications or resignations from the equipment department hoping to join the Sword of Revelation Legion. Secondly, Caesar expressed deep regret and grief for the accidental death of his family's respected predecessors, and turned around and used his own money to hold a champagne party in the Holy Blood Museum. Xu Zihan, who learned that the so-called new schoolgirl was actually the Dragon King Jmanganda, had a cold face and was unwilling to interact with the other party, but Xie Wang or Fenring, who seemed to be not very smart, kept sticking to him. Brother. Alchemist Sergeant Lao Tang planned to create a new body for his good brother Fingal's mechanical servant girlfriend Eva, but whether it was appropriate, whether it violated ethics, and whether he needed to avoid suspicion when he personally fabricated certain parts of his good brother's girlfriend's body. Key issues such as, in fact, everyone was waiting and looking forward to Mingfei's genetic modification surgery, the real foundation stone of this legion. Not long after, Mingfei received a summons from the Emperor's will and entered the main city area where the time flow speed was affected by the alien clock from the outer area of the City of Miracles. His genetic modification surgery will officially begin. Lying naked on the cold bronze bed, Mingfei couldn't help feeling a little uneasy, as if he had returned to the time when the new recruits of the Lamenters were about to undergo the transformation surgery. But the surrounding environment seemed bright and simple. There were no blood coffins filled with blood, nor serpo skulls and cherubim flying everywhere, and these things were replaced by efficient alchemical matrices and clean and square bronze containers. The technical sergeants and holy blood priests responsible for the transformation surgery were also replaced by Old Tang and His Majesty the Emperor, as well as a dozen auxiliary alchemical mechanical servants. Don't be nervous, Lu Mingfei, there will be no risk in this operation. The boy spoke softly, his slightly dark face seemed to always be calm. He was wearing an ordinary white cloth robe, two straight and smooth black hair fell down his cheeks to his chest. Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Mingfei took a deep breath to keep himself calm. In these days of knowledge review, you should have a certain understanding of that Primarchs. At the boy's eye signal, the alchemist pushed another black gold box brought by the Imperial Guards. Lu Mingfei nodded, and under the Emperor's narration, the Primarchs that were once like myths and legends also removed the mysterious veil. They were genetic products created by His Majesty the Emperor himself and another Eternal using genetic engineering technology, ancient psychic technology, and using their own genes plus a group of mysterious essence of the subspace. However, he was most curious about who the Primarchs between the 1st and 3rd, and the 10th and 12th disappeared, but the Emperor did not reveal his reasons, and he did not ask more questions. As you can see, I'm just a fragment of humanity, a remnant of will, and there is no way to give you such conditions. The boy sighed, as if to comfort a child who did not get his favorite toy in advance, but as the new Lord of the Legion, I will do my best to give you the best transformation conditions, so that you can face the terrible servants of the Chaos Gods in the future, and those rebellious fallen ones. The black gold box was stained with gold and sacred light patterns, and the metal on the top deformed silently, revealing an object sealed inside. It was a palm-sized chip that looked like a large red chip from a distance. But if you look closely, you will find that the chip is more like a hardened piece of flesh and blood, with dense blood threads, tendons, chitin, bone scales and other substances intertwined on its surface to form a sophisticated and numbing integrated circuit. It's like an expired piece of pork jerky. Old Tang complained in a low voice. No, it's a bioengineering artifact from the Dark Age of technology, called the Gene Master Plate. The boy introduced the origin of the object. It has the function of absorbing inorganic matter and transforming it into organic matter and compounds, so it was used by humans at the time to transform dead planets or other extreme climate environments in the universe to make them more suitable for habitation and colonization. But it can also absorb organic matter and transform it into new life substances, so in a planet with life is colonized with the Gene Master Plate, the life on this planet will undergo serious mutations. In addition, it has a second function, it can transform the body structure of organic living things. The crazy people of the era used this artifact to perform inhuman genetic transformation on themselves, and even worse, they would throw it onto a planet with life to conduct crazy experiments like raising insects to obtain new gained genes and then implant them into their bodies. The STC template that produced it has been destroyed in the Iron Man Rebellion. This Gene Master Plate is the last one, and now it is just right for your body transformation. Don't worry, it is a one-time product and will become a piece of waste after use. The boy removed its tight vacuum seal, and several alchemical mechanical servants slowly held it and inserted it into the group beside the bronze bench where Lu Mingfei, who was trying to remain calm, was lying. This is the best transformation condition I can prepare for you. There is no other choice, the boy said softly. The transformation operation begins now. P.S. The Dark Age of technology and the Golden Age seem to be just different names of present. The names of authors in different books of GW are different, or the books are eaten. PS2. The Gene Master is compiled by me, and the inspiration comes from SCP-003. There is no original text or source in Warhammer. In Son of the Moon God, there is a product called Original Master, which contains the genetic material of the 20 Primarchs created by the Emperor. It was finally handed over to Call by the 13th Master to create the next generation of Space Marines. 0.0 Chapter 346 Lu Mingfei's Genetic Modification Record. The record of the genetic modification of Lu Mingfei, the leader of the Sword of Revelation Legion and commander of Zero. Recorder. Nias. The main executors of the modification. Nias, Chief Alchemist Sergeant Norton. Assisters. Jmanganda, Lumings, the remaining person of the Black King. Location. Second Terra, New Miracle City. Under the effect of the alien clock, 1 Terra hour in the outside world is equal to 23 Terra days in the New Miracle City, and all time units that appear afterwards are calculated based on the time in the Miracle City. Lu Mingfei or Cartos Harkins. A human from Second Terra, a hybrid cloned by the remaining human person of the Black King. Note, hybrids are special humans on the Second Terra planet, with genes of the Dragon clan mixed in their bodies. It is precisely because of the changes caused by the mixture of these two different genes that hybrid humans have a very outstanding resistance to the corrosion of the subspace. Even if the spirit and soul are affected by the subspace, their bodies can serve as anchors to strongly resist the changes brought by the subspace. The Sword of Revelation Legion will build the army with this special kind of human as the cornerstone. It is currently determined that the proportion of dragon blood with the best corrosion resistance in hybrid humans is between 47% and 61%. Hybrids or dead pools exceeding this threshold will begin to be affected by the subspace. Pure-blooded dragons have an affinity for subspace energy. The generation of hybrids. First, humans who were given power and bloodline are slaves by the dragons in ancient times. Second, through primitive bloody methods, and very bad, and then selecting stable offspring from them. Note. Perhaps Jmunganter and Shuzaham can be pushed to conduct experiments to observe the genes of offspring produced by the combination of rare hybrids and dragons, in accordance with the wishes of both parties. Question. Can the native humans of Set and Terra be directly used as soldiers of the Legion? Negative. The original humans on Terra were only Sigma-2 sonic inert individuals, and their gene sequences were too primitive and fragile. Note. Before the crazy gene modification in the Dark Technology era, Terran humans had undergone multiple gene editing optimizations in the first 20,000 years, and the most intuitive manifestation was the immune system that was immune to most viruses. The gap between them was like the gap between humans of that period and late Homo sapiens 10,000 years ago, and they could not directly serve as qualified soldiers for the Legion. Optimization plan. Through the alchemy technology of the dragon race, the original humans can be transformed into qualified hybrids. The alchemist sergeant has prepared a variety of alchemy potions, but has not yet been tested. In the future, this method may be used to recruit soldiers needed for the Legion to build an army. Genetic modification record. Initial stage. The core special organ, the Furnace of Faith, is generated by the Gene Master. Note. When the Gene Master is activated, the internal structure of the affected biological body will be completely visualized and reshaped in the center of the upper chest, and then further alchemical enhancement is performed. The core function of this organ is to contain the power of faith. This special power is not the warp energy. While avoiding the hybrid's genetic resistance to the warp, it can also further enhance the hybrid's immunity to chaos malice, just like the evil god cannot corrupt or pull other evil gods' demons into his own ranks. Although this example is very inappropriate, this is the effect brought by the power of faith. Note. The alchemist said that I could use them as my offspring. I told him that the power of faith is not my gene, and secondly, this example is not much different. At the same time, the power of faith will exist in the form of halo, which will enhance the strength of the soldiers to varying degrees when fighting in formation. When fighting in the world with the strongest warp torrent, the enhancement will be increased to the maximum, and the lifeless people in the warp will feel fear, anxiety or anger. This is how I positioned this new Legion. Special attack against chaos, like another type of Grey Knight. Question. Will the aura be further enhanced when fighting with the devout believers of the state religion? I don't know, and it's best not to get involved too much. How much faith power can the faith furnace store? There is no detailed unit of measurement yet. Alchemist. Peace? No. How to replenish the power of faith? Through the Great Library to transport and replenish in another dimension. Problems to be solved. Jmunganter and the newly recovered part of the Great Library authority of the Alchemist Sergeant are not enough to make the Great Library a warehouse for storing faith power. The authority of the other two Dragon Kings, the White King and even the Black King, is also needed. The faith furnace of the remaining warriors except Mingfei will be cultivated through alchemical biotechnology. It is inevitable that the effect will be reduced. I don't have more gene motherboards to equip each warrior with a native faith furnace. Note. The existence of the aura can make up for it to a certain extent. Time taken for this stage. 62 days. Note. When the gene motherboard is activated, the body rejection reaction of the recipient has been reduced to the lowest level. Stage 1. Internal or external dragon scale armor shell. When the hybrid increases the proportion of dragon blood in its body through blood refinement or other means, the energy reaction that seems to be produced by dragon cells is actually a significant mutation to dragon caused by the power transmitted by the Great Library, also known as Deadpool transformation or dragonization. This stage has been achieved in Shuzaham and Findle. They can remain as sober as usual in this state, and the power of faith can also ensure that they will not be affected by the subspace when the proportion of dragon blood in their bodies exceeds the threshold in this state. The alchemist is very enthusiastic about this stage and hopes that the external dragon scale armor shell can be directly used as a permanent power armor. Although this mood can make me no longer consider which forging world the Legion's power armor should go to pretend to be a ghost and trick them into being responsible for the supply, or to establish its own production line in Second Terra, but I still rejected this proposal. The Sword of Revelation Legion is going to return to the Empire to fight for mankind. I don't really want them to be treated as aliens first. Therefore, the focus of this stage shifted from external to internal. The energy delivered by the Great Library during the Bloodliner refining will directly act on the body for multiple enhancements. First, it greatly improves the strength of human bones, making the skeleton stronger and larger, the chest cavity highly ossified, and the ribs growing and fused into hard bone plates. Secondly, it is the internal organs. A layer of flexible biological scale structure composed of spiral stacking of unidirectional nanofiber sheets will wrap all internal organs to resist stronger impact and damage. Thirdly, it stimulates muscle development, increases muscle fiber density, promotes muscle group striping, and greatly enhances muscle strength and toughness. Finally, a layer of carapace connected to the human nerves is grown under the skin to further enhance the additional protection in the unarmored state. This is like a one-time operation of the 3 stages of Bone Strengthener, Muscle Strengthener, and Black Carapace, which is completed by the Great Library and the Gene Master. In addition, I still retain the external part. Once the power armor is destroyed, the indomitable warrior can still maintain a certain combat effectiveness. This is harmless, as long as this secret can be kept unknown inside like the Space Wolves. The duration of this stage: 295 days. The main time consumption is to debug the power armor system that is compatible with the dragon scale armor shell in the body. At the end, Mingfei's height is increased to 264 centimeters. Note: new discovery about the alien clock. The age of the organisms in the field is also synchronized with the outside world, not calculated according to the time in that field. The second stage. The Heart of 8 key. Mingfei's unique second heart 8 key has always been the point I value. The super life regeneration ability derived from the rules and then fed back to the body's genes. So I customized a second heart named 8 key heart for Mingfei. In addition to the second heart should provide stronger physiological functions, more reasonable and independent distribution of nutrient blood vessels and higher fault tolerance, the most superior feature of this alchemical biological heart is undoubtedly the extraordinary power of word spirit. 8 key that it inherits, which allows Mingfei to truly be able to approach the original gene body. At least in this ability, he is very similar to Vulcan. Although other warriors also have the second heart implantation stage, they do not carry the bloodliner and power of Yaki, but they will inherit some excellent healing abilities through the gene seeds produced by Mingfei himself. This stage takes 31 days. Note: the organs contributed by the Lamenters are only used to cultivate the samples of the biological alchemical version of the organs, and are not directly used. I hope Mingfei can forgive my wasteful behavior. The third stage. The word spirit inherited by the hybrids from the dragon race can play a very good role in battle. Refer to Shuzaham's Junyan and Fingal's Bronze Throne. This organ will amplify the hybrid's own word spirit through the power communicated from the Great Library through the Furnace of Faith. There seems to be no way to remove the word spirit. Forbidden enlightenment imposed by the Black King. This word spirit restricts the hybrids to inherit and master only one word spirit power. It is possible that after the authority is gathered, the Great Library will be free to grant the hybrids the authority to grant specific word spirits. In the future, the Legion will be able to form warriors with different responsibilities according to different departments of word spirits. In addition to the many word spirits fighting on the front battlefield, for example, the word spirit Lingai with the ability to heal can be used as a pharmacist, the word spirit Holy Judgment that can make the ammunition aimed at the target never miss can be used as a special sniper, and the word spirit Tianyan with powerful computing power can be used as the logistics of the Legion or even a supercomputer. The word spirit engraved on Mingfei's word spirit furnace is temporarily blank. Yaki is the word spirit that is open to him for use, not the word spirit that he controls himself, and he will make plans after killing the Black King and regaining that power position. Maybe he can choose a Taiku Quangxian. The time taken for this stage: 47 days. Stage 4. Amplification of the pituitary gland. The humans here have healthy brains that will not mutate or awaken psychic powers, but currently they use less than 5% of their brains. The organs in this stage are mainly used to develop and stimulate the neuronal connections between the left and right brains of the hybrids, greatly enhancing the warrior's memory, understanding, and absorption rate of knowledge, so as to learn more knowledge. It is a genetic organ that I once designed for the Imperial Guard and the Primarch, and now I can only rely on my incomplete memory, the genetic master and the knowledge of the Great Library to slowly recover. At the same time, this organ can also accelerate the growth and fitness of other organs and amplify the functions of other organs. Note: Belisarius Cawl also used this technology in his Primaris project, but he only restored the right brain part, and the design of the left brain has been permanently lost. Time taken for this stage: 324 days. Stage 5. Blood Regenerator Original Astates Genetic Engineering Stage. After the organ is implanted in the aorta, it will transform the blood composition of the recipient, increase the blood flow rate and other blood effects, and at the same time reduce the body's rejection reaction when the Legion soldiers undergo surgery in the future. The difficulty of this stage is that the blood of the hybrids is mixed with dragon genes. If the transformation is not appropriate, it may make them lose their resistance to the subspace, and may even cause a strong rejection reaction. After that, the idea was changed. The function of the blood regenerator to transform the blood components of the recipient was changed to bloodline, a refinement that can be actively activated, and the combat effectiveness and healing ability were improved by slightly increasing the dragon gene cells in the body. This stage took 103 days. Stage 6. Lamenters Original Astates Genetic Engineering Stage. The organ was implanted deep in the chest cavity and protected by the dragon scale armor in the body. When the generated and stored Lamenters cells sensed the injury of the receptor, they would be released into the blood and adhered to the white blood cells and transported to the wound, and reached the wound surface through the mediation of white blood cells. Once exposed to wear or the external environment, the Lamenters cells would generate new fibrous tissue to replace the injured tissue and accelerate the formation of scars, thereby achieving the coagulation and hemostasis effect similar to platelets. This organ can effectively inhibit the large blood loss caused by open wounds in the general sense, but timely treatment is still required in case of severe trauma. Mingfei has Yaki and does not need a similar organ, but the soldiers of his legion need it very much. This organ can cooperate with the hematopoietic organ, and can also be benefited by the aura of Yaki and the furnace of faith inherited by Mingfei's gene seed. Time for this stage: 17 days. Stage 7. Tonic ganglion, same as above. This organ is implanted from the occipital bone to reshape the recipient's sleep physiological rhythm and resistance to sleep deprivation. When there is a special situation of insufficient sleep, the tonic ganglion will intervene to close different brain areas in a certain sequence so that the recipient can remain highly alert even when sleeping, similar to the alternation of the left and right brains of reptiles and some marine creatures. Although this process cannot replace normal sleep, it can greatly alleviate the recipient's anti-fatigue and continuous combat capabilities. Staying alert during hibernation can also increase the chance of survival. Time for this stage: 21 days. Alchemist. Dragon tribe is also a reptile, why not just improve it so that the warriors can fight with half of their brains and sleep with half of their brains? Denied, too many unstable factors. Stage 8. Pre-placed stomach, same as above. The organ will act as a pre-digestive stomach organ to pre-process the food ingested by the recipient in a broad sense. The independent detection tubes and manifolds in it can detect potential toxins and automatically neutralize or isolate them, sending the truly digestible parts to the gastrointestinal digestive system. This prevents the recipient from being affected by conventional poisons or toxins. Note: for subspace poisons, the newly added Faith Forge can greatly weaken their power. But the resistance to strange toxins such as the Assassin Temple and the Dark Elder is still to be tested, and greatly improves the ability to survive in the wild. When the food is exhausted, other biomass can be consumed to obtain nutrition. Time for this stage: 23 days. Alchemist. Do you want to establish an additional cooking team in the organization? Consider it. Stage 9. Genetic detection nerves, same as above. After the implantation, the organ will become part of the brain and central nervous system. It is located inside the spinal cord between the cervical vertebrae and the spine. 4 new nerve branches are connected between the spine and the stomach wall of the pre-placed stomach to form a neural signal link. The organ is designed to absorb the genetic material generated by the tissues in the animal body that manage memory, experience and talent. For example, after eating a part of an animal, the receptor will automatically absorb part of the animal's instinctive memory, which is of great help to the survival and acquisition of intelligence on the alien planet. The duration of this stage: 39 days. Stage 10. Multiple lungs, same as above. This organ is not a lung in terms of physiological appearance. This grey tubular organ plays a role similar to a pre-stomach, which can process the toxic components in the oxygenated blood and repair its own damage through the regeneration system, continuously converting highly poisoned air into breathable gas. When the poison gas is strong, the organ can also close the trachea through the associated sphincter and organize regular breathing to protect the lungs. Its effective toxin decomposition and neutralization ability and regeneration system, it will not be damaged by breathing poison gas, and can give the receptor enough time to survive and fight in various harsh environments. The duration of this stage, 27 days. Stage 11. Transcendental lobe, same as above. This organ is located at the base of the brain. It has a certain function of the pineal gland and is associated with the optic nerve. It can offset the effects of sudden changes in the light environment. Flash bombs and other means have little effect on the receptor. At the same time, it adjusts the growth pattern of the eye and the photoreceptor cells on the retina, giving the receptor far better vision than ordinary people, allowing the receptor to see objects moving at extremely fast speeds and aim or analyze them, and adapt to high-speed changes in perspective. Different gains are obtained due to the proportion of dragon bloodline and the influence of the word spirit furnace. The duration of this stage, 31 days. Stage 12. Lamenters is the same as above. This organ enhances the receptor's hearing and direction perception ability, filters or enhances the sound of a certain spectrum according to the receptor's will, and can capture the information and intelligence it needs even in an extremely noisy environment. In addition to enhanced hearing, it also gives the receptor a stronger sense of balance and anti-vertigo ability, and will not feel uncomfortable due to extreme loss of sense of direction or high acceleration, which is crucial for adapting to planetary assaults and airdrops in the universe. The duration of this stage, 30 days. Stage 13. Pigment control organ is the same as above. This organ works indirectly in a complex way, detecting the type and intensity of radiation irradiating the skin of the space marines, and inducing the biochemical reaction of the pigment to adapt, providing the receptor with good light radiation and limited radiation protection. The energy at the subspace is transferred to the furnace of faith. This organ can inherit the genetic material of the original gene, resulting in different images that appear using gene seeds. The most intuitive examples are St. Gervis, the image becomes handsome, and Vulcan, the skin becomes dark. This also provides me with more ideas. After Mingfei kills the Black King in the future and inherits some of the authority, this part of the power gain can also be shared with all the warriors in the Legion through this organ. The time taken for this stage, 33 days. Alchemist. Can you turn Captain Lou's hair white? Negative. Stage 14. Pebble Kitten is same as above. This organ efficiently improves and regulates the recipient's circulatory system, coordinates the effective functioning of other implanted organs, and provides extremely efficient blood filtration and detoxification capabilities as well as emergency detoxification mechanisms. It can work with the second heart and the furnace of faith, allowing the recipient to temporarily survive even toxins that the multiple lungs cannot handle. This stage takes 40 days. Stage 15. Taste monitoring nerves same as above. This organ is an extension of the preset stomach and gene detection nerves. The nerves in it can help the recipient detect potential toxins from a very small bite of food and immediately alert, and can also analyze various chemicals, and even help the recipient track prey. With this point, space wolf warriors usually make the most of this organ. This stage takes 20 days. Stage 16. Mucoid organ same as above. The hormones secreted by this organ are absorbed by the colon, and ultimately affect the changes in sweat glands. On sweat modification, the tear glands are also affected. When activated, the recipient's sweat will become a natural cleanser and protective layer covering the skin, providing protection in extreme temperatures and vacuum. The activation procedure has been improved, and the recipient can activate or shut down the mucoid organ at his own will. This stage takes 19 days. Stage 17. Furnace of Rage, tentative, inspired by Paul's technology. This organ is located between the two hearts and is usually dormant. When seriously injured and in the most critical situation, it will automatically activate the organ and burst into violent combat power. The external Draken scale armor shell will be activated together. Side effects. The recipient will die after the effect of the Furnace of Rage ends. Note. The premise of the organ implantation surgery is that the preparations for the 18th stage have been made. The duration of this stage, 60 days. Note: on the 42nd day, the rage generated will not flow to corn. Stage 18. Soul Cocoon, the most core secret. This organ is not in Mingfei's body. It is inspired by the resurrection mechanism of the Dragon King. The Great Library can reshape the life of the dead Dragon King, provided that the Dragon King has made the bone bottle or cocoon/egg necessary for resurrection. Through the current collection of the Great Library's authority, the top-secret knowledge obtained from it, and the cooperation of the two Dragon Kings, I successfully bound Mingfei's soul to the newly made soul cocoon. Even if he died in the physical body of that world, his soul would return to this world under the traction and escort of the power of faith, and reshape and grow a new body waiting to return to that world to fight again. There is no specific conclusion as to why Mingfei's soul went to that world, but his soul did return to this world. Theoretically, the Great Library can reshape every dragon that has made a bone bottle, but because of the blockade and monopoly of the manufacturing technology of the Dragon King's bone bottle, the Great Library Mechanicus is dawdling, referring to the slow reshaping process caused by the non-full output state, and the huge energy consumed by reshaping the Dragon King level dragons. This theory has not been realized. It is not yet clear what the Great Library can do after it is fully activated, but it has been assumed that all Legion warriors are bound to the organs of this stage, except Mingfei. The energy consumed by a normal Legion warrior to bind the soul and reshape the body is not high, and cooperate with the rage furnace of the 17th stage. Note: this is also the reason why I don't consider implanting the Suanman energies. If you can be resurrected directly, there is no need for fake death. The time taken for this stage: 391 days. Notes for the 111th day. After the Sword of Revelation Legion popularizes this stage of organs, it is highly likely that there will be no units like the Dreadnought. However, you can refer to the Iron Hands, and the Dreadnought does not necessarily need to be controlled by someone. Notes for the 200th day. The alchemist said that he realized belatedly that the Sword of Revelation Legion that could be resurrected was in a sense like my own devil. I told him expressionlessly that your associative ability is really too rich. Stage 19. Gene seed storage gland. The importance of this organ is only reflected in Mingfei. As the leader of the Legion, the gene seeds he grows, in addition to the growth hormones and secretions of other implanted organs, inherit the triple strengthening characteristics of Yahweh, source of the furnace of faith, and Black King authority, using soul cocoon, for other warriors. It seems that the warriors of the Sword of Revelation Legion can indeed call Mingfei father like calling the original body. The two gene seeds that other warriors except Mingfei have placed in the gene storage gland for preservation and generation, one will be taken out as the binding medium of the soul cocoon, and the other seed sealed in the gene storage gland will be used as the fuel of the Fury Furnace after it is activated to burn and self-destruct. I can't let these special gene seeds fall into anyone's hands. Gene seed ties. Robert can find a way to open a special tax exemption for the Legion. Time for this stage: 281 days. After a 200-day observation period without any abnormal discomfort, the genetic modification surgery based on Mingfei's the blueprint of the Legion was completed, and the gene motherboard had lost its function and turned into a piece of waste. Should I regard Mingfei as my 21st offspring? Forget it, this kind of question is not important. He is a good child. Alchemist's new idea. Outside the Legion, it is known that Mingfei's clones are soulless zombies. Perhaps they can be mass-produced to serve as some kind of container. After all, there is no shortage of loyal and strong souls around me. After these souls have new bodies, they can unconditionally enter the real world to fight, giving Chaos Evil enemies a huge surprise. I thought of Ferris and St. Giles. Think about it again. The unstable factors of this idea will only be more and more uncontrollable. Part of the original Astates surgery description process comes from the B station column up. Zaharadel. Chapter 347. New Legion, new technology, new equipment. On the sky curtain mixed with dim yellow and blood red, dozens of ugly biological ships suspended in the low-altitude orbit of the planet were clearly visible, and a heavy rain of biological spores was pouring down on this endless plain. In less than 5 minutes, these biological spores that fell to the ground turned into a biological tide composed of tens of thousands of hideous insect swarms, making a creepy and piercing howl and rushing towards the only food on the plain. The Tyranids, looking for the swarm-node creatures to quickly behead, after a brief riot in the swarm, continue to wipe out the next-level node creatures that the Hive may assign to the command. A lot of knowledge and information about the Tyranids emerged in his subconscious mind. Mingfei took a deep breath, and the echo from the breathing grill sounded very heavy. He felt as if he had returned to the time when he served in the Weepers. Now he stood alone on the plain, wearing heavy gold and red armor, with a blazing golden flame burning on the huge sword in his right hand. They are unclean, ugly, and greedy. They are the enemies of mankind. Hate them and destroy them. For the Emperor, for mankind, re-enter the endless war. The subconscious continued to talk to him. The built-in display screen of the helmet showed him the threatening medium-mass targets in the swarm. Mingfei raised his left hand, and the storm bolter installed on the left armor made a deafening roar. The bombs were high-speed and methodical, from the hard chitinous shells or the thin flesh without armor protection of the tyrannide aliens, making their heads bloom with ugly purple flowers. Each bomb destroyed an alien. 100 bombs, 100 bodies of tyrannide warriors with their heads shattered. Without waiting to reload the storm bolter with new ammunition, Mingfei charged forward, smashing into the swarm of insects that were approaching him like a rampaging chariot. Dirty purple blood surged, and hundreds of swift-boned worm cannon fodder were crushed into pulp in his collision. The revelation, burning with the holy flame of faith, began to efficiently slaughter the swarm of insects blocking the road, and the countless claws attacking him could not even scratch the revelation armor he was wearing. Until dozens of tyrannide warrior leaders surrounded him, the sharp chitin blades they held and the hive mind psychic energy attached to them could effectively deal with armor, and the helmet display reported the first angry red damage warning to Mingfei. Faith furnace activated. The special organ located deep in the chest between the two hearts was completely activated. The golden energy stored inside flowed along the blood vessels to the limbs of the body in an instant. While Mingfei's already strong senses were greatly enhanced again, a pair of dazzling golden wings spread out behind him. The seemingly illusory and ethereal light wings covering the power backpack were actually sharp and deadly. Several warrior leaders who wanted to launch a sneak attack were cut off their heads and limbs by the golden wings. Revelation danced with the winds, and a more efficient killing storm interrupted the siege of the Zerg. The helmet display locked onto an alien with the highest quality and height. It was the Zerg Overlord, the top predator of the entire Zerg, and a smarter and stronger existence than the Zerg High Tyrant that he died in his lifetime. After the wings wiped out a group of knife bugs that only knew hunger and feared no death with 2 brilliant arcs, another pair of new golden wings was generated. Several jets evolved at the ends of the 4 wings and gushed out blazing golden energy. The powerful propulsion drove Mingfei's armored demigod body weighing several tons into the sky, and like a golden meteor, it dragged a dazzling trail and smashed into the insect swarm overlord. The black and red chitinous carapace and the scarlet violent flesh, the 6-meter-tall insect swarm overlord wielding 4 huge psychic bone swords roared towards the sky. Before the 4 tyrant guards came over to guard, Mingfei had already pounced in front of the overlord, and the 2 pairs of golden wings accurately blocked and bounced off the 4 bone swords that wanted to take advantage of the situation to cut him into pieces, and the revelation burning with holy flames was sent into the roaring and hideous bloody mouth of the insect swarm overlord. The sword turned, and the overlord's mouth full of fangs and its head was smashed to pieces by the sword blade. Then the sword blade went down along its tall body, and the golden flames burned all the tyrannide spores in its internal organs into charred carbon blocks. It lost its power and fell to the ground. This ugly creature didn't even make a howl before it died, nor did it glare at Mingfei. The 4 wings behind Mingfei turned around, and the gushing energy took him high into the sky, watching indifferently the tyrant guards who were frantically slaughtering all the creatures around them because of the death of the Zerg Overlord. The Zerg fell into chaos for a short time, until a new, lower-level high-quality creature gained control of the Zerg, and Mingfei pounced on it again and killed it accurately. This cycle continued until the Zerg was completely destroyed. Good performance. The use of the power of faith has maintained the previous level, someone said calmly. Reset the scene, add tyrannide Zerg arms to cooperate, and increase the ferocity of the tyrannide Zerg. Test Jackie and simulate the release of Zhulon. The picture in front of him was refreshed. On the sky curtain mixed with dim yellow and blood red, dozens of ugly biological ships suspended in the low-altitude orbit of the planet were clearly visible, and a heavy rain of biological spores was pouring down on this endless plain. Executioners, horn cannon worms, poison-wick beasts, more hideous and terrifying tyrannide aliens with different positioning appeared on the battlefield, forming a more diverse and terrible army. They are unclean, ugly, and greedy. They are the enemy of mankind. Hate them and destroy them. Mingfei took a deep breath, dodging the deadly biomass artillery fire while launching a fearless charge. 3 months have passed since Mingfei completed the genetic modification operation, time in the Miracle City. During these 3 months, he has been using mental simulations to adapt to this new body, which is completely different from his previous champion of the Lamenters, as well as new and stronger powers, weapons and armor. Revelation, the alchemical weapon formerly known as Pure Moon, has long been transformed into a powerful weapon after being recast by the alchemical sergeant and His Majesty the Emperor. Not only does it look very much like the sword of the Emperor that His Majesty used when he walked on Earth, the power of faith burning on the Revelation sword can also truly wipe out the demons in the warp, and all the defenses of the enemies of mankind will be melted and burned under the burning fire of faith. The Revelation armor is his exclusive power armor as the Lord of the Legion. It is a combination of the Sky Eagle armor that fought against the bloodthirsty demon Baron and the Revelation armor that was specially made for him to deal with the Secret Keeper ship era. It also was the technology of the golden shining armor worn by the Emperor's guards to create a new fine alchemical armor. The Revelation armor has powerful firepower. A fixed storm bolter is installed on the left arm of the armor. A full-loaded shot can release 100 rounds of explosives from the muzzle. When the spare ammunition belt is fully loaded, 600 rounds of explosives are enough to make Mingfei a powerful single-soldier fire outlet. In addition to all the functions that power armor should have, the most powerful function of the Revelation armor is undoubtedly that it can also absorb Mingfei's Yaki's extraordinary regeneration ability, as well as the loyal living spirit that is housed inside the armor and completely obeys Mingfei after being baptized by the power of faith. The former is reflected in the fight with the bloodthirsty demon. When the armor is damaged or broken, its fragments/new fragments will turn into liquid metal under the action of Yaki to repair the armor. And the living spirit in the armor ensures that even if the armor suffers large-scale damage, it can still play its due function until the armor is repaired. In the words of the alchemist, the Revelation armor is Mingfei's first stage. Would Mingfei, whose armor even has such a strong regeneration ability, be killed on the battlefield? The answer is yes. Because Mingfei is still an Astartes unit, not as powerful as His Majesty the Emperor, he still has to dodge when facing the attacks of the Mechanical Titan and space battleships. Even the Primarch can hardly compete head-on with a Titan. Unless Mingfei can destroy a Warlord-class Titan and a Warhound-class Titan by himself like his Primarch father, although his genetic body has undergone tremendous changes, he still regards himself as the son of St. Gervais in his heart, and scare away the remaining 3 Warhound-class Titans. But Mingfei now has the ability to fly, it seems feasible to board the Titan cockpit. However, His Majesty the Emperor did not prepare a giant unit like the Titan for him to practice in battle in the mental simulation. And as the Lord of the Legion, he must of course integrate and fight with his own legion. Xu Zihan, Yuan Xin, Fingal and Caesar immediately underwent transformation surgery after Mingfei's examination period ended. In fact, at present, there are still certain risks for warriors other than Mingfei to undergo transformation surgery. They no longer have the gene motherboard and rely entirely on the gene pheromones recorded in the newly generated gene seeds to reduce the body's rejection reaction when transplanting various organs. The most risky one is Yuan Xin, a super hybrid with an astonishing 97% dragon blood in her body. She showed strong discomfort symptoms during multiple organ implantation surgeries. Fortunately, she finally stabilized with the help of several pieces of White King's skeletons. Because of the high proportion of dragon blood, the faith furnace implanted by Yuan Xin is one size larger than others, and it needs to be kept activated all the time. The transformation surgeries of the other 3 were completed without any danger. The proportion of dragon blood in their bodies has uniformly increased to 58%, and their bodies have all become muscular hunks with a height of 2 meters and 5 meters. Jmungandr looked at Xu Zihang's naked body after the operation with a complicated expression and didn't know what he was thinking, but what is certain is that Xu Zihang and his brother must ensure that their mother will not faint when they see them, and make an explanation in advance about their fitness mutation. Their transformation surgery is not like the transformation surgery of the Astartes in that universe. After becoming an Astartes, the past memories, and emotions are diluted to the point of almost non-existence. The brothers' thoughts and emotions have not changed much compared to the past, especially Fingal. During the inspection period after the surgery, this guy often issued a strange war cry: "Faith turns a million horses." Empire Blasting Fist. Which is as meaningless as before. Perhaps because of the special bloodline and the existence of the Faith Furnace, the warriors of their Sword of Revelation Legion will not be easily bewitched by the influence of chaos because of their emotions. Therefore, while the Empire raised their fighting desire, he also retained their emotions as humans, rather than pure war machines. But it is worth mentioning that, unlike Jmungandr, who was quite resistant to going to another universe, alchemist Sergeant Lao Tang is very much looking forward to undergoing a transformation surgery and going to that universe. Maybe he wants to fight side by side with his good brother Fingal, or he wants to personally micromanage a real version of StarCraft. However, due to the special nature of the Dragon King's genetic transformation, this proposal still needs to be tested. The surgery is solved, and then there is the problem of the Legion's equipment. The spiritual steel used to build the Legion's power armor is a new type of metal made by alchemy and the power of faith. It is harder than the ceramic steel used in traditional Astartes power armor. The core of the backpack power unit that provides energy for the armor is an energy furnace that consumes Philosopher's Stone as energy, supplemented by an emergency solar collector. The Half-Bloods are still unable to make Philosopher's Stone through alchemy, and the alchemist sergeant said that he could easily make a lot of it. In addition to the functions of life monitoring, temperature regulation, gyroscope stabilizer, and nutrient storage, the power armor also has a personal protective force field in the form of word spirit. Dust-free land, which can effectively deal with various attacks. His Majesty the Emperor even brought some drawings of different styles of power armor to the alchemist sergeant and asked him to imitate the design. It is said that it comes from the technology of a certain Mechanicus Grand Sage named Belisarius Call. The number of people in the Sword of Revelation Legion will be 100,000 inches the future, the limit of the energy at the great library that His Majesty the Emperor has deduced to be able to revive and regenerate the body. It will be a heavy task to produce power armor for this entire legion. In addition to taking time, it will also take a lot of resources. Fortunately, the current resource reserves on Earth are still sufficient, which can fully support the production line established by the entire Sword of Revelation Legion in terms of power armor. As for other aspects, one day in the City of Miracles, Mingfei felt the call of His Majesty the Emperor and went to the Hall of Stars fully armed. "Mingfei, we are going to see a special guest today," the boy said calmly while sitting on the bronze throne. "Guest?" Mingfei couldn't help but wonder. "Are they the Imperial Guards?" Regarding this guest, I believe he can provide a lot of help for the advanced equipment that the Sword of Revelation Legion needs more. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novel, as there you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 348 Endless. The last rays of sunset disappeared from the windows of the restaurant, and the musicians played a melodious wind trio, but the people attending the party had no intention of appreciating the long and slow rhythm. People wearing gorgeous robes in black, gold or red with gold lines painted on the surface were toasting and whispering to each other, with their heads lowered to prevent others from hearing their words. Their skin was as flawless as that of newborn babies, their eyes were shining, and their words were fluent, which was completely different from the sloppy humans in the hive. The boys in short sleeves and the girls in silk robes and lace skirts with their attendants, kneeling not far away waiting for their master's orders, but their eyes would still glance at the dining table from time to time. The silver tableware was filled with real fruits, vegetables and fresh meat. Any one of them should be worth enough to buy a top-notch residence on other planets, right? But they still can't attract people to talk to. Those stewards, supervisors, rear admirals, army colonels, wives, terrors dignitaries gather here. Although they are not at the top, their topics are always the same. Power, money, knowledge, politics, satisfaction, mixed with all kinds of disguises, transactions, traps, plots, and struggles. The human species is so strange. Their diverse emotions nourish the subspace. Some people are willing to sacrifice their lives for others, while some people keep pulling people to the front as meat shields for their own survival. Some people disdain delicious food and only care about social games, and some people work to death on the bottom of the hive eating corpse starch mixture. They exploit their own people to the extent that I only let my human slaves work 10 hours a natural day and they are grateful to me. With a little reward, their loyalty to me has exceeded their emperor. You say I slander my own kind? No, I'm not a human. Strictly speaking, I belong to the alien species in the mouth of humans. Let me introduce myself. I'm Endless Trazin, the eternal dead spirit, an archaeologist, the ruler of Solomnes, the curator of the Solomnes Museum, the chief manager of the Necronte Historical Archives, a lover of diverse cultures, a recorder of the history of the galaxy, a voluntary protector and rescuer of ownerless cultural relics, and so on. The person sitting in this party is not me, but this guy who has been infected by my heart-locking beetle and has a distinguished status. Now I am observing this place from a distant planet through his eyes and body, and by the way, I appreciate the music played by humans and find some fun in my boring and long life. Of course, the main reason is to let this guy manage the relationship and pave the way for me to visit here in person next. After all, this is the sacred terror at the core of mankind. Unlike the ignorant people on other remote planets, it is still inconvenient for me, an alien, to come in and visit. Just as I was listening to music and watching the power fast performed by this group of people who have no collection value, I heard screams. Several uninvited guests came to the party hall, but no one dared to stop them. Even though the person who organized this party was a director of a high-level department of terror, he immediately knelt down and trembled in front of those tall giants in golden armor, and he didn't dare to raise his head. Ah, the Imperial Guards, the close guards of the Lord of Mankind, the most powerful human warriors. My hand unconsciously touched my waist, wanting to take out the hyperdimensional cube maze from my pocket to add these suddenly appeared Imperial Guards to my collection, and add some new brothers to the Imperial Guards in the Lamenters Museum. Ah, I forgot, I'm not here myself. It's just a pity for this guy, I was planning to control him to play a power game here. Everyone was expelled by these Imperial Guards except me. It can be seen that they had already responded and were on guard, using a strange little object to block the space around me to prevent me from escaping or the hard-locking beetle sneaking out. Although I can't do these things now. But I'm curious about how they knew of my existence. I thought I was well hidden, and the social circle I entered was not the highest level of terror, so naturally it was unlikely that I would be noticed by the strange people who protected them. But these tall golden giants did not answer my questions, nor did they immediately destroy the existence of this body. They just silently and coldly cut off my hands and feet, and then took me away from here through the teleportation array. Did they want to torture me to reveal some valuable information? They should know that this is useless to me. At this time, I should have cut off the dimensional connection with the hard-locking beetle and turned to find new fun or artifacts, but my consciousness unit told me that there might be quite interesting developments next, so I stayed. When I saw that I might appear in the most core and sacred place of terror, the palace of the Lord of Humanity, I knew that my choice was right. I have always longed to visit this great palace up close in person, to see these sculptures, these paintings, these art paintings. Ah, my eyes were covered. These golden big guys didn't seem to want me to visit here from a distance, perhaps to prevent me from coming here in the future and become familiar with it with the help of this visit. Although I felt a little frustrated and regretful, I was more curious about where the guards were taking me. To meet the legendary Lord of Humanity who sat on the golden throne. If so, I would not be surprised how the guards found me. After all, this being possessed quite powerful power. Did they want me to repair that piece of machinery? To be honest, I actually wanted to move it back to the Lamenters Museum to let other undead compatriots see it more than repair it. But considering the difficulty of carrying out this matter and its serious consequences, I simply gave up this idea. Anyway, just don't put me on it. But I still imagined what it would be like if I sat on that throne. Anyway, after a not so long period of time, I keenly felt an energy that was somewhat similar to the power of the warp ether, but completely different, as if I was taken through a portal again. Until I heard the sound of the guards' armor touching the ground again, I realized that I was in another place through the very weak dimensional connection. The black cloth covering my head was removed, and my eyes were exposed to things again. However, the place I was in was not the throne room with surging etheric energy as I imagined, but a calm hall made of bronze metal. The patterns on it, oh my god. I saw the boy sitting on the bronze throne in front of me. He was looking at me calmly, and there seemed to be a scene of stars being born and extinguished in his eyes. This was like a trait and instinct that could not be disguised by anything. There was no doubt that he was the Lord of Mankind, the greatest and most powerful leader in human history. Hello, it's our first meeting, Endless Trays in. He nodded slightly and greeted me calmly. It's my honor, Lord of Mankind. I said very sincerely. I also wanted to perform a formality to show my respect to the Lord of Humanity's will. His amazing feat of suppressing and sealing off the Void Dragon Magladra single-handedly was enough to earn my respect. But this was obviously impossible, because this body had its limbs cut off, and I was now being held in the hands of two guards. Oh, I just realized that the guards guarding me had a few new models, wearing black and gold armor I had never seen before. The tallest guard in front without a helmet, maybe he was a leader of the guards. In addition, I also noticed that there was a human warrior who was not a guard standing next to the Lord of Humanity, and he was now glaring at me. Judging from the power armor he wore, he looked more like an austerities monk, but in terms of technology, style, it was different from the ones I collected. And judging by his genes, I always felt that they were a little strange. Oh my god, all of this is worth collecting, even if it's just the words that the Lord of Humanity just said to me. It's a pity that I don't have the ability to collect it now. However, my thinking unit has begun to simulate and save the scene of my conversation with the Lord of Humanity, and then consider whether to put it at the main entrance of the Lamenters Museum for playback. I want to discuss a deal with you, Endless," said the boy on the throne. "Deal?" I immediately became interested. It must be quite interesting to trade with the will of the Lord of Humanity. I can sense that the Lord of Humanity on the throne is not a complete form, but more like a fragment of his will. Although I have been collecting history about the Horus heresy and trying to simulate and restore the Great Scene, I still don't know how badly the Lord of Humanity has suffered. "What do you want to exchange with me, Lord of Humanity? What do you want to exchange?" I was so excited that I wanted to rub my hands, but I don't have arms now, so I can only control the face of this body to make a smiling expression. "Me," the boy said. "Huh." I was slightly stunned. "I will use myself to exchange what I want with you. As you think, I am not the real deity on the throne, but a fragment representing humanity," the boy said calmly, but his words made the guards beside him and me become quite anxious and nervous, and they all spoke out to dissuade him. Fragment of humanity. My computing unit was quickly calculating the value of this collection, and soon came to a conclusion. This is much more valuable than the things I imagined, such as the hair of the Lord of Humanity, skin of the Lord of Humanity, or underwear of the Lord of Humanity. Both its value and significance are supreme, far exceeding the value of any collection in my museum. I have already thought of the location of the new exhibition area for the will of this Lord of Humanity, and arranged or prepared other collections around it, but there is a small premise. The boy continued. "What premise?" "Just tell me." "I think I can no longer control the expression of this body, it must be a twisted smile. Before being collected by you, I still need to do something. And I have to exchange what I need in advance." He said so. My overheated emotional unit cooled down a bit because of this sentence. Exchange things first? To be honest, this is not in line with my way of doing things. Usually, I wait until I get the items before exchanging them. If something happens to the object of exchange before that, I am very happy to see it. But now the object of exchange has become me, the Lord of Humanity, I should not regret it, right? I was half believing and half doubting. Moreover, the contracts within the eternal dead spirits have no effect on him. If it is very difficult, forget it. "Valoris," the boy said. "Yes, Your Majesty." The commander of the Imperial Guards responded immediately, holding the big axe angrily, and seemed to be eager to destroy my body, so as to prevent me from really reaching a deal with his master that he did not want to see. "Wait! Lord of Humanity," I shouted hurriedly, "we can talk about it in detail." I made a quick decision. If it was just a small exchange of benefits in advance, it would be insignificant compared to the long-term transaction with the Lord of Humanity and his most valuable collection of humanity. Chapter 349 Legion Equipment Preparation Plan. Take or exchange. Mingfei never thought that His Majesty the Emperor would have such a good chat with an alien, and even reached a business relationship. The same was true for the commander of the Imperial Guards, Valoris, who showed strange and angry expressions many times during the conversation, as if he wanted to swing an axe to destroy the undead alien that possessed the human. "A lock of your hair. Of course it would be best if it was taken from you who are sitting on the throne. No one can get close to him now. And this biological tissue may no longer exist. Then, is your hair solid now?" "Yes, Mingfei." Then, under the gazes of the Imperial Guard with various emotions such as vigilance, tension, anger, and envy, Mingfei took off his thick gauntlet and held a pair of scissors. He carefully cut off a small bunch of the boy's smooth black hair, and then put it in a bronze box as if it were a treasure. During the way, the alien dared to shout too little. "Cut more. This hair is considered a part of my fragment of humanity. Correspondingly, the weight of the items I chose to exchange in advance will be improved," the boy said calmly. "This counts." "Well, it does count." "Then, are there any remaining fragments of the armor you wore at the time? I mean the kind that has not been melted." Mingfei couldn't help but feel a little angry. This damn alien actually had his eyes on the armor of His Majesty the Emperor. But according to what he knew, the armor worn by the Emperor was melted down according to his will after the Horus heresy and made into countless cross medals. These medals are usually worn on Astartes tactical dreadnoughts, that is, Terminator armor, which can provide special protection and resistance to the ward. "No more," the boy replied. "Well, do you still have the kind of clothes you wear when walking on Earth? It's better to have something bigger." "Okay. Valoris, go to my deserted bedroom, you should know the location. Give him the robe." The boy called the commander of the Imperial Guards. Although he was very dissatisfied with the alien, Commander Valerius could only obey the will of the Lord of Mankind. The Endless seemed to be still unsatisfied, and even greedily asked His Majesty the Emperor for various so-called deposits, such as the Imperial Guards behind him, the weapons that His Majesty had used, and even set his sights on Mingfei, as the leader of the 21st Legion established by the Lord of Mankind 10,000 years later. This has a very high collection value. But most of them were rejected by the boy, such as the many outrageous conditions such as collecting the Imperial Guards, wanting to visit the Terror Palace or the Dark Prison under the palace. Or they had to make a compromise and exchange them for other things that were not so important but had good value to this perverted alien. For example, he wanted to collect the power armor of the new Legion instead of the Legion Lord Mingfei, and by the way, he set his sights on the alchemical Sergeant Lao Tang who came to deliver the armor. Later he used the dragon bone cross of the White King. His Majesty the Emperor seemed to have anticipated today's transaction and specially let the alchemical replica made in advance be exchanged as a replacement for Lao Tang. After this exchange, before the boy personally served as the museum collection of infinite Trazin had already received a sufficiently sincere deposit, which dispelled his suspicion of the boy's getting something for nothing, and he also very generously contributed the collections needed by the Lord of Mankind in the Lamenters Museum. Although he was quite curious about how the boy knew the types and conditions of the collections in his museum, Trazin cunningly said that the deposit he received now needed to be delivered to him completely and accurately before he would ship the collections the boy exchanged. And the boy also calmly said that if Trazin regretted or dared to collect the escorting guards when receiving and delivering, he would cause losses to Trazin's Lamenters Museum far exceeding his collection gains. On the contrary, if the cooperation was pleasant, he would tell Trazin about the hidden danger in his museum. After the guards took the human body possessed by Trazin and the pile of bronze collection boxes and left reluctantly again, the Star Hall once again returned to peace. The eternal dead spirits have a level of technology that is difficult for us to understand and cannot reach for the time being. I exchanged with Trazin mainly for the technology he collected and that I can use. The boy explained to Mingfei gently, as if he wanted to explain to him why he, who had destroyed almost all the aliens in the galaxy, chose to trade with another alien. Mingfei nodded. Actually, he understood the Emperor's intentions without explanation. Because the most important collection the boy exchanged with Infinite Trazin was called Quantum Slingshot, a super light travel device that could be separated from the warp engine. But this device was not the super light travel method of the Eternal Dead, but a prototype of technology developed in the dark technological era before the Iron Man Rebellion. The warp of the era was not as dangerous as it is today, and it could even be said to be as calm as water. The warp navigation technology was mature and safe, and it was used on a large scale and colonized the entire galaxy. Humans were not very interested in developing new super light travel technology, but were more interested in crazy genetic modification technology. However, a small number of people began to study new super light travel technology, but unfortunately the Iron Man Rebellion broke out soon after, which caused the entire human race to collapse directly at the time. These new technologies were also destroyed or buried in the war like other advanced technologies of mankind. Although he didn't know how Trazin got the device, he reminded that because the device was already more than half destroyed when he found the slingshot, he used a lot of technology belonging to the Eternal Dead to repair it, so the appearance may look more like the style of the Eternal Dead. In theory, this device should be able to work, but Trazin has not tried it. He is not a mechanicus sage who recycles technology. After the repair, he put this collection in the Embodiment of Human Glory exhibition hall as a collection. But the boy didn't care about these, and Mingfei also knew that this new super light speed navigation device could not only be used in the dark universe full of war, but also in his own universe where the subspace did not exist. The human territory of this universe needs an expedition to open up the territory to meet the large number of humans evacuated from the universe, which also means that a new super light speed navigation method is needed, but this future is still quite far away from Mingfei. Secondly, this transaction with the Infinite is also part of the exchange in the Take, Ask, and Exchange equipment preparation plan of the Sword of Revelation Corps. The future strength of the Legion is tentatively set at 100,000, equivalent to 100 Lamenters chapters of the Holy Codex scale. To supply such a large number of chapter equipment, a huge production line is needed, and His Majesty the Emperor does not want his new Legion to fight like the Lamenters, so the Legion's equipment configuration is as high as possible, such as heavy vehicles, aerial vehicles, and super large-scale self-contained Legion fleets. But if all of these are supplied by the Earth, it may be that the Earth will be directly squeezed dry, and His Majesty the Emperor does not want the Earth to really become a second Terra. Mingfei has never been to Holy Terra, and is not sure about the environment there, so he decided to let the technological immature universe solve the problem of Legion equipment, and prepared a simple and neat take, ask, and exchange plan. Take means to take directly from the Imperial Guard's arsenal. As the Imperial Guard who accompanied the Emperor to unify Terra in the Old Knight era, they control and preserve a large number of relics and weapons from the Dark Technology Age that are far beyond the imagination of the outside world, and there are several watchtowers belonging to the Imperial Guards in the Solar Star region, which also store many advanced warships from ancient times. However, it seems that they considered whether it would make the Imperial Guards feel like taking their own sons' things to raise their adopted sons and thus cause dissatisfaction with the Sword of Revelation Legion. Therefore, the taking aspect mainly armed the top forces of the Sword of Revelation Legion, such as the first company of the chapter, the champion warriors of the chapter, looking for enemy leaders to challenge one-on-one, etc. And asking means asking the Mechanicus. Although the Mechanicus itself split after the Horus heresy, and the various operations of the High Lords Council and the Inquisition made them passive and lazy, the will of the Emperor is also the will of the machine god Om Messiah. As long as the Imperial Guards hold a decree of Om Messiah and some stocks taken out from the Dark Prison in Terra, they can still make several large forge worlds in the solar segment, willingly take out a part of their assets and produce them attentively and efficiently for the needs of Om Messiah. The asking aspect is to meet the combat readiness needs of the entire Legion, from a variety of weapons and vehicles to the Legion's warships. The last one was the exchange with Infinite One trays in. In addition to the superluminal navigation device, the slingshot, the most important thing is the flagship of the Sword of Revelation Legion. It can also be called Mingfei's flagship, webbing ship. In the past, the flagship of the Legion's flagship Primarch was the Queen of Glory class battleship. This powerful battleship could destroy a fleet alone. Ordinary battleships were as weak as frigates in front of her. During the Great Crusade, each Primarch had one or more Queen of Glory class battleships, but now the human empire seems to have no ability to build new Queen of Glory class battleships. Mingfei didn't know whether the battleship that His Majesty the Emperor exchanged with Trazin was the Queen of Glory class. He just said the name of a ship, and the body controlled by Infinite One showed a painful and tangled expression. Chapter 350 My brother, the Imperial Regent and the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Guards. War is a disaster for ordinary people, and no one expects it to come. For soldiers, it is a deadly grindstone that stands in their way, sharpening true warriors from a group of young soldiers who have lost their illusions about being able to survive and make great military achievements. After accepting a series of missions specially prepared by the alchemist, such as behind the enemy line destruction, decapitation, exploration and puzzle solving, and annihilation, the first few recruits of the Sword of Revelation who completed the surgical transformation entered the most cruel and shocking battlefield combat simulation. During the Great Crusade, the Astartes was the main force of the human empire, and other mortals served as auxiliary forces. After the Great Crusade, this situation was reversed. Billions of mortal Astra Militarum took on the front line of the fight against all kinds of monsters in the galaxy with their lives and courage, while the Astartes existed as a force to carry out highly efficient special operations such as decapitation, with clear division of labor in squad operations. But this did not mean that the Astartes had no chance of being on the front battlefield. The loyalty to the Emperor and the fearlessness that was engraved in their genes would always be the solidest line of defense on the battlefield. When the mortal army, the Astra Militarum was not all Krieg and Kashazan, was frightened by all kinds of monsters and their morale was completely destroyed, the Astartes would still stand firm on the battlefield until the last moment of their lives. As a legion of 100,000 people, the Sword of Revelation must stand on the front battlefield to pour out the Emperor's wrath on the enemies of mankind, and naturally adapt to the cruel war in the future in advance. At the same time, this also makes several new recruits who have obtained the body of demigods and are full of confidence realize that they are not invincible, and they have experienced various waves of death, being overwhelmed by the number of enemies on the front battlefield, being bombarded by heavy firepower, being trampled to death by titans, or simply being destroyed by various terrifying enemies of different levels. There are also many unfortunate situations where people die before they even pull out their weapons when they land in an airdrop capsule, or being pierced by the parts of the spacecraft when the gunship they're riding makes an emergency landing, and so on. Mingfei also participated in the simulation, because the battles he experienced when he served in the Lamenters could only be regarded as small fights. The battlefield environment simulated this time was projected by the Emperor's will himself, all of which were terrifying wars involving multiple divine machines. In short, in the first few days after the battlefield simulation, except for Mingfei, the other 4 people developed different degrees of post-traumatic stress disorder, the feedback of the severe pain before death, the blood flowing out of the body that had been transformed and strengthened, and the 2 hearts stopped beating. They truly felt the cheapness of life in the face of war. The most deeply injured was Yuan Xing, and the psychological shadow of Feng Jianli's personality that the first time she used dream taper to enter Mingfei's dream and finally had her head blown off by the brainworm reappeared. However, the fearlessness engraved in their genes when they underwent the transformation surgery will soon heal all of this. This kind of battlefield simulation will not become a daily routine, and its main purpose is to hone the fighting will of the recruits rather than destroy them. After all, on a battlefield of that level, the direction of the war is no longer something that individuals can control. All they can do is adapt to death, get used to death, and destroy as many human enemies as possible before they die. In addition to fighting, learning knowledge is also essential. In that world, knowledge is also a weapon, the types, weaknesses, and coping methods of various monsters and demons, as well as the general history of the human empire, the current political system, the common language, etc. Interestingly, the human will of the Lord of Mankind once called Xu Zihan, Finkel, and Caesar to come and ask them about their impressions of the human empire. It was useless to use euphemisms in front of the Lord of Mankind, so they all bluntly expressed their negative comments, and almost said no hope, tired, destroy it. The boy on the throne remained calm after hearing these comments. After all, the current human empire has indeed become what he least wants to see. He can foresee how sad, angry, and painful his descendants will be when they see the current empire. But there are exceptions. Xu Zihan said that although he didn't have any idea of fighting for this human empire that seemed to have been maliciously stuffed with all the worst political systems, this empire still had positive shining points that he recognized very much. Resistance to invasion, national independence, firm belief, fearlessness of death, especially for him. The boy nodded, thoughtfully. After the transformation operation process was thoroughly improved and the power armor casting intelligent, alchemical energy, assembly line was maturely operated, the male hybrids who survived the chaos of the secret keeper in the safe haven, the action team of the Beowulf family, the guards of the Gattuso family, more hybrids were sent to the City of Miracles to undergo transformation operations to become new astatives. Their different thoughts such as the uneasiness of the unknown, or the intention to spy on secrets, were unified at the most basic level in the deep mental hypnosis stage of the beginning of the operation, fighting for humanity. What followed was the indoctrination of knowledge. The history after the Great Crusade of the human empire was simplified and downplayed, and the image of the human empire was shaped with the bright spots mentioned by Xu Zihan, slightly downplaying the worst religious fanaticism and bloated and corrupt political system of the empire. Fighting for humanity, you can't rely on slogans and brainwashing to ask the warriors of another universe to devote their lives to it, which may be a never-ending war, but the warriors themselves need to have a firm idea to fight for it. Even with the power of faith, as a fragment of human will, the boy was very clear about this after reflecting on it after the Great Rebellion. So there were unsuccessful hybrids who were screened out in terms of spirit, but fortunately the number was not large. In the end, more than 200 hybrids passed the will test of the Lord of Humanity and entered the stage of undergoing transformation surgery. However, Mingfei was a little worried that the legionnaires who did not understand the rules of the Empire might offend the Inquisition and be targeted, just like the weaks who were excluded and embarrassed everywhere. But the boy just said to him calmly, "You can ask your commander-in-chief and regent brother to solve this kind of thing in the future." Mingfei was a little confused. Commander-in-chief, did he mean the commander of the Imperial Guards, Valeris? But the soldier didn't look at me very close, and who is the regent brother? After the grand narrative and expectation of fighting for mankind in another universe, Mingfei's thoughts returned to his hometown. He had to deal with the things on this planet first: the Dragon King behind the scenes, the Black King who had not awakened, and the remnant soul of the ever-changing Demon Lord whose whereabouts are still unknown. In the field of the alternative clock, the combined surgical transformation time of Mingfei and Xu Zihan, which was nearly 20 years, was only equal to less than half a month in normal time in the outside world. So when Xu Tianzhao saw Xu Zihan again after a few days, he was horrified and shocked to find that he had to look up at his son. Just when he wanted to find Mingfei to argue, he saw Mingfei who was as tall as a floor. He swallowed the word he wanted to say. The worst thing was that his son also sent him a conscription invitation. Dad, join the Sword of Revelation Legion, accept the transformation like me, become an Ostatus and fight side by side. We will go to another universe together, pour the Emperor's wrath on the enemies of mankind, and fight for mankind. You can't always think about going back to disturb Mom. Xu Zhang's voice was a little lower when he said this. Xu Tianzhao's mouth twitched, and he said angrily, you actually still remember your mother? You'll scare her to death if you go back like this. And you're going to another universe, what about your mother? She only has you as a son. Xu Zhang was silent for a long while, and then he said silently, I'll find a way. Mingfei did not interfere in his brother's family affairs, he also had his family affairs to deal with. When Mingfei bowed and walked into the door of the ward of the medical department of the college, Cao Yingli, who looked haggard, was sitting by the bed with a dull expression. Lu Linqing, who was supposed to be lying in bed to recuperate, was gone. When Cao Yingli saw Mingfei, her dull eyes regained a little spirit, but then the shock and confusion due to the huge changes in Mingfei disappeared. But when Mingfei half knelt on the ground and held her hand with his broad hand, this heroic woman who dared to go against the world for her son finally couldn't help but burst into tears. Maybe he didn't want to face the fact that he was tortured by the devil, or he didn't have the face to face Cao Yingli and Mingfei. His nominal father chose to end his life early not long after waking up from treatment. The career he dedicated himself to was completely shattered, and the son he regarded as his own son faced the cruel truth behind the scenes alone, the mental attack from the devil, and the person he loved chose to end his life after being humiliated by the devil. The successive blows have almost made Cao Yingli collapse. If even her son is going to leave her, then this world is probably really meaningless for her. Mingfei silently comforted his mother. He glanced at the white paper on the bedside table, which had only 2 simple lines of words written on it. It should be left by Lu Linqing. I'm sorry, Mingfei. I'm not worthy of being your father. Take good care of your mother. Mingfei didn't want to sigh or reprimand anything. He really had to take good care of his sad and crying mother. For this reason, he no longer thought about the Legion and the actual combat simulation in the next few days, and stayed with Cao Yingli until she recovered from the past mental trauma. First of all, I hope I didn't disturb your warm time with your family. Secondly, I can only feel the oppression you bring when we're in close contact. In the meeting room of the Hall of Heroes, Angus looked up at Mingfei and couldn't help but exclaimed, wow. There is no need to be so polite between us, Principal, just say it directly, Mingfei said calmly. In addition, there is no age limit for the transformation surgery of our army. As long as you are willing, you can return to youth at any time and become stronger. Then let's get back to business first. Angus waved his hand. An abnormality suspected of Dragon Awakening was discovered in Japan. I think you and your Dragon Slayer army should be interested in this. Is this chapter a bit of private good? Because I can always see people using the name of Warhammer to metaphor politics in many places, or speculating that those who like Warhammer and worship the Empire are 20. What I want to say is that no one really likes this backworld view that is deliberately set up mainly to sell pawns, right? Including me. I feel that most of the readers in China who know Warhammer are because of the brave and loyal image of Space Marines. They like the Warhammer world because they selectively extract the shining side of the human empire as the main body, such as fearless leader, resistance to aggression, national independence, firm faith, fearless of death, and finding hope in the darkness, to bear their own hopes and dreams for national independence and self-reliance, such as the popular fan group Renzi in China, rather than thinking about the devilish darkness of the universe, the dregs of the corruption of the empire. And by the way, they also hint at the reality and then type in politics. In my opinion, it's too stupid. This is considered to be a preemptive armor for myself. After all, I will definitely return to Warhammer in the future. The current outline has reached the Plague War, the 4th Expeditionary Fleet against Angron, and Lao Tang and Wang Bangxian's competition in battlefield micromanipulation are still in my mind. Recently, I have been reading the books of the Warhammer Fan Inner Circle group authors to learn. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.